Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of, what if Deku became a teacher before a hero? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya woke up to an awful headache and surrounded by his friends, teachers, classmates, people he vaguely knew from the sports festival and well then, the League of Villains, well, some of them were there too. It was a very movie theater-like setup, but with comfortable chairs instead of movie seats and a void instead of a screen. There were two people in front of the void. The first was tall and pale, wearing ripped blue skinny jeans with no discernible gender and a purple sweater over a pale blue shirt. They also had short, dark blue hair with a shaved back and sides and a pair of gold wire rim glasses. The other was a small androgynous person with short, wavy black hair cut in an undercut and streaked with several shades of purple. They were wearing loose black jeans and an oversized black hoodie with English lettering on it. Putting Mike Sensei's skills to use, Midoriya read the words, "I'm not God, I'm a writer." The difference, however small, exists. In lavender block lettering with pale blue cursive on the words God and writer. The hoodie had many different pins, mostly black with small white English letters, but Midoriya recognized the ace/arrow flag on one and the gender fluid flag on another. They also had a purple pin with black lettering on it that looked like a pronoun pin. When the person glanced over, Midoriya saw that they had piercing purple eyes shot with gold that widened when they saw he and several others were awake. The person said something in English before switching to a delicately accented Japanese. "Please, if you are awake, take a seat. Everything will be explained as soon as everybody is fully aware. I apologize for the headache. This is my first solo run of pulling more than one or two people into these writing pockets, and I'm not good enough to get rid of that bit of discomfort yet." Their voice was just as androgynous as their appearance, which was probably on purpose since as they turned he saw the gender flux pride flag on one button and another with the fluid flux pride flag below it. He carefully got up, edging his way towards a beanbag the color of his hair as they continued, "If you don't prefer beanbags, or your quirk makes them uncomfortable, or anything else like that that isn't connected with any kind of idiocy suggesting that beanbags are going to get in the way of you being a hero or surpassing All Might or whatever the F. Todoroki NG uses as excuses to keep his children from getting any fun or happiness or semi-decent mental health. The Bing, yep, that button on their hoodie pocket said, "Creature of the Void here, your gender roles in aggressive lowercase," then went into a muttering rant worthy of Midoriya himself, except about how bad of a person, Inor, was. Their companion elbowed them gently and they both shared a look and laughed. The void creature murmured something that sounded like, "all the positivity," under their breath and their taller companion clutched their heart. Eventually, everybody was awake and seated or, in the case of Kurogiri, standing behind a bar polishing wine glasses because apparently he was most comfortable in suit and tie with large amounts of alcohol and the two could get started. The taller one leaned back against the stage and said, "This is your show, I'm just along for the ride." Void creature sighed and responded, "Let's be real, you're the real star here. I'm just showing you off. But anyway, my name is Silverpool, you can call me S. My current pronouns are Faye/Fair, but I will update you on breaks if they change. This here is plants, they/them pronouns, and God of several alternate realities. That is, in fact, part of the reason we are here today. This is a writer's pocket dimension, or writing pocket. I'm here to show you what would have happened if Mito over there stopped and noticed a single piece of paper at the end of his first year of middle school. This is you kidlets watching what happened in the alternate universe known as BNTV, or more commonly, being you it takes a child to teach a village. The pair went and sat on a random floating couch above it all, watching as the theater dimmed and everybody focused on the void screen. Midoriya's voice emanates from the void. Life doesn't always go the way you want it to. Sometimes it just throws you in a garbage can an image of Endeavor flashes on the screen momentarily before being replaced with a dumpster. And lights the garbage can on fire and the dumpster suddenly catches fire. And laughs as you scream in agony. And all you can do is tell yourself that it'll be okay. that you'll be okay. And sometimes you're right and you wake up the next morning to a wonderful day full of sunshine and rainbows and singing birds and you start living life in a DMN Disney movie. The photo of Enduhor made Todoroki choke on air. It's a fair reaction, but the man is a flaming pile of garbage. Other times you're wrong. The CYCL just continues. Maybe life adds lighter fluid next time. Or fills the bottom of the can with dead fish. And it's up to you to get up off your sorry butt and do something to fix your life because it is clear that you're basically alone. When there's no hero coming to save you, you're forced to save yourself. Be your own hero. The voice of plants says the last bit. Izuku decides the best way to be a hero is to be a teacher. With the two beings giggling away together, heads together over what looks like an augmented laptop. Well, maybe. It was probably a cryptid thing from an alternate universe, because it had the name Izuku Midoriya written on it and this Mido had nothing of the sort. The video continued. Midoriya Izuku, after a life of wanting to be a hero despite his quirklessness. Quirklessness? But Midoriya has a quirk, one that will help him get hot chi dash. Mineta was interrupted by a superpowered kick that sent him through a handy portal. Thank you, Kurogyri into the sun. We don't need Mineta. We don't like him either. He's gone now. Decides to finally take his life into his own hands. You can blame that neglected-looking ad on the corkboard in the convenience store. Tutoring. Must have at least a first-year middle school education. We'll pay as well as we can. Contact for more details. He's just starting his second year in a few weeks. It works. I bet Midoriya would be a good tutor. Yayarosa said, to noises of agreement. The mentioned boy turns bright red. He tears off one of the phone number tabs, stuffing it in his pocket before he checks out. Even if he can't be a hero the traditional way, he can still help people. He can still be their hero. He'll have to talk to Mom about it, but he hopes she'll approve. Besides, why turn down the money? When Mom walks in the door that night, Izuku is waiting at the table, shaking out of nervousness. What if she says, no? He knows it's probably stupid to be this worried about a simple no, but he can't help it. This small piece of paper is his ticket toward any future he can possibly live with. Mom? He squeaks, cursing the way his voice portrays his nerves so obviously. The collected audience mentally agrees that Mido is adorable and deserves protection and love. Unfortunately, they do this silently, so our poor sweet baby angel decides that he's awkward and people probably are realizing he's worthless. UA students all need therapy. Someone should mention this to Nizu. She takes off her jacket, laying it over the back of a chair before sitting in it. What is it, honey? She asks gently. Yay, Mama Midoriya. Kaminari cheers. Everybody loves Inko, and she is responsible for most of the peacekeeping at the dorms. All Aizawa has to do is threaten to call her and everybody gets their acts together. Izuku opens his mouth to explain the ad, his thoughts, anything, but his voice decides to stop working. His jaw snaps shut and his molars grind. God damn it, he's going to do this if it kills him. He tries again, doing his best to sound even halfway coherent. There was an ad. They wanted a tutor. I wanted to apply, he forces out, barely above a whisper. Izuku sets the phone number on the table between them. See, can I? It's his way of being a hero. At least for now. Mom glances at the paper before looking at Izuku. Of course you can, sweetheart. Though I would like to talk to these people first. I don't want to be sending you into something I know nothing about. How does that sound? Aizawa shrugs. Learning a bit about these people sounds reasonable to him, at least. Tears well up before Izuku knows what hit him. Thank you, he sobs. Him and his overactive tear ducts. I guess whatever universe Mido is in, his tears stay the same. Kirishima teases kindly. Plants and S both laugh, finding this really funny for some reason. S gasps out something along the lines of, just wait till they see chapter 2, and they both giggle harder. Plants responds with, the handgun scene? And S laughs more while nodding. Everybody decides to ignore the cryptids. Mom approved. She called the people and she approved. She gave Izuku a taser, but she still approved. So that is how Izuku finds himself walking through the bad part of town that could have been his route home from school had he not been scared off by the shouting among other things. It's how he ends up knocking on a rickety-looking door timidly and being pulled into the house violently and shoved against the door. "Who are you?" a gruff voice demands. "Oh, sheet Midoriya." Kaminari gasps. To be fair, it is 100% reasonable to be concerned for his friend when an alternate universe version of him is being choked against a wall. At this point, the only thing keeping Izuku from being slumped on the floor is the hand holding his shirt. "Teeth, I'm my tutor?" he stutters through his tears. "I'm my wrong address? This was a bad idea. This was a very bad. Holy sheet," someone gasps quietly. The hand lets go and Izuku falls to the floor, skiing in air like it's going out of style. "Midoriya?" the voice asks, much gentler now. Izuku nods, eyes glued to the floor between his knees. "I'm sorry. We can't be too careful around here." Izuku pushes out, scared stiff. "Is Mito okay?" "I hope so." The man crouches down in front of him and Izuku glances up, seeing half-purple half-red eyes wide with concern. "Are you okay? Did you get here safely?" Now he asks. Todoroki mutters bitterly, recognizing it as an intimidation tactic his SPRM donor sometimes utilizes. Izuku nods, wiping tear tracks from his face. Just a little scared." He pulls the taser from his backpack. "Didn't need to use this," he laughs tentatively. "That's not all that funny," mutters bitterly. "My name is Aru," the man says, helping Izuku to his feet. "Thank you for taking the offer. No one wants to come to this part of town." He chuckles drily for a second before sighing. "Probably because we can't even trust children that knock on our doors. Follow me. I'll show you." A girl just a bit smaller than Izuku runs into the room, jumping onto Aru's back. "Aru, is this him? Is he gonna teach me?" Izuku stumbles back, running into the door again. "Well, isn't he skittish?" "I have good reason," Midoriya mumbles quietly. Nobody seems to hear, but twin violet and deep blue eyes focus on him from above. Aru grins, reaching behind himself to pull the girl off of him, setting her down by his side. "Midoriya, meet Sora." "Sora, this is going to be your teacher, Midoriya." All of what she knows she had to teach herself. "We couldn't. I don't know how much your mother told you, but we couldn't afford to send her to school." Uraraka flinches. Her family had been pretty close to not being able to afford to send her to school either, before UA. Something stabs in Izuku's gut. Even if school is such a hell to him, a place that brings pain and suffering and marks he has to hide from his mother, he can't imagine not having it. Not having a place for him to soak up information and learn about the world. He doesn't want to imagine it. He nods to himself resolutely. He's going to help. He has to help. No child should be barred from an education. "Okay, Sora," he decides. "I need to see what you know. Is there someplace we can work in relative peace?" Sora's eyes light up. "Thank you. My room." She grabs his wrist and tugs him along as she sprints through the house. "Come on," she laughs. This seems like a Midoriya thing to do. The nerd. Nobody notices Midoriya's flinch at that word, but the gazes focused on him from above narrow. "Love school. He'd make a good teacher," Kaminari says. "I'll need to work on her grammar, and she knows next to no English. I wonder if she'd be able to learn through watching things with English audio and Japanese subtitles." As for math, what Izuku assumes is the front door slams against a wall, shaking the room. "Where the F is my money?" someone shouts downstairs. "Oh no!" Yayorozu exclaims. Sora's eyes widen and she curses under her breath. "Mito, you gotta go," she hisses, moving things away from the window and shoving it open. He doesn't move, so she grabs him by the front of his shirt, pulling him toward the window. "Please. It isn't safe right now. Go home. We'll call when it's safe to come back." She forces him out onto the fire escape. "Not safe?" Shinso questions quietly. Numbly, he starts climbing down the stairs and pushing down the ladder. When he gets to the bottom, Sora pulls the ladder back up. He doesn't want to leave her. It feels wrong. So very wrong. "I'll be fine," Sora snaps, as if reading his mind. "Just go." "Will she?" Cementos questions quietly. He doesn't like to think that small children have to live like that, and starts wondering what he could do to help them. So he does. He reaches the end of the block when he hears the gunshot. And that's how his second day of tutoring ends. A gunshot at Dio, you think they're okay? Ida questions warily. By the end of his first week, Sora had to send him away once more. As he walks to Aru's house, people stop him, asking him to teach their kids. Or even teach them. Living in slums like this, not the best for getting a proper education. The more time Izuku spends around here, the more he's convinced. No one cares. No police come through here unless a murder has already happened, and even that doesn't ensure their presence. Izuku has yet to see a single hero around, despite the fact that he would see 2 to 3 weekly in any other part of town, at least 1 a day in the more populated areas. 5 daylight heroes in the audience begin to question how they can do better, and Aizawa resigns himself to teaching seminars on how daylight heroes can help out in the underground. It doesn't like that these people have to live like this. It's the least he can do to not charge them for his services. Some people choose to give him money despite his protests that they need it more than he does. Some people send him off with food, which he prefers to give to those who can't get enough otherwise. Heroic Mido, someone says. Izuku blossoms under the praise. At the end of his second week, he has a 2-hour teaching time blocked out during which he teaches a class as best he can, followed by an hour of individual help. Halfway through his third, he learns why certain groups don't show up to class when others do. He finds out more about the people he's been teaching. So he changes things up. Monday and Thursday he teaches Aru's group. Tuesdays and Friday are for the group that Dabigai is part of. Wednesdays and Saturdays are for Yuki and her people. Sundays are for whoever wants to come and promises not to kill anyone else. Of course, this doesn't mean that Dabi can't come on Monday or something. The scheduled days are just so everyone can come without being forced to be in the same room as someone they don't get along with. I'm in this? Dabi questions quietly. Something in the back of his brain wonders if that's why the others from the league are here, because they are participants in this alternate universe too. Izuku doesn't want to call them gangs, but in all honesty, that's what they are. Gang leader Mido, Ashido says. Gang teacher Mido. S corrects. Plants laughs beside Fair. School starts up again and Izuku has to shift his schedule. He goes to school, goes to teach and goes home. He doesn't do much else, unless Sora or Yuki convince him to stay out a bit later or to meet them at this soda shop or that ice cream stand. He doesn't have that much else to do. He is glad for the long sleeves of his uniform. The people he teaches already have enough to worry about, what with paying bills or debts or figuring out how to get their next meals. He doesn't want them worrying about the bruises or the cuts or the burns. Bruises? Ida questions. Cuts? Ashido asks. Burns? Yaoyorozu demands incredulously. Midoriya curls in on himself. Sadly, though, this doesn't last for long. Mido, Sora says when she meets him at the end of the road as he comes from school. You're limping. Bakugo flinches as he remembers exactly how Midoriya got that limp. Kirishima shoots him a questioning glance, but doesn't press him for details. That is. No, I'm not, he assures, not correcting the limp in the least. Someone in the audience starts to sing the song Bad Liar under their breath. Sora knocks his shoulder and he says in a breath. And I'm a J-pop star. Mido, what happened? Aizawa nails present mic with a glare. So that's who was singing. Nothing. His voice is sharp as he trudges on ahead. Nothing happened. Don't worry about it. That's something Midoriya would say, Aizawa sighs tiredly. Maybe he can convince the cryptids to give him some coffee. They seem like the type who would understand the importance of caffeine, gods or not. GTSKS. That's just going to make me worry more. Then worry. That is also something Deku would say, Uraraka acquiesces. Mido just keeps coming in worse and worse shape. It started with the limp. Then she saw the bruise barely hidden under his sleeve. The way he flinched when she gesticulated too violently. Mido taught her the word, gesticulate. It's a good word. Gesticulate is a good word, Kurogiri declares. I should use it more. Yeah, but that's a sign of abuse, Aizawa rebuts harshly, sending a worried glance towards his student, who is curled in on himself further. The red marks around his neck. Did someone strangle him? Kirishima questions warily. Bakugo looks down because that is exactly what happened and he was the one who told Fingers to do it. His quirk was perfect for it after all. The way he winced when he sat down. Finally, Sora has had enough. Take off your shirt, she demands. What? Excuse me, the boy stutters, his face going red. What? Half the class exclaims with Midoriya on screen. She's going to check for bruising. Todoroki says, seeing no problem with it because it is what first his mother, then Tuya, then Fuyumi did for him. Dabi shrugs. The same logic from when his mother took care of him and he took care of his brother making sense to him to be applied here. Her eyes narrow. I'm not stupid. Something is clearly going on. I'm not going to sit around and wait till you show up with a DMN crutch. Tell me what is happening or take off your shirt and let me draw my own conclusions. He shakes his head. It's no. Deflection, Aoyama sings quietly, recognizing the tactic for what it is. If you try and tell me, it's nothing one more time, Midoriya Izuku, I will put my hand or your head through a effing wall. What happened? His head. Shinso questions blankly. I understand the impulse, someone from Class 1A says at the same time. The boy blanches as he sinks down in his chair. He mumbles something. Sora leans closer, expression daring him to pull something. What was that? I didn't catch that either. Shoji says, causing several people to look at him in surprise. Mito shrinks down even further. The kids at school make fun of me because I'm quirkless, he whimpers. Most of the class sends a worried glance towards their own Midoriya, wondering if that had ever happened to him. Twitching, Sora gets up from the table. That is clearly more than just making fun of. She pulls open the door. Aru, she shouts, hearing Mito clamber from his seat. Sora, wait. She WHPS around, pinning him with her glare. He stops moving immediately. You come here. Getting beaten and bloodied and bruised for God knows how long. And you want me to wait? Midoriya glances down, not wanting to see anybody's faces. Aru comes into the room in a hurry. Sora, is everything okay? Mito tries to reply. No, half of Class 1A answer for him. Absolutely not, Sora interrupts. His classmates are bullying him over something stupid. Mito's eyes go wide, pleading with them to stop. Aru's fists clench and vines start to creep between the floorboards. I will take care of that issue, he grits out. Sora knows that Aru has come to see Mito like he sees her. Like his kid. Aru's adopted Deku. Uraraka says. He pulls out his phone, starting to dial, when Mito jumps at him, trying to pry the phone from his hands. Please. Please don't, he begs. Don't hurt them. Even if he doesn't like saying it, Mito knows what kind of people they are. The way things work around here. If you need to do something, teach me to fight. If you can't, find someone who can. I don't want them getting hurt because of me. It's not their fault they were taught, quirkless means worthless. Sora doesn't like how Mito stands up for these people. The ones that hurt him. Seem to treat him like a punching bag. She tries. Nobody in Class 1A, nor most of the others in the room, like it either. Someone mutters something about Stockholm Syndrome, too. Todoroki and Nizu get the same realizatory, sadistic glint in their eye as they think about who might have hurt Midoriya in his past that he has an attachment to and covers for, and both start to plan somebody's imminent demise. Midoriya hears this too, and looks more and more uncomfortable. Plants and S start to whisper frantically to each other. Aru holds up a hand, silencing her. Fine, he says. I'll find someone with a body type similar to yours to help you fight. You'll stay an extra hour or two after your lessons, or maybe cut some out. You will tell your mother about the bullying so she can do something about it with the school. Am I clear? Mito shrinks under his gaze. They won't care. The teachers. The school. They never cared. Why would they start now? He mutters. Aizawa gets a sadistic glint in his eye to match Nizu's and makes a mental note to ruin some teachers' careers. Sora's guardian forces Mito to look up at him. Clear? The boy nods. Yes, sir. Mom. Izuku calls as he walks in the door. Can we talk? Inko comes to sit at the dining room table, a questioning look on her face. Mom, I think I'm getting bullied at school. You don't say? Shinso mutters sarcastically. He's come to like the greenette. She knew it. She wishes that she was wrong. That her boy was just really clumsy. But she knew that wasn't the case. She had the sinking feeling ever since the bruises started appearing. It had only gotten worse when he started trying to hide them. She should have done something. No matter how many times she asked him about it, he just said he fell. He tripped. He bumped into the desk. Inko wishes she had intervened earlier. She should have, and that guilt will sit with her forever. But now that Izuku has come forward about it on his own, hell hath no fury like an angry mother. Plants and Dis, seeming to have come to a decision, set Midoriya on the couch between them and start to coo over him maternally. Instead of walking to the less-than-safe part of town, Izuku starts running. Instead of fearing for his life as soon as he enters said part, Izuku starts feeling as safe there as he does in his own house. Instead of getting curious, somewhat predatory stares, Izuku starts receiving friendly hellos and waves. How funny that he feels safer in such a lawless part of town than in his own school. If he's treated the way it seems to be implied he is at school, it's no wonder he feels safer with gang members who respect him than with bullies or abusers who don't. That's what happened for me after all. Dabi comments. The rest of the league, plus Todoroki and Midoriya, nod in agreement. Of course, Izuku still has to make it through school to be able to go to his safe haven. As he organizes a lesson plan during the break, a calloused hand snatches his notebook from his hand. Hey there, what ya got here? Katsuki sneers. Katsuki. He flips through the pages for a moment. The F is all this? Bakugo, someone mutters. Kurojiri, who has already mentally adopted Midoriya into his collection of hurt children, puts another name on his list of targets. Job, Izuku says quietly. Just go away. Just give it back and go away. Katsuki barks a laugh. A job? While I'm so goddamn happy you decided to give up on that impossible hero dream, really, Deku? You actually think you can do anything? You're worthless. He tears out a page, throwing it over his shoulder. Useless. Another page. Stupid and unnecessary. Another. No one will ever need a quirkless piece of sheet like you. He tears the notebook in half, exploding it and throwing it out. He then rips Izuku out of his chair and forces him against the wall with a hand to his throat. Why don't you just give up? On everything? On living, a mental Katsuki jeers in his mind. Shut up, Izuku hisses back. This Midoriya flinches hard, remembering those words as S brings him into a comforting hug, knowing that these words would probably have an adverse effect on him. Faye presses a fidget toy into his hands, hoping that this wouldn't send him into an anxiety attack. Izuku's mind then shuts down, his body moving on its own. His arm raises above his head before he twists, breaking Katsuki's grip. He then buries his elbow in the blonde's eye socket. The elbow is the perfect shape to fit nicely into someone's eye socket. Akiko, the guy training him for the most part, whispers in his head. When Katsuki stumbles back with a roar, Izuku grabs his backpack and dashes across the hall, opening a window and jumping out onto the grass, running for his life. Akiko from being Vidish? S asks Plants hopefully. Plants laughs and nods. Meanwhile, this Midoriya looks up hopefully. Maybe things get better for the other him? When he gets a good couple blocks from the school and he doesn't hear explosions telling him his life is coming to a close, he collapses against the wall of an alley, laughing hysterically despite the fact that he's out of breath. He did it. He stood up to Katsuki. Oh, dear God, he stood up to Katsuki. He sounds so scared to have done that, Jur says quietly, her heart going out to both Midoriyas. The adrenaline rush dies out and what he did finally hits him. I'm dead. I'm dead. 124% dead. I'm dead and Katsuki is going to kill me. Murder me. Dead, 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 duh. Are you alright? Izuku opens his eyes to be met with gold ones. He tries to scramble back, just squishing himself further against the wall. Child, you have no reason to fear. I do not wish to hurt you. I was just concerned as I saw you against the wall, looking on the verge of tears. So other me adopts Midoriya-kun as well. Kurogiri thinks. I'm fine, sir. Thank you, Izuku assures, pushing to his feet. I was just going for a run. Smooth. Present Mike starts to hum Bad Liar again. For about 10 seconds. Another glare from Aizawa shuts him up. The man, who looks like he's made of mist, takes a step back and somehow gives him a skeptical look. Which is why you're still in a school uniform and carrying a backpack, I presume? Heck, I go directly from school to my job. The trains don't run at good times for it, and running is a bit faster than walking. Thank you for your concern, though. Maybe he should try learning parkour or free running or something. Could be helpful for getting out of sticky situations. In the back of his mind, a voice whispers that it would help when he becomes a hero, but he squishes that down nice and quick. He gave up on that dream already. He doesn't have to be a pro hero if he can be a hero in his own right. Present Mike begins to hum again. It lasts 5 seconds this time, and Aizawa starts thinking about duct tape. When Izuku tries to walk away, the man follows. Would you mind if I accompanied you to your destination? You seem distressed, and I would hate for something to happen to you. Yep. Other me has already adopted the kiddo. Kurogiri does the mental equivalent of a facepalm because other Kurogiri is going the wrong way about caring for Midoriya. Alarms go off in Izuku's head, and not all of them are stranger danger ones. The biggest one is that he knows that the people in the slums don't take too kindly to strangers. He would hate to ruin any trust he has already built up with them. I would mind. Very much. Please do not follow me, Izuku replies coldly. He's not trying to be rude. He's just trying to keep the peace. Handgun scene. S whispers to Plants. Plants nods, and they both giggle, much to Midoriya's confusion. When Izuku reaches the street, after having taken about 7 detours to make sure that Mist Guy wasn't following him, he is met by Sora, who looks worried. It's bad today. You're going home. Right now. What does that mean? One person whispers to another. Their companion shrugs, equally confused. Normally he'd take Sora at her word and go home. Today, though, he can't make himself. No, I'm not, he says. Determination filling his every word despite the fact that he didn't will them out. His legs move on their own as he marches forward, disregarding Sora's protests. His ears block out the shouts and the gunshots and the cries of pain as he grabs a fallen, and seemingly bloodied, handgun from the street before climbing a fire escape, slightly breaking into an apartment. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And leaning out a window that overlooks the street. Everybody is wide-eyed at other Midoriya's bravado. You wouldn't expect it from the kiddo, but people change people, and other Midoriya has just spent a lot of time around people who practically are professionals at not giving a shit. Below him, 2 gangs are basically at each other's throat. Yuki's and Dabi's, it seems. Parents shuffle their kids inside or mourn over their fallen bodies. It's strange how little blood affects him now, just a few months after taking this job. He raises the gun to the sky and fires off 3 shots before yelling, "Stop." That's a lot of blood. Ashido says, worried for the other Midoriya's safety. Surprisingly, it works. The fights die down as both sides turn to look up at him. That's a lot of fighters, Aizawa says. He wouldn't feel comfortable dealing with that many without backup. It was even more than at the USJ. You have to the count of 5, he announces. Anyone still holding a weapon or causing someone harm by the time I get to 5 bans themselves and their gang from my lessons permanently. 1, 2, 3. Metal clatters to the ground and people let go of each other, raising their hands above their heads as if to prove they weren't doing anything. Help take care of anyone who is injured, regardless of faction. Class will begin an hour later than normal. How on earth did threatening to ban them from lessons work? Ida asks incredulously. Plants and Is shrug, clearly knowing but not deigning to answer. Midoriya laughs, having picked up on what the other him is banking on to halt the fight. He lets the pistol fall to the pavement with a sigh. Dimin. Not bad. Quicker conflict resolution than it typically is, at least. The boy turns around to see Sora standing behind him with a smirk. When you grow a backbone? Izuku lets out a shaky laugh. I didn't. God, that could have been bad. Why'd you let me do that? That could have been bad. Good thing it wasn't. Yayarosa says. She pats him on the shoulder before dragging him by the shirt. Not sure I could have stopped you. Didn't want to try after you grabbed the gun. Come on, let's get you cleaned up a little. I'd hate for you to be caught red-handed in regards to a crime you didn't commit. Wait, the gun had blood on it. The gun had blood on it. How the hell did he not freak out over that? What the hell did I just do? The gun had blood on it? Ida Tenya has a whole lot less chill than Ida Tensei. He's not going to have fun during the chapters that span the entrance exam. Someone wasn't paying attention. Toga giggles before getting elbowed by Dabi, whose eyes are practically glued to the void. Sora laughs as she puts his hands under the water running from the sink of whoever owns this apartment. He broke into an apartment and scrubs the red from his hands. You swore. There's still hope for you yet. The meme team of Class 1A nod with Sora on screen. Izuku groans wordlessly as Sora continues to laugh and scrub. It hurts to realize how little people actually care about each other. When you get right down to it, there's a reason you're liable to catch sight of at least one hero on any given outing to the city while never seeing a single one if you spend a week in the poor parts of town. We have to deal with that issue. Nemuri hisses to Yamada. He nods in agreement, both of them making a mental note to talk to the Hero Commission about it. Heroes have to have the press on their side. They have to act somewhere where some media outlet will report it. The press doesn't go to the less pretty areas because that isn't what their audience wants to see. Those areas don't get any improvement because the press won't cover them and the public gets to remain in blissful ignorance instead of stepping up to do something. If the press won't go there, the heroes won't either. Yamada elbows Ishiyama, who is sitting next to him. He hisses, "We need to get this to the others' attention," to the man, who nods and turns to ectoplasm. And all that about, crime is most prevalent in the more populated areas of the city, which defines where heroes will patrol? A crock of CRP that clearly ignores the most densely populated areas of the city, where the most crime does happen and gets ignored. It feels fake. He's right, you know. It does feel fake. Azui says to Uraraka, who is on the plush beanbag next to her. And to see All Might's smile beaming at him from every corner of his room just feels wrong. First to go are the posters in front of and above Izuku's bed and on his door. The ones he has to look at every day. Next week takes the ones next to his bed and the plushies from his desk. The next two see his closet being mostly cleaned out as well as the limited edition stuff, like that lunchbox or the sweatshirt that says, All Night. He's getting rid of the hero merch? Someone asks. He has a point though, Todoroki replies. Up with the cryptids, who are now snuggling into each other with Mito sitting a foot or so away because he was getting overwhelmed, all three on the couch nod. He doesn't destroy any of it. He still respects what heroes do. He doesn't sell it. Not yet, at least. He just shoves everything into the back of his mother's closet. Wonderful coping method, that shove it in the closet. Tokoyami says. Izuku doesn't like the faded areas around where the posters once were. Mom, can we paint my room? That piece of sheet Deku has been getting a big head lately. It started the day he decided to grow a DMN spine and fight back for once in his life. Gave Katsuki a black eye, the BSRD. He doesn't like it. The freak is forgetting his place. He's not quivering under Katsuki's stare like he should, or stepping out of the way first. He's playing fast and dirty rather than just taking the hits he deserves. Oh my god, someone mutters, disgust and anger in their voice at the thoughts they're hearing. Bakugo flinches. It's as if he actually thinks he matters. Like he's worth putting up a fight for. Fing disgusting. Katsuki Bakugo is added to Dabi's sheet list. Dabi never did like bullies. They remind him too much of his dad. Oi, Deku! Katsuki shouts as the boy walks to class. The fucker has the nerve to ignore him. You lame piece of... Why? The question stops Katsuki cold. It's asked so sincerely it makes the blonde want to puke. Why? Why what? What the hell should I have to explain to a nobody like you? Why do you do this? Deku walks away around the corner after that, as if Katsuki's answer doesn't mean a thing to him. As if Katsuki doesn't mean a thing to him. He'll show him. Do you guys know why? Midoriya quietly asks the pair next to him. Plants just shakes their head, but S sits up and leans forward, taking Midoriya's scarred hands in Faye's cold ones. Nobody knows but him, Mito. You'll have to ask him for the answer. But just know that in 100 different dimensions, he gets better. This can be one of them. Fair, quiet voices pitched so that only Midoriya, Plants, and Faye-self can hear it. Midoriya relaxes a tiny bit at the knowledge that things can change. Katsuki runs around the corner, palms popping, just to find that shitty Deku is FNG gone. What the F dash? He's gone. How'd he do that? Someone asks. Aizawa smiles at his student's stealth and makes a mental note to hold stealth classes. Izuku hides in an empty classroom where he has shoved himself between the wall and a cabinet, waiting for Katsuki to leave. As the angry shouts recede, he pries himself from his hiding spot, thanking literally everything that Katsuki was too caught up in himself to check the room. It'll be fine. Mom already threatened the school with legal action if the teachers didn't at least intervene when they saw someone bullying him. It's fine. He just has to get to his classroom and he'll be safe. He'll be fine. He sounds like he's trying so hard to believe it, Hagakure says, her normally exuberant voice quiet. That's what happens when you're quirkless or have a so-called villainous quirk, though, Toga explains flatly. You're bullied in front of teachers and authority figures and nobody cares, because you were born with a power that doesn't meet society's standards or without a power at all, and somehow that makes you lesser or makes it okay to discriminate against you until you snap and either become the villain everybody told you would be or attempt suicide. It's awful in this world for those who are different, but most of you haven't been exposed to that yet. Aizawa, Shinso, Midoriya, and Shigaraki nod blankly, all four of them moving to cover up scars nobody else can see. He enters the room and Katsuki jumps from his seat and goes on his little tirade. Deku. Bakugo, please sit down, their teacher sighs, low-key glaring at Izuku as he makes his way to his desk. A feeling in his chest makes Izuku want to stick his tongue out at the man, but he refrains, not wanting to give anyone anything to hold against him. Aizawa, recognizing the teacher as one who teaches at Aldra Middle School, signs the name to Nizu, who thinks to himself that it's time to take the school down. The class begins and Izuku pulls out his new notebook. Third one this month. You can guess what or who I happened to the last two. He starts scrawling out lesson plans as one does during a completely unrelated class. The teachers in the room nod, because that is exactly what one does in a completely unrelated class. He's been tutoring, teaching, whatever you want it to be, for a few months now. More than a few months, really. He started at the end of March. It's now October and, honestly, he feels more confident. He doesn't feel the need to hide his very existence, to step out of anyone's way, to avert his eyes to avoid eye contact. He doesn't feel the need to reduce himself any further. And, honestly, it feels pretty DMN good. Izuku's shoulders don't hunch under the teacher's exasperated stare, as if his very presence here is doing the man a personal disservice. His voice doesn't shake nearly as much as it once did. Most of the bruises he has aren't from his classmates. Most. Ojiro questions. He's still going to be getting bullied. He can just defend himself better now. Shinso explains. He'd been bullied too, so he understands. For once, the thought of school doesn't drive a metal pipe through his gut. It's nice. Dabi, you do realize that not telling me will just make me more curious, don't you? Izuku points out, sprawled out on the guy's couch. What is Dabi's backstory? Midoriya questions the cryptids in a whisper, to which they both smile mysteriously and then share a glance, obviously having a cryptid-only conversation. Tuya. S replies, giving nothing other than that name, which Mito doesn't recognize. The patchwork man glares at him. Wow. How very interesting. Get out of my house, he deadpants. How did he get into my house? Dabi demands of the cryptids, who just laugh at him. Izuku smiles, shrugging. It's cold out there and you left your window unlocked. Obviously, you wanted me to pop in and say, hi. You know, soon I'll start thinking you don't like me. How does leaving your window open to cool down from quirk use translate to, come into my home and steal my furniture? Dabi exclaims, visibly frustrated. I don't. Dabi points to the door. Get out. Out of everyone here, Izuku knows all but one backstory. Sora ran away from home because her parents would have hurt her if they found out she was bisexual. Aru accidentally took a job for his faction, not realizing that they were less than legal. Ochako's family got Escalation when they went a little too far into debt. Ochako? Isn't that your first name, Uraraka? Yaoyorozu asks. The girl in question nods, not saying anything else in reply. There is only one person that hasn't revealed their reasons for being here one way or another, Dabi. No one else knows. Dabi refuses to tell. Izuku doesn't know when it went from annoying to actually bothersome, but it happened somewhere along the line. At some point, it became this nagging thing he just couldn't ignore. I'll leave if you tell me. Dabi turns fully toward the boy, his hand lighting up with blue fire. You can leave now, unharmed, or you can leave in a body bag or urn. Your choice, kid. Maybe Izuku is overestimating his worth, but how much does he actually care? Please don't set anything on fire. I'm out of salt. Besides, you do realize that harming me in the least would bring 3 factions, including your own, down on your head, right? Salt? The large majority of the audience say, everybody but the cryptids and Dabi yell. Dabi shrugs in response, and is entirely unhelpful. Plants also shrugs, but actually offers something of substance. Salt smothers fire, they explain smoothly. Don't worry your little heads about it. The fire extinguishes itself. I hate that you're right. He walks to the door, opening it. If you're not leaving, I am. Lock everything when you go. Dabi slams the door shut behind him, leaving Izuku alone in the apartment to sigh. One day. He'll learn the truth one day. Izuku crawls back out the window. He wonders if Ochako would want to do something today. He knows how this will be received. He does. I want to go to UA, he tells the counselor. This Midoriya flinches, remembering how that conversation went. Maybe this Mido, who obviously takes 99.9% less sheet than he does, actually put the counselor in her place? He can hope. She gives him a patronizing, pitying smile in return. Midoriya, are you sure? What with your situation? Midoriya sighs, hating that her words still sting, somewhere deep inside that he's tried to bury time and again. Izuku shakes his head. Your situation. His situation is what led him to get beaten up daily for a good 9 or so years. To get treated as a second-class citizen most of his life. And he isn't going to stand by for that any longer. The hero course isn't the only course at UA, ma'am. You can say that again. Hatsum yells, ecstatic that her course is getting recognized. The woman blanches slightly. I know, but... And the hero course is not the only good course in UA. Yes, it is a highly competitive school. Yes, the written exam is brutal. Do my grades not show that I at least have a shot? Even if it's just general studies? If you come up with a legitimate reason I shouldn't apply that isn't just the your quirk list that I've heard my entire life, please, let me know. I want to be making the best choices I can with my future. As a school faculty member, you're supposed to help ensure that. Not further any agenda you may or may not have. Izuku stands up, bidding the woman adieu. Did he go too far there? Did he overreact? This Midoriya starts to quietly celebrate. The quirkist counselor deserved that. S hands him a small flag on a stick that says, "Down with the quirkist," and he starts to wave it happily. No matter how much he tells himself that he's given up on being a hero, he can't shove it from his mind. Being a teacher would be a fulfilling career, and he'd be able to do his best to bring tolerance to the next generation. But that isn't what he really wants to do with his life. He's seen the injustice in this world. The way the poorer parts of town are neglected. The fact that in the last 10 or so months, he has seen maybe 2 heroes anywhere near Sora Street, if that. Both underground. Because there is absolutely no glory to be had from stopping a robbery in the slums. Aizawa agrees with the on-screen Midoriya. He never sees any daylight heroes in the slums, and even undergrounders like himself are rare. Maybe, just maybe, this quirkless tutor from Yuzudafu can actually do something. Or maybe that's just wishful thinking. NDAs. S abruptly exclaims. Everybody, full-on state secrets are going to be exposed in this, So everybody is signing a magical NDA that will last until you are given permission to share the secrets. Plants snaps their fingers and everybody has an NDA and a pen in their hands. They dutifully sign, and then S snaps the NDAs into Nizu's paws. Plants groans, sinking into their seat. Stupid legal system. They then whisper a small apology to Midoriya for outing his former quirklessness. She/her pronouns please. S announces out of nowhere, everybody Minatali filing it away. For a hot second there, things seemed to be going pretty well. Izuku was actually pretty happy. Katsuki hadn't pulled any stunts. The teachers have taken his mother's threat seriously. Only 3 fights have broken out in the past month during or surrounding any of Izuku's lessons. While it isn't very visible, he's gained some muscle. Sure, it's all lean as hell, because his kind of body type doesn't bulk up, but he could and has thrown a chair if he wanted and or needed to. He has? 3 people exclaim. This might actually be the happiest he's been since he was diagnosed as quirkless. That's kinda sad, Siro says. It's how the world works for those without strong or heroic quirks, Shinso responds. All good things, however, must come to an end. He scrunches down in his desk as his homeroom teacher goes over high school pics at the start of the 2nd week of Izuku's 3rd year. And he just has to point out that Izuku wants to go to UA. Because that's not going to backfire on Izuku in any way. Nope, not at all. Somehow, Katsuki keeps his sheet together well enough not to attack Izuku. He just shouts. A lot. That is until after class. Izuku stays back a bit longer, too absorbed in his notebook to notice that class ended. This one is one of his quirk analysis notebooks. He stretches, only now realizing that everyone is gone. Well, not everyone. Katsuki stalks in and takes his notebook, flanked on either side by 2 of his cronies. Wing Guy and Finger Guy. Those 2 always spell fun. Izuku questions when he became such a sarcastic prick. He's going to blame Sora and Yuki for the most part. Maybe Dabi a bit too. How Ochako remained so sweet despite living there will remain a mice EO. There are some people that want his attention. Howdy, fellas. How can I help you on this fine afternoon? The sarcasm. Dabi delights in his influence on the kid showing. Nedzu just delights in the chaos in general. Katsuki sneers. Don't apply to you, Deku, he advises. I'm going to be the only one from this shitty school in the middle of ass-fuck nowhere to make it into the hero course. Year me? All Izuku can do is raise an eyebrow. Actually, we're in Mizudafu, not the middle of ass-fuck nowhere. Have you been falling asleep during geography, Katsuki? He stands up, putting his hand out for his notebook, squaring his shoulders and looking the boy in the eye. It seems to unnerve him just the tiniest bit, to have Izuku standing up to him so blatantly, fearless despite the walking atom bomb in front of him. The hero course isn't the only thing UA is known for, anyway. Would you give me back my notebook? He will not give him back the notebook, Midoriya predicts tiredly. S winces in sympathy and nods. Midoriya sighs, remembering the fate of his poor, waterlogged and exploded hero journal. The blonde holds up the notebook in question. This one. Izuku nods and Katsuki places his other palm against the cover. Whoops, he mocks, detonating against the cover a few times. You but. He then chucks the damaged book. Out the FING window. That's a thing, I suppose? Mito asks. S nods. What about the swan dive bit? Plants is the one to reluctantly nod in response this time. What do you want? Izuku demands, wanting nothing more than to deck him. That notebook was almost filled. It took him so DMN long to fill it to that point. And this dandelion-looking a-hole has the audacity to just poof it out of existence. Maybe it'll be salvageable enough that he can transfer it to another notebook. Dandelion-looking a-hole. Kaminari chokes through his laughter. Bakugo seethes silently. It's Katsuki's turn to raise an eyebrow. What do I want? I want you to just give up. To finally realize that all you'll ever be is a goddamned doormat and to accept that you peaked when there was still a chance of your quirk coming in. ETSKS, kicking Izuku's backpack. I want you to finally understand that your best shot at ever meaning anything is taking a swan dive off the FING roof and hoping for a quirk in the next life. He walks to the door, his lackeys not far behind, before he stops, throwing a look over his shoulder at the boy, shaking in what is definitely not fear, but anger. Why don't you give that a try? Shinso, Aizawa, Toga, and Shigaraki, having had similar things directed at them in the past, flinch. Yamada rests a hand on Aizawa's shoulder, offering silent support, twice, and Kurogiri hug Toga and Shigaraki, and a couple of his peers side-hug Shinso. Things get better. You just have to wait for the right people. The message is clear. Kill yourself. Do us all a favor and end it all already. And Izuku, ever the people-pleaser, smiles. Okay. No, someone gasps. Uraraka and Ida glance worriedly up at Midoriya. Kata Bakugo. He doesn't deserve to have his given name used anymore. Izuku has too much newly gained self-respect for that. Bakugo WHPS back around. What? He demands. He almost sounds surprised someone would take his advice, despite giving it to be followed. Ashido mutters mutinously. Izuku's smile grows wider. I said, okay. Congratulations, Bakugo. You've won. Are you proud? He pushes past the trio and out into the hallway, carefree in all regards. Are you happy now? I'm going to jump off the roof and go splat. And you're going to be the one to tell my mother exactly why her only son is now just another short paragraph in the obituary section of the newspaper. Ouch, someone says. It was Bakugo Mitsuki, who popped in just to show how bad that sounds. She immediately went back to her own universe, confused as all hell. He laughs and Bakugo cries out in confused outrage before realization finally sets in. He laughs as he runs for the stairwell, taking the steps 2 at a time before he puts his free running into practice, hauling himself up flights at a time till he finally reaches the roof, Bakugo chasing quickly after. He laughs as he takes his shoes off and waits on the edge of the roof as Bakugo slams the door open, eyes wide with panic. Goodbye, Kaken. Izuku steps backward off the roof and falls with a smile on his face. Oh my god, Aizawa thinks, Midoriya needs therapy. He adds it to his mental list. Goodbye, Kaken. The words ring in Katsuki's ears as Deku steps backward, quickly disappearing from sight. He waits in horror for the thud. The splat. Whatever noise accompanies a however many story drop of a human body onto pavement. It was a joke. He didn't mean for. He didn't want. Deku wasn't supposed to take him seriously. It was just a joke, right? Was it? Azui asks sharply. Bakugo flinches, but does not respond. He's not sure he knows how to. A morbid curiosity draws Katsuki to the edge of the roof. He doesn't want to see Deku's body. He doesn't. He just has to make sure this isn't some sort of effed-up dream. Looking over the edge, he expects to see green and black surrounded by red. Maybe some onlookers freaking out and calling the cops. He can just lie. He was trying to talk him down. Yeah, that's what. Where's Deku? Where is Deku? Uraraka asks. Ida nods in agreement. The pavement below Katsuki is clean. Fing spotless. A head leans out one of the windows with a bright smile. Hi, Bakugo. You didn't kill me yet. But you could have, had I not had the support I have currently. Had this happened just a year ago. Words hurt. As much, if not more than your stupid quirk. His smile goes from bright to threatening. I hope you've learned your lesson. It jumps back to dazzling in an instant. Wanna throw my shoes down? How is Midoriya alive? The entire audience thinks in unison. Nobody can provide a proper answer. Shock holds Katsuki in place. He's not dead. Then rage. I'll Fing kill him. He throws the shoes to the pavement as hard as he can. Fing BSTRD. Stepping away from the edge, he shoves his hands in his pockets and ignores the extras that insist on following him around. Get your Fing panties out of their knots. The DMN nerd didn't go through with it. But he could have. Katsuki scowls. Shut the F up. He almost did. I said, shut up. Had he F'd up the landing, missed whatever he grabbed, had anything gone remotely wrong, he'd be dead. Shut the F up. And it'd be all. Fault. And there's the conscience kicking in, Jiru says quietly. Katsuki roars in wordless rage, putting his fist through the wall and ripping it out, stalking away from his cronies. Stupid motherfuckers and stupid Ifunji voice in his head. Then that hurt. Izuku groans to himself. As he fell, he grabbed a windowsill, barely able to haul himself up and into the room. He'd better work on improving that. He did hurt his shoulder. If he dislocated it, Sora and Aru, basically anyone remotely connected to his teaching will kill him. Dimon right they would. Dabi says. People glance at him weirdly. What? I have siblings. If one of mine did that, Dimon straight I'd kill them. Siblings. Midoriya thinks, and adds it to his mental file on Dabi right beside the name, Tuya. What was his thought process there? What was he planning? You think he was thinking logically at all in that moment? What was he thinking? I'll FNG show you. So he did. By jumping. The roof. Everyone is going to kill him for that alone. He does have to say, though, if he dies, he is more than glad he got to see that confused look on Bakugo's face when he realized he didn't commit involuntary manslaughter. He can die happy now. When he said he could die happy, Izuku didn't mean that he was ready or wanted to die. He fights against the slime trying to force its way into his body. This can't be legal in the least. Stop squirming, his assailant orders. Like FNG hell. Clawing at his mouth clearly isn't doing a thing. He moves his hands around wildly, trying to find something anything to grab onto. That'd be something to grab onto. And grab onto it he does. And throw it he does quickly afterward. Did he just remove someone's eye from their head and yeet it? Kaminari asks through his laughter. Jiru simultaneously face palms and whacks Kaminari with one of her cables. F dash, the guy shouts, falling away from Izuku's body and leaving him coughing and gasping for air. A rush of air knocks Izuku off his feet and the startled villain to Kingdom Come. I am here, an easily recognized voice rings out. You were almost here too late, Izuku grumbles internally, still trying to clear his lungs. Are you all right, my boy? Izuku glares up at the hero, trying to communicate, just effing hunky-dory you absolute grapefruit, with his eyes. Grapefruit? Yamada yells. Aizawa glares at him, repressing his own laughter, and wishes again for a roll of duct tape. Maybe after the kidnapped by a pro-hero bit, Dadzawa. You're going to want it more then. Clearly, it doesn't work. I'm going to contain him, then I'll be back. How does that sound? Just go do the hero thing. Forget about me like you will when you find out I'm quirkless. Well, now he just sounds depressing. The hero goes off to do what he said he would as Izuku fixes his breathing. Ask him. It's always bothered Izuku that there's so little known about All Might's quirk. Ask him. What if it's ask him just something boring like strength enhance ask him meant? Or, sir. Oh, what the hell? Why do you do this? Why are you the way that you are? Could someone never mind? I already know the answer. It's going to be the same as everyone else's. Ignore me. Remind me to teach a class on lying and evading questions, Aizawa mutters to Nemuri. She nods in response, recognizing the need for it both for undercover operations and avoiding the press. All Might glances at him curiously before his eyes widen just the tiniest bit. Had he not accidentally trained himself to look for tells of a starting brawl, Izuku might not have noticed it. Of course, now that he has, he's on edge. He grabs his fallen possessions. At least his notebook hasn't been damaged any further. My boy, would you mind coming with me for a moment? Yes, he would, Aizawa mutters. 20 million stranger danger bells go off in Izuku's head, even though this is the number one hero. Or maybe because he's the number one hero. I mean, look at the number two. His casualty rates are higher than some high-profile villains. He only gets away with it because of his pretty little plastic rectangle and a stupid number. Yes, endeavor bashing. 2 fire users in the audience think. They have good reason to, though, so you can't really blame them. Of course, the hero wouldn't consider this, as he is supposed to bring comfort to civilians. So, in essence, this is the moment Izuku gets kidnapped by FNG All Might himself. Kidnapped by All Might? Yamada yells. At least one of the cryptids is obviously as done with the yelling as Aizawa, because a roll of sparkly galaxy duct tape appears in his lap. This is fine. Izuku really wishes he had his taser. Everybody wishes Izuku had his taser, if only to see what happens when somebody tases All Might. Yagi shifts uncomfortably in his seat, recognizing the semi-sadistic disappointment emanating from around him. His time is almost up. Toshinori can't stay here much longer and risk being revealed. But he can't let it go. Here come the state secrets, S mutters to Plants as Toshinori gets very uncomfortable in his beanbag. The emotion in his voice. Before he cut off. The way the boy stopped himself from asking a question that seemed so important to him, shutting himself down before Toshinori did, crushing his own hopes and breaking his own heart so no one else could. It hurts to see a child like this. So beaten down and distrusting. Everybody, the number one hero. Aizawa announces sarcastically. Can't mind his own business to the point of kidnapping small children. That's why he takes the child with him. He just wants to help, be a hero. It never truly occurred to him that maybe the boy didn't want to come with him. That isn't the type of reaction he's used to, at least. And so, in a moment of absolute brilliance on the part of the number one hero, he grabs the boy he just saved, puts said boy on his back, and sends the two of them hurtling through the sky at way too fast kilometers per hour. Midoriya nods. Racing through the sky on All Might's leg was really fast. He touches down on the roof of a building some blocks away, removing the child from his person and standing toward the other side of the roof. My boy, what were you trying to ask back there? Sheet, Toshinori thinks. I'm going to go back to my true form sooner than previously thought. He's going to see. It's fine. I'd rather be able to help someone than keep my secret. God damn it, Toshinori, Sir Night Eye says. He wasn't supposed to be here. S decides that she really needs to work on pulling people into her riding pockets. The boy shakes his head. Dismally, he says, I told you. Forget it. Forget me. I'm going to go and cue deflating and blood fountain. Get you an ambulance. What the hell? He cries. Yes, what the hell indeed. Recovery Girl said, side-eyeing the hero. Said hero flinches. Recovery Girl is not someone you want mad at you. The room temporarily erupts in chaos, but S yells, people, people. Calm down. This is what I meant by state secrets. Thought I'd be able to hold on a bit longer. Kid, no need to worry. Old injury. I'm fine. Believe me. Though I'd prefer this version of me not to become common knowledge. Excuse me if I believe otherwise on the fine part. As for the secret, I'll keep it, the kid deadpans before turning to leave. I know what the answer is going to be, he mutters, seemingly to himself, then stops dead in his tracks. Actually, would you do one thing for me? Toshinori nods, thankful that the boy seems to be trying to open up to him. Would you check to see if my shoulder is dislocated? I don't think I've ever dislocated anything before. Don't know how to tell. Or not. Aizawa facepalms and tells Namuri to help him remember to make 1A take of first aid course. They should at least be able to know if their shoulders are dislocated. Toshinori gives the child a curious look. Why would your shoulder be dislocated? He asks hesitantly. You don't want to know, Yagi tells his envoyed self. Wincing, the boy dives into the most vague explanation Toshinori has ever witnessed. And he has dodged around explaining his quirk to the media for years. I jumped off a roof to prove a point. Told ya, Yagi says quietly. This makes the hero cough up more blood. You what? Jumped. Off a roof. To prove. A point, he repeats, slower. I caught myself on a windowsill. Well, less jumped and more of stepped. I mean, all I did was step backward. There was no upward anything. Just down. Then stop. Oh, there's the up. I pulled myself in through a window. Check my shoulder? What the fuck? Kaminari muttered. Those who hear him, i.e. most of the Baku squad, agree wholeheartedly with the sentiment. What is this child? Are you safe? Toshinori questions. He doesn't like the thought that this kid had to fall from a roof at all, let alone the specifics of it. Whether he jumped or stepped, the outcome was the same. He could have died. That was the point. Shinso has no more FS to give. Yep. Now, are you going to check my shoulder or am I going to walk to my job with a possibly dislocated shoulder? He adjusts his bag on his shoulder, waving a dismissive hand. Whatever. Forget it. It doesn't hurt too bad. Maybe Sora can do something about it. It was nice to meet you, sir, but I must be on my way. Have a nice day. Sora's gonna kill you, Dobby says. He has now been elevated to pseudo-cryptid status, and everybody is collectively deciding to treat his statements how they treat the cryptids. Before Toshinori can do anything, the roof door clangs shut. That didn't go nearly as well as I had expected it to. He shakes his head. Well, at least I captured Ayu. His pockets are empty. The villain escaped. Oh, good Lord Toshi. This is how you became the #1 hero? By failing to do proper criminal capturing protocols and kidnapping children. Night Eye snarks. I didn't kidnap any children in this reality. Yagi protests feebly. Did you practice proper criminal apprehension protocols? Night Eye rebukes. No. Well, there you go then. Sora, can you spread the word that I'm going to be late? Izuku asks, shaking some more sludge out of his hair. He'll have to take a shower when he gets home. And brush his teeth and go on a DMN juice cleanse. Anything to get the thought of that still somehow being in him out of his mind. Got it? Did something happen? She replies. Yes. The pro-heroes in the audience answer dryly. He chuckles drilly. A few somethings. Short version, Bakugo Katsuki is an even bigger but than previously thought and All Might is taller in person. Sora scoffs incredulously. Yeah, I'm gonna need the long version when you get here. You don't say? Shinso says. Sarcastic little sheet. He deserves all the love. Izuku nods as if she could see him. And you'll get it. Shouts come from an alley and Izuku can't stave off his curiosity. You'll get it a bit later than previously thought. Nope. Whatever he's thinking, no. He can stop. At least 3 people who aren't Class 1A yelp. Class 1A are just kinda used to the self-sacrificial child known as Izuku Midoriya now. What? Izuku? He hangs up the phone, wandering closer to the crowd that has formed at the mouth of the alley. Of course, he can't see anything. After debating a bit in his mind, Izuku decides that his quest for knowledge is more important than the comfort of his shoulder and he shimmies up a lamppost. Sue him. He's clearly established his lack of self-preservation skills. I'm not quite sure what you were expecting. What? That is a lot of fire. Is Endeavor there? Midoriya mutters saltily. He hasn't forgiven the #2 hero for what he did to Todoroki yet. The alley is full of it. A hero with a water quirk does his best to put it out to no avail. Heroes stand around the edges off the alley, Mount Lady, complaining about being too big to fit into the narrow street, Kamui Woods being too flammable to do anything, others being relatively useless in their own special ways. Yes, hero bashing, Shigaraki mutters happily. Those who hear this ignore him, since they are either villains and used to these outbursts, or cryptids, who don't care. And the situation they're all being relatively useless about? That slime prick. With the blonde prick. Because if Izuku's going to deal with his problems, they're going to come back and bite him in the butt simultaneously. Slime Guy, who is now named Greg in Izuku's mind, tries to shove himself down a certain Bakubicha's throat and no one moves to help. So Izuku does. Because of course he does, Uraraka mutters bitterly. Just because Class 1A is used to Midoriyas. Self-sacrificial tendencies doesn't mean they have to like them. He throws himself off the pole and over the crowd, swinging his backpack from his back before landing in a haphazard roll. Pushing to his feet and running, Izuku momentarily questions his life decisions. Here he is, risking his life. To save the guy. Who told him to end said life. If he gets injured here, he will be forcing Bakugo to pay his DMN medical bills. Because that is the correct thing to be thinking about when you're doing hero work, Dobby says dryly. Aizawa shrugs. Because that is exactly what he thinks about when doing hero work. When he gets close enough to trust his aim, Izuku launches his backpack at Greg's eye. Something falls to the ground just after the bag makes impact. Yes. The trusty container of salt for when Dobby gets a little too annoyed. When in doubt. When in doubt what? Kaminari yells. When in doubt, go for the eyes. All trained pro-heroes, cryptids, Midoriyas, and females say in unison. It's self-defense 101, and all of them have known it since either childhood or hero training. Izuku snatches up the container and jumps onto Greg, who is fighting to keep his grip on the writhing Bakugo. You again! Greg shouts in a mix of surprise, anger, and possible fear. Greg. Kurogiri thinks, making a mental note to kill the guy later. Even if Greg isn't the guy's real name, the quirk is pretty unique. Me again. Hope you didn't want to keep this eye either, Izuku grins, dumping the entire container into his eye. Greg screams, pulling away from the two teens. Izuku hooks his hand in Bakugo's collar and drags him away from the villain like a disgruntled mother taking her toddler away from a fight he caused. I really love that image. Ida confesses quietly to Uraraka. Bakugo snarls. Get off of me, shitty Deku. The green-haired boy keeps dragging, jostling Bakugo by yanking his collar around a bit. Let him get road rash on his butt. See if Izuku cares. Shut up. You owe me a thing of salt. He drops Bakugo in front of the heroes who aren't trying to detain Greg. Here's your hostage. Because upon performing a heroic rescue, the first thing to do is tell the victim he owes you a condiment, Shinso says. Aizawa shrugs, he's done that before. Kamui Woods blinks a few times. That was brave of you. Tell me, what's your quirk? Don't have one. That perks the ears of every hero not 100% concentrated on Greg. Do you know how reckless that was? You could have gotten seriously hurt. In this flurry, Bakugo gets taken away, probably to make sure he won't die or something. What were you thinking? Gotta love that double standard. Shinso is salty. Izuku snickers. Gotta love that double standard, he mutters. Tell me, why was it brave when I might have had a quirk, but reckless and dangerous when I revealed that I didn't? Midoriya is pleased. He'd always kind of wondered what would happen if he'd been brave enough to stand up to those heroes. Mount Lady opens her mouth first. Well, because she's got no leg to stand on and she knows it. Aizawa has always enjoyed idiotic prose being torn down. The boy puts up a hand. No. You all had quirks, but you couldn't do anything. Because you were all focused on the fact that your quirks weren't suited for this kind of thing. So you all sat on your buttes, waiting for a better quirk to come along and watched as Greg over there tried to murder a teenager. A quirkless kid with a backpack and a thing of salt did more than all of you combined. Go Midoriya, Class 1A, minus Bakugo, yell as one. Kid, Kamui Woods tries to interject. A glare is all it takes to silence him. Whatever you're going to tell me. Whatever bullshit about how quirks make people stronger or safer or less prone to accident that I've already heard or had insinuated to me every day since that doctor diagnosed me, shove it where the sun don't shine, Groot. A quirk is what brought this situation on in the first place. Sparky over there, Izuku says, throwing a finger out toward where Bakugo sits with a shock blanket, used his quirk and only served to make everything worse. While you praise a strong quirk like it's a gift from a god themselves, a strong quirk is what made all of you useless, he spits. So do not lecture me about quirks or lack thereof. Everybody's hearts go out to Midoriya. He's a sweet boy who didn't deserve all the discrimination. Izuku stalks away, collecting his things and heading to his job. Maybe someone will spar with him. Toshinori reaches the scene as the boy climbs the light pole. He curses himself for not being more careful, for letting the villain get away. And now? His time with One for All has run out. He can't even fix his mistake. Coward! Aizawa muttered. He'd never liked the #1 hero. Then the boy jumps off the post, hurling his bag at the villain then pouring something into his eye. He de-escalates the situation before Toshinori can even try to step in. He was going to try to force his muscle form and take down the villain as soon as he saw the boy jump. A child should not have to do more to save someone than a hero. He shouldn't, but he did. In this world too, I bet, Nizu says, glancing at Midoriya, who nods for confirmation. He would make a good successor, wouldn't he? Toshinori tries to wait around, wanting to talk to the boy, see if he's interested in heroics. Then he hears it. If this changes his opinion of the problem child, Aizawa thinks. S smiles, pleased, since one of the things on that laptop was a program that let them read the thoughts of the people in that writing pocket. How else would they record the important ones? What's your quirk? Don't have one. That he will die, slowly and painfully, Aizawa is good people. He deserves love too. It freezes Toshinori's insides. He remembers the teasing he would get before he received one for all. The mocking stares and the laughter at his expense. He hates the idea that children still have to deal with that. The harassment. Oh, good, Aizawa thinks. He might want to hold his opinion for a bit. The boy starts yelling, his words echoing off the walls of the alleyway with a built-up anger someone so young should not have yet have heard. Paul. The scorn, the hatred, the absolute annoyed exasperation, all of it just fills Toshinori's mouth with a disgusting, acrid taste and cements his feet in place. Have things gotten worse for quirkless youth? How didn't he know? Yeah, believe it or not, Izuku does in fact have a breaking point. And he's pretty DMN close to it. Baited to suicide, almost murdered, saving the kid that baited him from the guy that tried to kill him, then having to beach out heroes for not doing the bare minimum of their job and making him do their jobs for them. It's enough to bring a guy a little close to the edge. A little? How hasn't he murdered someone yet? Kaminari exclaims. Midoriya must have the patience of a saint. Noises of agreement abound, except from the teachers in the room, who share a look and a thought. Or a high school hero teacher. Dabi, who was threatening to singe off Yuki's eyebrows, sits down immediately when Izuku enters the room. Hitomi's jaw snaps shut mid-insult. Mariko lets Setsuko win the arm wrestling match, both turning to face forward, hands folded in their laps. The killing intent reminds me of Stain. Todoroki brings up to Ida, who nods. Both ignore the looks from those around them. Is his bad mood that obvious? No matter. Izuku tosses his bag on the table in the front of the room. For an abandoned school building, this place isn't that bad. I'm not taking any shit today. Any yelling, any fights, any quirk use, and I walk out. No lessons for a week. If you are going to cause trouble, get the hell out, he growls, moving a hand toward the door. A hand goes up tentatively, barely standing above the crowd. If that is not a question about kinetic and potential energies, it can wait. The hand sinks. Great, now, where does this pen have the most potential energy? All the teachers recognize how the class is acting. It's acting like Nizu's homeroom when he taught. This is disconcerting. The 2-hour class ends and Izuku slumps against the wall, gently and repeatedly tapping his head against it. God, he's just so done. Spill, Sora orders, sliding down to sit next to him. He laughs bitterly. Want me to start with being told to kill myself, almost dying, or doing the heroes' jobs for them and subsequently beaching them out? Holy shit, Siro says. It is a lot to think about. Sora blinks a few times before tugging at his top. Turn. I'm playing with your hair and you're telling me everything from the beginning. Okay then. Ashido blinks, only slightly surprised that Sora's brusque method worked. Yes, ma'am. And so I did. Walked backward off the Ao. Izuku winces as she pulls his hair in surprise. She smacks his shoulder his good one and demands, What the hell is wrong with you? Nobody knows. If you find out, we'd love to know. Recovery girl says. He shrugs. He needed to see the damage he could cause. I'm not going to lie, had he said that a year, even a month earlier, I might not have tried to catch myself. Maybe he thought it was a joke. He needed to learn that that isn't something to say if you don't mean it. Stupid blonde peach pit. Blonde peach pit. Kaminari yells. Jiru gets sparkly galaxy duct tape too. Sora grumbles under her breath. Izuku elbows her thigh. Imagine killing him. In great detail. Maybe get a few diagrams and animations involved. Whole-ass PowerPoint presentation. The collected audience laughs. To be fair, the image of this slightly murderous girl displaying a PowerPoint presentation of how to kill Bakugo as though she were at some sort of business meeting is pretty funny. Moving on. I was on my way here, and Greg tried wearing me as a prom dress. He lost use of an eye pretty quickly. Then, that's all the detail he's giving? Azui demands, dumbfounded. His friend stops him by putting her palm over his mouth. No. Back up. Who the F is Greg? He the F is Greg. S mutters to Plants, who catches her reference and laughs. Izuku waves her off. Slimy fucker. Villain, I'd say, considering he tried to kill me. Then All Might came in and knocked him away from me. I might have been more excited had Bakugo not Bakugoed and Greg not Greged and me not had to clear the leftover Greg from my innards. Then my stupid mind had to ask a stupid question and make All Might curious, so he FNG kidnapped me to a roof and demanded an explanation, so I asked him to check my shoulder instead. He didn't and I left, found Greg Gregging Bakugo, ungreged Bakugo because all the heroes there were too concerned with their shitty quirks to save the child, then beached them right the F out. He scoffs, slamming his hand against the floor. They tried to tell me my quirklessness meant I should have left Bakugo to die. Then I came here. These descriptions. Hatsum yells, ecstatic. She loves this. It's her favorite thing since using some hero course student to display her inventions in the sports festival. Izawa decides to make a class on giving information to others. She sighs, combing her fingers through his hair and helping him relax. Yeah, you came here. With an air of murder around you. Todoroki and Ida nod, remembering the air of murder from the Hosu incident. He tips his head up to look at her. It wasn't that bad, was it? It was. The entire audience minus cryptids and Midoriya answer in unison. Dabi stopped threatening someone. Hitomi shut her FNG trap for once. You're really going to try and claim that it wasn't that bad? Izuku sighs. And it's fine. Izawa facepalms. This is such a Midoriya thing. And, because Izuku's day wasn't going nearly bad enough, he gets kidnapped again. He's on his way home when a black hole opens in the very fabric of space. Izuku walks his happy butt right in. Not on purpose or anything. It's just one of those days where you go, well, this might as well happen. All teachers instinctively understand these days. So, a quirkless tutor walks into a bar. Kaminari opens his mouth. Jiru holds sparkly galaxy duct tape threateningly. Kaminari closes his mouth. Yes, I know that sounds like a wind-up to a stupid joke. The punchline is even worse. How? Izawa asks. The quirkless tutor then walks out of the bar. Then back in through another door. Warp quirk? That's how. S replies. I want to go home, Izuku states, walking for the door again. He's not going home. Jiru states blankly. Too bad, a voice rasps. Teacher decided I needed an actual teacher. You apparently fit the bill. It's Shigaraki, someone gasps. It's I. How on earth did 13 get here? No wonder we needed more chairs. Izuku turns around with a dead stare. Don't care. I am this FNG close to losing my sheet. He holds his hand up, fingers touching. Want to be taught? Come to a lesson or pay me for private ones, jackasses. His eyes lock onto a misty figure. Oh, you. Hello again, child, the fog freak greets. He will be Michael until further notice. I'm afraid you don't have much of a choice. Michael? Kurojiri questions bemusedly. The boy rolls his eyes, tapping his foot impatiently. His mother is going to start getting worried if he isn't home in the next hour. This seems to be a less-than-legal organization. As told by the bloodstains, you should really figure out how to clean up. Hydrogen peroxide, both cryptids say simultaneously. Wait, but it's in the wood, Plants mutters, disgruntled. I'm sure they've got some overpowered, rich backer. They can afford to replace the hardwood with some tasteful tile, and then hydrogen peroxide would work. Esudes. How do you know that? Shigaraki demands. Neither of them answer, instead just smiling creepily. S pets a black tuxedo cat with a worn blue collar like a cliché supervillain. Nobody knows how it got there, but it is now purring loudly. Since there are only two of you here, I believe I can assume you outsource for whatever less-than-legal business you two and this teacher fellow conduct. If anything were to happen to me, you'd lose almost anyone who would be willing to work with you. So Todd. Izuku looks the guy with the blue hair and chapped everything in the eye. Would you like to attend regular lessons or pay for private ones? Todd. Shigaraki is now staring blankly at the wall. We broke a perfectly good Shigaraki, everybody. Todd blinks a few times. Who the F is Todd? He shakes his head, waving at Michael. Kurojiri, get him out of here. Izuku snaps a few times. Nah. I didn't hear an answer. Regular lessons or private ones? I refuse to be kidnapped twice in one day just to get absolutely nothing in return. He starts stalking toward the man that seemed to have organized this kidnapping. I jumped off a roof. He stops in front of Todd. I was almost murdered. He slams his hand flat against the top of the bar, sticking his nose in Todd's face. I then saved the guy who told me to die from certain death via the guy that tried to kill me. He grabs an empty glass from the bar, refusing to break eye contact. Then I had to lecture some stupid FING heroes for trying to tell me that a lack of quirk means I'm made of FING glass despite the fact that I did what they FING couldn't. Izuku throws the glass at the wall opposite the bar, feeling a sort of cathartic relief as it shatters, shards tinkling against the bar floor. You can imagine the kind of stress I am currently under, he hisses. I will leave whenever I want. And you will answer me right. FING. Now. Shigaraki, despite not being the version of himself spoken to, feels vaguely targeted. Everybody else just feels worried for other Midoriya. Private lessons would work wonderfully, Michael Kurogyari interrupts. How would you like your payment? Yes. Responsible Kurogyari being responsible. This is normal at least. Kurogyari was a touch worried for a minute there. Cash would be fine, thank you, Izuku replies, pushing his hair out of his face. Would you drop me off on the north side of Block 2? It's still far enough from home that no one would question him about it, yet close enough that he should be home before Mom. Michael nods. At least, it looks like a nod. Mist makes it a little hard to tell. It would be my pleasure. Michael's portal spits Izuku out in an alleyway on the north side of Block 2, as promised. Izuku walks the rest of the way home, feeling less angry than he did. Which doesn't last very long. How sweet, Izuku deadpants. You waited for me. And they say chivalry is dead. Why do I get the feeling nothing about this is sweet? Jairu asks rhetorically. Bakugo snarls. Shut the f down. FING dumbass. I didn't need your help. You were right. Ashido leans over to say closer to Jairu's ear. Izuku's expression is more blank than one might expect. His eyes portray only boredom while his shoulders make him seem almost relaxed. And I didn't need you to tell me to kill myself. Guess we're both getting things we didn't want or ask for. He starts to walk past the blonde before his shoulder gets grabbed. The bad one. Ow, you prick, he yelps, swatting Bakugo's arm away. Bakugo flinches at the reminder of what he told Midoriya. He still regrets it. The taller boy bares his teeth. Do you hear me? You didn't help me. You're just weak and worthless and you? Next time I'll just let you die. The collected heroes in training Hatsum may flinch at the harsh words. Shoving Izuku away, Bakugo activates his quirk. The F did you just say? Izuku PPS his head. Is your quirk starting to damage your hearing? Next time I will just let you die. He shrugs, nonchalant. Your quirk made it too difficult for the heroes to reach you. You weren't going to free yourself. It would have been impossible unless you changed tactics, but you're too stubborn for that. A lazy smile falls onto Izuku's face. A worthless, quirkless death with a salt shaker was able to do more than you, Baku. Don't you see? Quirks aren't everything. He chuckles, a thought coming to mind. Wow. If I had actually gone through with it, both of us would be dead. How funny. That's not funny at all, Aizawa thinks, and underlines get Midoriya therapy on his mental to-do list. You. Izuku doesn't stick around to hear the end of it. He jumps over a fence, running through yard after yard before reaching his own. He shoves open the door, throws himself in, slams and locks it, and collapses against it. There is no doubt in his mind. He was supposed to die today, but instead flipped God off as he moonwalked into hell, or his everyday life. Kaminari opens his mouth to comment on the last sentence, probably in a shout, but Jiraiya pulls on the end of the roll of duct tape and Kaminari, having seen what happened to Mike-sensei, wisely decides to close his mouth. So, as it turns out, Todd's real and completely not fake name is Shigaraki Tamura, while Michael is, in fact, called Kurogyari. Izuku learns this when Kurogyari nabs him again and drags him back to the bar. You can't keep doing that, Izuku sighs, sitting down in a booth. Can I get some tea? Is his name fake? Aizawa asks Nizu in a whisper. The mammal does not deign to answer. Of course, Midoriya Izuku. Kurogyari walks off to another room, leaving Izuku alone with Shigaraki. These are clearly some shady individuals, and Izuku should probably be a little more than annoyed at their kidnappings. He probably would be, had he not already gone off on them last time. Our Midoriya would probably apologize for being kidnapped. That Midoriya chews out his kidnappers and convinces them to pay him, Siro declares. Jairu waves the duct tape at him when she sees Midoriya curl into himself on the floating couch. Jairu is also good people. Pulling out a notebook from his backpack, Izuku looks at Shigaraki, who apparently refuses to join him. I'm going to ask you some questions and you're going to give me some answers, okay? Shigaraki makes some noise of muffled complaint. If you're going to be a whiny beach, I'll just leave. I don't need the money I'll be getting from this. The cup the blue-haired probably villain holds turns to dust as his pinky slams down against it. And no quirk use while I'm trying to teach. Izuku admonishes. I will get you gloves so you don't have any accidents. I am very small and teaching is enough stress as it is. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I do better without distractions like that. Seeing as you're stuck with me as your only option apparently, you'll knock that off right the F now. Shigaraki feels vaguely threatened once again. This worries him, and he feels like this sense of vague fear will come back in this odd experience. Shigaraki turns and glares at him. Or I could kill you. Kurogyari does the mist man equivalent of a facepalm. Izuku matches his glare, his eye twitching in annoyance. Didn't work out that well for the last two to try. Also, no illegality in my presence. I refuse to be called as a witness to a crime. Fair, Aizawa and Kurogyari say at the same time. Scoffing, Shigaraki walks his bitchy butt over to Izuku's table. Before you ask me anything, you stupid NPC, I get to ask you something first. Why do you care about the law? Izuku tries to respond, but apparently this is a sensitive topic for Todd, as he starts ranting immediately. You said it yourself. The heroes are shitty and useless. Why listen to them? Why not work to dismantle hero society as a whole? You're smart. You have to be to do what you do. You must see that everything must be raised, right? His smile has a special unhinged quality about it that says, bring me to an institution immediately. Is Izuku going to have to keep this one from killing people? What a DMN pain. How is stopping a supervillain from killing people just a pain? Uraraka demands. Midoriya smiles creepily, elevating to pseudo-cryptid status, like Dabi several chapters ago. Shaking his head, Izuku sets down his notebook. That is not a first date topic of conversation. That is not a second date topic of conversation. That is a 3 years into a stable relationship when we're finally finding out the extent of each other's political views topic of conversation. What makes you think you should be having a conversation too personal for a first date with a child you have met twice and who is now your teacher? He picks up his notebook, writing things down. Excitable, overzealous, vaguely childish, hates heroes, likes video games. He has a point. You have no tact, Kurogyari says to his charge. Shigaraki glares at him. Tamura, dear, I don't hate heroes. Not that much, anyway. I admire what they do, I just don't like the way they do things. If I had to take a wild guess here, you were probably hated for having such a destructive quirk. The teacher guy probably found you, took you in, and poisoned you against heroes, leading to your admiration of him and the way you're absolutely spoiled. Am I too far off? Kurogyari shakes his head. Shigaraki makes an offended supervillain sound. All I'm trying to say here is that I don't have to subscribe to your ideals for us to work together. I will not break the law, and you will not do it in my presence. Makes sense? I don't give a lick of shit about what you do in your free time. Sometimes one must be very direct about their wishes. Very, 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 very direct. So, do you know how to divide fractions? Class 1A and peers laugh. The teachers do not. They understand. Sundays, noon to 2. If you abduct me more than 5 minutes before noon, this is over. Got it, Kurogyari? Izuku lays out how this is going to work as he packs his things after the lesson. Great. He's going to be late. He still has to stop by the library for some old textbooks. Maybe he should start sending people to do his bidding. Or maybe not. The librarians are nice and one is a retired English teacher. Maybe she'd teach him some more English in exchange for volunteer hours so he can pass on the knowledge? Midoriya shrugs. That seems reasonable to him. The mist man nods, holding out a to-go cup of tea. Of course. And I must thank you. I know Shigaraki Tamura can be a bit of a handful. Kurogiri nods empathetically. Shigaraki makes more offended supervillain noises. Izuku sighs, shaking his head. He's fine when he shuts his mouth and stops peddling his agenda. I'm not here to help him overthrow today's society. I'm here to help him understand basic chemistry. When he gets that through his thick skull, we'll be good. He takes the cup, taking a sip with a small smile. Anywhere near the library on Block 8, please. Of course. While Shoyuta is happy that the number of gang fights has decreased, he doesn't like that he doesn't know why. A voice in the back of his mind warns that they could be planning something. It wouldn't take much to get them to unite with a common enemy. Or a common teacher? Ida mutters, his inner chaotic being coming out to play. All he was supposed to do was go in, break up the fight and get out. Just keep it out of the less poor parts of town and contained in the areas gangs usually are in. Which is illogical. The people in those areas have just as much right to safety as anyone else. Pushing the fights back, where they belong, isn't going to do shit to alleviate the problem. It just hides it. And Shoyuta hates it. Aizawa nods. He does hate it. Shoving the problem under the rug just makes it worse. The pro sits on the rooftop, waiting for backup to arrive. It's a larger fight today. 2, maybe 3 gangs all going at it. Most use quirks, while others use knives and guns. It's absolute chaos. Aizawa always did loathe the unbridled chaos of gang wars. Or it is until 3 clangs of metal against metal ring out above the clamor of the crowd. The sounds of fighting die down as some look toward the source of the noise, turning others to do the same. A small boy with green hair holds a crowbar in one hand as he stands atop a street light. Anyone learning under me, I want a 10-page essay on the treatment of the first quirked people in my hand by the time I walk in the building tomorrow, he shouts. Anyone else who decides to keep fighting, you will ban your faction from my classes for at least a month. Everyone go home. Tend to the wounded. Don't let me catch this kind of bullshit again. An endless litany of, what a fuckwathatwek, starts going through Aizawa's head. People gather up their people and their weapons and just leave. Grumbling sure. But they leave all the same. The boy slides down the post, grabs a bright yellow backpack and a stack of books that should really be too heavy for a twig like him, and follows the crowd toward the poorer part of town. The litany in Aizawa's head gets louder. Needless to say, Shoyuta is impressed. And a little scared. That looked like a school uniform. Why is a child able to wield so much power over at least 2 separate gangs? He's going to have to look up that uniform. Aldera, he says, both to his alternate universe self and so the other pro-heroes know what school to target. No. I'm pulling your leg. Because I make jokes so often, Shoyuta deadpants with a dead stare, daring Mike to get back on his bullshit. The blonde just shakes his head incredulously. I just don't understand. You said a child came in and lectured a ton of gang members. Aizawa nods, still recognizing how unreal it sounds. Should his eye twitches. Yes, and they all walked off peacefully. I know it sounds ridiculous. He threatened them with an essay. A fine essay. And it worked. He slumps into the teacher's lounge couch, putting his head in his hands and his elbows on his knees. I know how stupid it sounds. I know how stupid it looked. I wouldn't believe me if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I don't need you to tell me how unbelievable it is. Mike hands him a coffee, which he takes gratefully. Have you told Nedzu? Shoyuta shakes his head. You know he'll want to know. He might even try and grab this kid from whatever school he's attending. The idea of Nizu plus the chaotic force who is that world's Midoriya sends a shudder down everybody's spines. Aldra. He had on his uniform. I found the school. Junior high. He plays this back in his mind. Wait, what? Shuta's brain short-circuits for a moment as he tries to comprehend this. A middle schooler ordered grown-but gang members to write a 10-page essay about the treatment of the first generation of quirked people in a day. And they listened. What the dash? Now the litany in Aizawa's head is as loud as present mic plus voice quirk. Mrs. Komodo was happy to take Izuku up on his offer to volunteer in exchange for English lessons, completely overjoyed to see a kid who wanted to learn more faster. So now he has many hours of school, 3 total hours of teaching, an hour or 2 of fighting and or free running, some volunteer hours, and a partridge in a pear tree. Scheduling. Sir, Kirishima says. Nobody says anything in reply. Luckily, though, no one ever needs much help in the library, so Izuku usually just sits in a beanbag chair and tries to teach himself advanced math. It's going well, he thinks. Niza gets a dangerous glint in his eye. He has a new personal student, perhaps? Excuse me, do you work here? A voice says, pulling Izuku from his pre-calc textbook. Ida, Uraraka gasps. Above him stands a rather tall boy with glasses. Izuku puts on a bright smile. The apron says I do. How can I help you? Sure enough, the apron says, library intern. I was hoping you could help me find a book. My brother recommended to me a appealing first-hand account from one of the first people to receive a quirk. This brings Izuku to his feet with curiosity in his heart. Really? What's it called? Who's the author? He would never turn down an opportunity to improve the education of his students. The second-year foundational quirk tutor, Kayama, leans forward interestedly. Twilight, by Stephanie Meyer. Ishiyama chokes on air. Everybody looks askance at him. A chortle sputters out of Izuku's body, folding him at the waist in a fit of laughter. Are you serious? Aizawa, who knows Ida Tensei well, facepalms. The boy's eyebrows furrow. Yes, of course. Could you please direct me to the book? Ida turns bright red. Evidently, this happened in this universe too. Izuku catches his breath before replying. Dude, I hate to break this to you, but your brother is an a-hole. All pro heroes who were in Ingenium's year nod resignedly. His teachers nod as well. Excuse me? The boy demands, clearly offended. He is not. I'll have you know he is a pro hero. That changes. Nothing. Aizawa says flatly. Then he's an a-hole with a shiny piece of plastic. True that. Kayama shouts, before being fixed with a glare by Aizawa. Mrs. Komodo joins the pair in the corner. What seems to be the issue, you two? Ida buries his face in his hands. The librarian had been very nice, but he was still embarrassed. The green-haired boy jabs a thumb at his companion. His brother convinced him that Twilight is a memoir from the first generation of quirk users, and now he refuses to believe his brother was wrong. Everybody laughs. Those who have spent extended PRDS of time with Ida Tensei sigh in resignation. Everybody ignores the giggles coming from the back corner. The woman chuckles. Oh hon, your brother's pulling your leg. But bring him round here next time you visit. I'd love to meet him. Check the pre-quirk fantasy section if you're so dead set on reading the series, and don't come crying to us when you see what it's really about. Thank you, ma'am, the boy says, bowing and making his way in the proper direction. How he didn't figure something was up when Mrs. Komodo said, pre-quirk fantasy, is beyond either of them. Either way, the two librarians will hold this day in their hearts forevermore. Midoriya smiles. That had been funny, even though Ida is now dying quietly below him. Kid, you're shifting your weight back too much. It's taking power away from your kick and messing with where you'll hit and what you'll hit with. You'll break your foot rather than the other guy's jaw, Akiko points out, grabbing Izuku's ankle and calf, pulling him into place. If you kick like this, you won't be stumbling when you bring your foot back down. S smiles, muttering something to Plants. It sounds like Wakinomu, but that can't be right. Plants sputters for a moment and ends up snorting a small laugh. His foot drops as soon as Akiko lets it go. Or they catch my foot like you just did. Akiko takes a few steps back, putting up a light guard. That's why you gotta be quick. Quicker than their hands. Quicker than their heads. We just gotta make your body as quick as that mind and mouth of yours. Come on. One more time. Aizawa nods. That is exactly what he wants to teach Midoriya to do. And Izuku's on the ground 5 minutes later. Standing over Izuku, Akiko shrugs. Longer than last time. He puts out a hand to help Izuku up. Izuku takes it, twisting to throw his leg over the arm and pull Akiko to the ground. You little sheet. Aizawa smiles, proud of his problem child. Izuku pushes to his feet. I figured that one out finally. Proud. A smirk appears on his mentor's face. Very. He sits up, a lazy grin crinkling the scar on his cheek. You're not doing terribly. You might even stand a chance against, like, 1.5 kids your age. That's counting quirks. 1 to 3 should be your sweet zone right now, depending on quirk. Aizawa is proud. As someone who fights quirkless, but mostly only people who are thrown off balance by their quirk not being usable, he recognizes how impressive that is. Maybe. Izuku doesn't want to get his hopes up. He shouldn't. He shall. Here we go, Midoriya says, sighing. If you have a question, just ask it, Izuku. Akiko gives him a look of, come on, just do the thing. So Izuku does the thing. Hey, I need you to, if you would. Please just. At this point, everybody was on the edge of their seats to find out what other Midoriya wanted to know. Please just spit it out, kiddo. You gotta go home at some point. Collective breaths were held. Be honest, Izuku grits out. Do you think I'll be able to pass the UA entrance exam? Hero course. His hands ring together at his waist nervously, fingers tangling and untangling as he pushes through the nervous energy. I still have a few months, but does it seem reasonable to hope? Everybody continues to hold their breaths, wanting to see what Akiko's answer was. Akiko purses his lips, pensively humming and only serving to further increase Izuku's levels of anxiety. He shouldn't have asked. He shouldn't have asked. He, probably. Izuku freezes, wide eyes staring at his teacher. You're smart enough for it, so the written exam should be a breeze. I know you've been teaching yourself high school material, you madman. So long as they don't do something stupid and vaguely discriminatory against people with non-destructive quirks like make you fight robots or something. I've told you. Aizawa yelled triumphantly, continuing to rant at Nizu for a while instead of watching. The skills I expect you to build up in the next few months should be more than enough. Even then, you're smart enough to find a workaround. I'll do my best to help you get ready if that's what you really want. Izuku's eyes start to tear up. People don't usually support this. Support a quirkless kid going to UA. That's not a common occurrence. Thank you, Akiko. Everybody who has ever been even slightly discriminatory starts to feel really bad. No problem, kiddo. You're teaching my sister for free, anyway. It's the least I can do. He has to leave, Izuku announces, looking at the bar's only other patron, a guy with a thing for explosives. Better keep him away from Bakugo. Hey, out. Did Midoriya just yell at an explosive villain? Kirishima demands. The man turns in his chair to look at the offending child. What the hell'd you say to me, kid? Drumming his fingers against the side of his leg impatiently, Izuku pps his head. You deaf or something, Haas? I said, get the F out. I have a lesson to teach and Mr. Powder Blue Prius over there isn't going to learn about the First Quirk War without my help. Skedaddle. Evacuate. The collected audience laughs quietly. Kurogyri opens a warp gate under the man's chair. Thank you for your patronage. Goodbye. He falls through with a gasp and Izuku takes a seat in his usual booth, waiting for Tamura to join him. I apologize for that, Midoriya Izuku, Tamura's keeper says sincerely. Tamura's keeper, Kurogyri muses. I should get that on an apron or a pin. Izuku shakes his head as Tamura sits across from him. It's fine. Next time it happens, though, I'm walking out. I'd rather not be a known face or name in whatever level of the criminal underground you people are in. Gang members? That's fine. The sheet? Less fine. This Midoriya nods. Gang members are one thing, exploding villains are another entirely. From his bag, Izuku pulls out a few notebooks, a textbook, and half a glove. Digital artist's glove. Covers 2 fingers so you don't accidentally something out of existence, he explains, tossing the glove at his student. Okay, so, the first quirk war started between Argentina and Brazil in the year 2XX over illegal smuggling using quirks. Both countries blamed each other for, you look confused. That's because I am, Tamura deadpants. Then say something you overflowing bag of glitter. I thought the first quirk war started when Archduke Fritz Furtleland got killed. All teachers in the room collectively facepalm. Fritz Furtleland. Well, at least he got that it was an archduke. First, Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Second, that was the First World War. Not quirk war. You know what? Izuku tears an empty page from one of his notebooks, scribbling a title. This game. Good for learning history. I want you to obtain it legally and play it. We will check in with how much you retain from it as we go. Sound good? He holds out the paper to Kurojiri, because he knows Tamura won't be doing any of his own shopping, before ripping it back. Legally, he stresses with narrowed eyes, handing the page over. Alright, moving on. Polynomials. Ectoplasm shakes his head, knowing as a fellow math teacher that isn't going to end well. It all bothers Katsuki. Deku, having things to do and people to see. Deku, being busy and coming home just before dark some nights. Deku, showing bruises Katsuki knows for a fact didn't come from him or any of his lackeys when he changes for gym, unashamed. Deku, knowing what the hell he's doing in this game or having any ability for that sport. Deku, dodging his punches or even returning a hit here or there. What bothers Katsuki is Deku. Bakugo is quietly ashamed of himself. Kirishima notices his change in demeanor, but doesn't say anything. Who the hell does he think he is? Who the hell gave him the right to become anything more than a sniveling, groveling pebble on Katsuki's road to success? All he was ever meant to be was a stepping stone. A quirkless nobody who would only be good for a punching bag. What makes him think he can rise above it? Midoriya hunches in on himself. He had sort of figured Bakugo hated him, but this sort of thing still affects him. He doesn't care about Deku. He doesn't. The BSTRD could drop dead on the side of the road and Katsuki wouldn't bat an eye. Okay, maybe that's a lie. The sentiment still stands. He doesn't care about Deku. He doesn't care what he does in his free time. He has to know. What's been causing this change in that a-hole? Aizawa starts eyeing Bakugo, beginning to piece together some things about his dynamic with the problem child. So, if Katsuki chooses to follow Deku one day after school, so be it. And if he does so from a reasonable distance so Deku won't notice him, oh well. Deku enters an empty alley, forcing Katsuki to wait by the entrance as to not get caught. I know you're there. Stop following me. Aizawa grins, proud of his problem child. But that plan doesn't work. Deku's voice is cold and commanding and only serves to put a burning anger in Katsuki's chest. The short if turns on his heel, facing the mouth of the alley. Come out. Katsuki isn't following Deku's directions. He's stepping out of his own accord. Deku's expression goes from cold and annoyed to surprised, maybe even scared. He should be scared of Katsuki. Bakugo? Why you can't follow me? Sora's gonna kill him, Dabi mutters. Pseudo-cryptid is ignored. Bakugo. Deku's been calling him that a lot lately. Ever since the day with that slimy fucker. No more Kaken, though that's been gone for a while. No more Katsuki. Bakugo. It should make Katsuki feel good, right? Deku has stopped imagining that they're friends. That they're close enough for nicknames or given names. It should be a good thing. So why does it sit like a frozen rock in his stomach? What the hell are you even doing, Deku? What the f happened to you? He stalks closer. Putting his arms up defensively, Deku takes a few steps backward. No, Bakugo, you don't understand. They will literally kill you. Obituary, funeral, everything. You will get murdered if you follow me. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. The fear was for you. Not of you, the stupid voice in the back of his head whispers. Shut. They know you told me to kill myself. Deku shouts and Katsuki stalls. They are insanely protective over me. They will hurt you. Dabi, Midoriya, and the cryptid pair nod in agreement, weirding out those around them. I didn't. He did. Toga, Shinso, Shigaraki, and Aizawa say in eerie unison, having received similar comments for their villainous quirks. You did. You told me to take a swan dive off the school roof and hope for a quirk in the next life. And if you think those words aren't engraved on the inside of my skull by now, that I don't hear them on the dark days and see your stupid sneer, you're sorely mistaken. Deku's fists ball at his sides, his expression turning to anger. Why do you hate me so much? He explodes. What the F did I ever do to you? All I did was exist. I wanted to be your friend. And it took me going to the most dangerous place in town besides within 5 feet of you daily for months for me to figure it out. You're a piece of shit with no regard for anyone but yourself, and you're bloody damn well not worth my time. And now you're trying to F up the thing that has made me the happiest I've been in years. Get your head out of your effing butt and stop following me around like a effing lost puppy. He walks away, leaving Katsuki glued to his spot. Go home, Deku orders quietly as he turns the corner. What the F dash? Everybody sits in silence. That entire rant explained a lot, and 3 teachers plus 1 principal were planning to sit Midoriya down for a talk and some therapy. As he walks away, Izuku replays his words in his head. Nothing he said was wrong. It wasn't. None of it was anything like a lie. It could have been said more delicately, sure, but honestly, it needed to be said. He's done. He's done taking Bakugo's sheet. He's done silencing himself. This Midoriya was happy Bakugo deserved some worldview shifting. The swan dive incident was not cool. Izuku. Sora stands in his path with a concerned expression. You okay? No, he's not. He never is. Aizawa sighs. He nods, carefully avoiding her gaze. Just lovely. Sure, Shinsu's natural sarcasm is starting to shine through. She jabs his shoulder, making him look at her. That was Bakugo you were yelling at, right? When he nods again, her brows angle in anger as she tries to push past him. Bakugo flinches. Sora seems like the kind of person who wouldn't let alternate realities stop her from beating him up. Do nothing, Izuku finishes, catching her arm. You will do nothing. I can handle myself, and if anyone is going to kick his butt before you, it's me. Who? Go Midoriya. Kaminari yells, somehow having deduct taped himself. Jiru rolled her eyes and smiled indulgently. Sora sighs, detaching Izuku's hand from her elbow. Fine. I will do nothing. Happy? This Midoriya nods. Todoroki, the only one who notices, furrows his brow worriedly. Bakugo reminds him a touch too much of his SPRM donor to be happy with Midoriya being near him. Izuku glances at her out of the corner of his eye. Do I look happy? He knows he doesn't. He looks exhausted and done. When we get there, I'm taking a nap. Why did you even come to meet me, anyway? Dabi smiles slightly, recognizing that Midoriya has been adopted as Sora's younger sibling. His friend shrugs. I was bored. Oh, and Akiko wanted to talk to you. He looked vaguely sad, but that might just be his face. Ochako also had some things she wanted to ask about. S laughs, obviously catching something the others don't. It probably has to do with Akiko, since she asked Plants about him earlier. It can all wait till after the nap. Shinso and Aizawa nod, recognizing the sanctity of the nap. Breaking news. The universe hates Izuku's guts. It's a combination of the muffled scream, the thud, and Izuku's untamable curiosity that has him running through the alley network till he sees the man with many a blade standing over a heroine. Feather touch or feather step, he thinks her name is. It's Michelle now. And the man is Jerry. Ida, Todoroki, and Midoriya collectively flinch. The Hosu incident left mental scarring in each of them, and despite loving that other Midoriya called Stain Jerry, his face is going to hurt them. Jerry is busy preaching about fake heroes and how Michelle doesn't fit his perception of them. It now occurs to Izuku that Jerry may or may not be the hero killer, Stain. Izuku didn't know he was in Mizurufu. He may or may not remain Jerry for the time being. I have a question. Izuku calls, putting a hand in the air. Aizawa facepalms. It would appear that the problem child stays the problem child in all universes. Despite Izuku's purely curious expression, Jerry regards him with disgust. Another one? But this is just a boy, he mutters to himself. Ida shrinks in on himself, the wording being similar to that stain used repeatedly in Hosu. Todoroki leans over to place his hand on Ida's shoulder in wordless support, and the cryptids share a look. Before long, all 3 Hosu survivors are seated on a large couch where they can curl up together for support from those who understand what they're going through. Plants waves an arm haphazardly as though writing something in the air, and all 3 boys are holding a steaming cup of hot cocoa. Kid, get out of here! Michelle shouts before Jerry shoves a blade in her face. Ida shivers, the words reminding him of what natives said at Hosu. Midoriya leans on him, recognizing that he's going to need the emotional support. Izuku furrows his eyebrows with a pout. Sir, you kill people you don't believe fit into your box of what counts as a hero, correct? What happened to you? What hero let you down? Who wrought you on a genocidal warpath? He crosses his arms. Maybe you were raised to hate. That's how it is against quirkless people. Some people are able to grow out of it, but not all. Bakugo shrinks in on himself, feeling even worse about the bullying he put Midoriya through before you. The boy walks closer as the killer glares. Now. No, Izuku stops maybe 3 feet away, staring into Jerry's effed-up face. Class is in session. I talk, you listen. No weapons in class. In the moment of surprise that freezes Jerry, Izuku takes both the sword and knife from his hands, throwing them behind him. In the past, people have taken it upon themselves to kill those they didn't deem fit to live. Give me 3 aspects these people would condemn people to death over. The teachers in the room's eyes all widen. Other Midoriya is going to make Stain ruin his own reasoning. It's an incredible tactic, and perhaps one they should use. Jerry glances at Michelle as if asking for help. How the hell is she supposed to help you? She doesn't seem able to move, you lard. Race, religion, sexuality? Great. He broke a serial killer. What a thing to add to his resume. Put it right up there with teaching criminals and possible villains. Aizawa shrugs, as does Nizu. Sounds like a pretty good resume to him. Smiling, Izuku nods. Good. Racism, anti-Semitism, and homophobia. Now tell me, Stain, what makes you any better than them? I kill false heroes. I am improving this to see. Dabi facepalms. He's going to regret attempting to go off on Midoriya like that. Izuku slaps him. Wrong. They all thought they were improving their societies. They were very not. You kill people that save others. You keep innocent people from being saved because heroes aren't perfectly lining up with the hole into your narrow mind. The child grabs Jerry's scarf, pulling him down to eye level. You will let her go, he commands, and rethink your life choices. Ida flinches. Other Midoriya is going to die. That's it, this is where the story ends. Game OV. Kid, what the Michelle asks in confusion. Do not interrupt someone else's conversation. While I teach every subject, I also teach manners. Wait your turn, Izuku snaps with a glare. Stain, do you understand? How is he not dead? Ida thinks incredulously. The hero killer nods incredulously and the heroine stands up. Kid, you need to get out of here, Michelle says as Izuku lets go of the fully identified Stain and steps back a bit. I don't know what you did, but he's still a highly dangerous criminal. How did that work? How did that work? Ida starts repeating over and over under his breath. He's probably going into a mild form of shock. He gets a blanket. Turning and leaving, Izuku nods. I know I have to leave. I have a class to teach. Yet another bloodless resolution under his belt. He's on a roll. It's Aizawa's turn to facepalm. That is not how you respond to someone concerned about your well-being. He walked in and passed out, Aru explains as he and Sora stare at Izuku's unconscious form on the couch. I thought you were meeting him today. She did, the collected audience thinks. At this point, everybody is only vaguely surprised that other Midoriya succeeded in lecturing Stain. I was. Sora exclaims. I met him too. And then he just poofed. She wants to scream. She doesn't lose people. She doesn't. Yet she didn't even notice that Izuku had left her side. I'm gonna hurt the little sheet. No, you're not. Dabi says, amused. Sora's giving off extreme older sibling vibes, and he quietly loves it. Aru chuckles. No, you're not. She sighs. I'm not. I'm still going to be rightfully set, though. He's not allowed to disappear like that. And yet, Aizawa says, Midoriya is a problem child, and disappears to deal with things like that far too often. Notable instances are Hosu and the training camp incident. Izuku shifts in his sleep, and that can't be an accident. He has to be awake. He's flipping her off. Shinso grins. He should make friends with Midoriya. That's pretty cool, even if that isn't the same Midoriya that flipped someone off in his sleep. Oh, UFA. Sora cries. Disaster child. Aizawa thinks, that's right. Let me sleep, Izuku whines, holding up the finger. Am tired, you beach. Everyone gasps, but Dabi smiles indulgently. If he hadn't already been elevated to pseudo-cryptid status, he would have been now. Why, exactly, does she still consider the prick to be a friend? You're lucky I love you, she grumbles, sitting on the floor and leaning against the couch. Fuck her. Everybody laughs quietly, breaking up to talk quietly in groups. He gave Stain a history lesson. Featherstep cries incredulously, explaining the ordeal to Shoyuta. Ever since he saw the child for the first time, he couldn't get him out of his mind. What exactly is this child knee-deep in? If Featherstep is telling the truth, it's clearly nothing good. He sought her out when word of her story reached his ears. He came in, gave a brief bit of background, then a DMN pop quiz. Dabi and Midoriya shrug and nod. That sounds pretty accurate and it was effective, so why not? Writing this down, Shoyuta nods. Did he give any information about himself? Midoriya shakes his head no. Other him was obviously smarter than that. What if Stain came after him? The heroine shakes her head. He kept treating it like a class though. Wait, he did say something. Shoyuta raises an eyebrow. He teaches all subjects, but he also teaches manners. I thought that sounded a little strange. Green hair and eyes, freckles, relatively short. Has he done something else? Why are you asking about him? Because he single-handedly stopped a gang war by assigning an essay, and other me probably wants him in his class. Or to find out if he's done anything I need to arrest him for, then get him in my class. One or the other. Aizawa says dryly. This makes sense, but then again, most Aizawas in the multiverse run primarily off of the same brand of logic. There are a few notable exceptions, but those universes are very strange. Because he stopped a DMN gang war by assigning an essay. This isn't the first time he's done something like this, if it's the same child. I have to admit, I don't think it's very reasonable to assume there are two children running around and stopping violence with schoolwork, but I could be wrong. Aizawa gestures at the void as though saying, see, and shudders at the thought of two problem children stopping crime with pop quizzes and essays. Featherstep's eyebrows furrow. Can I assume you don't have his identity? Not yet, Aizawa mutters with a dangerous grin. Midoriya shudders, hoping that other him's actions don't get him detention. I have his school. This description will probably help me ID him. And what are you going to do after that? You can't arrest him, can you? Nisa's eyes widen in realization. They couldn't get him for anything. He isn't doing anything illegal. She's right. They have no evidence of illegal action on the part of the boy. Unless he's part of one of those gangs. But he can't be. Everyone involved listened to him, not just one group. Shoyuta doesn't like this at all. He likes it even less when he gets the list of applicants for the hero course just a week later. It's him. It's him. Midoriya Izuku. A quirkless 15-year-old can control criminals better than most heroes. Aizawa shrugs. As much as he doesn't like to say it, it's true. Most heroes, especially not daylight heroes, don't have that much control over the underground, let alone the gangs that run it. If he gets in, Shoyuta is taking him for his class. Aizawa smiles sadistically. He did tell them, after all. And Izuku smacks into the wall. Jesus, kid, catch yourself. You have legs for a reason. Akiko calls. Turns out the reason he wanted to talk to Izuku that day was to see if he could get him into some support items. Support, because they are not registered in the least, but since they're not being sold, per se, they're still legal. Tsukachi nods. Oh, unregistered support items given as gifts or made yourself are, technically, legal. Wait, Tsukachi? He isn't supposed to be here either. What is going on here? A grappling hook. They're starting with a grappling hook. Yeah, it makes sense for mobility, but DMN is it hard to get the hang of. I'm doing my best. Izuku yells back, frustrated. He already sent the paperwork to UA. And he was stupid enough to just put off asking about it until way too late for him to learn a lot. At least Mom is vaguely supportive. He knows that she'd prefer he just went to general studies though. Midoriya nods in agreement with his other self. Mom's always been kind of overprotective, but she became a real helicopter mom when I was declared quirkless. I'm honestly not shocked that she would have preferred other me applied to Gen Edition. She would have preferred I applied to Gen Ed, honestly. As Izuku touches the ground again, Akiko comes to stand by him, arms crossed. Your best is a bit shitty, dude. Swing in a pike. I know you have the core strength for that. Swing in a pike and bend your knees just before you make impact so you don't break your everything. He might break his everything anyways. Nemuri yells. She remembers the entrance exam. Aizawa nods his agreement, remembering the weeks following. Yeah. Izuku tries it again. And again. And again. And again. And he's very bad at this. Not as bad as Aizawa when he was first practicing his capture scarf. Tensei Ida? Why is he here? Grins as he remembers the weeks of racing for Recovery Girl's office as Aizawa broke his nose, or arm, or leg, or hand on one notable occasion, by crashing into the wall again. Dude, you look like sheet. Midoriya face palms. He forgot how bad his middle school self was at social interaction. Hitoshi looks up from his coffee to see a green boy that looks almost as tired as him. You know, you don't look much better. Oh, I'm showing up now. Shinso thinks, eyebrows raising at how exhausted other Midoriya looks. Sounds like a me problem. Can I sit with you? Glancing around the cafe and seeing most tables occupied, Hitoshi nods. Thank you kindly, my good sir. Midoriya Izuku, the other teen introduces. What's got you so grumpy in this fine morning? Aizawa's eyebrows raise. Mornings and fine should not be used in the same sentence, unless the sentence is, mornings are never fine. A snort escapes Hitoshi. Mornings are never fine. Besides, school is a thing. Like he's going to bear his whole sob story to this stranger. Shinso Hitoshi. It is nice, though, to have someone who isn't afraid to talk to him. It's been a while. Shinso shrugs. It was nice to be able to talk to some of the people in his Gen Ed class before they found out his quirk, and it had been a while. The boy, Midoriya, groans. School. I was kinda hoping I'd just forget. Like, if I didn't think about it for long enough, it would just stop being a thing. He sips his drink for a moment before looking out the window. Sorry for crashing your morning, dude. This place is just close to my train and the coffee machine at home broke. Midoriya shudders. That had been an awful morning, and he had seen Shinso at the coffee shop he'd gone to. He was just too scared to approach anyone. Rest in peace, dude. This place has better coffee than anything my folks get, Hitoshi admits, swirling his half-empty cup. He then notices Midoriya's uniform. Aldra? I hear they're not terrible. Midoriya shrugs. It hadn't been terrible unless you were him and quirkless. Midoriya laughs drily, still looking outside. Sure. As long as you have a quirk, they're great, he mutters, drumming his fingers against the tabletop. Midoriya nods to himself. That matches up with his memories of the place better. That quirkless. Midoriya nods. Villainous quirk. Or maybe we are telling the sob story today. There goes any chance of anyone liking me, Shinso thinks. Ida and Todoroki seem calm, so they can go back down, but Shinso gets to appear on that couch and drink a mocha while being used as a pillow for an emotionally exhausted Midoriya Izuku. His companion grimaces, humming sympathetically. That's gotta SCK. How bad does it get for you? They were all afraid to talk to me, Shinso offers at his Midoriya's inquisitive look. Hitoshi shrugs. sipping his drink. Not terrible. They're all afraid to talk to me. I just get ignored and talked about behind my back. You. Regular beat-ups, everybody and their teachers calling me useless, as a name, no friends, and regular insults. Oh, and my property was regularly destroyed. Midoriya says when Shinso shoots him a look that says, your turn. Midoriya quirks an eyebrow. Oh, I'm the most popular guy in school clearly. Sarcasm. Hitoshi likes this kid. It's been better since I learned to fight. Oh, ow. But there is this one. Told me to jump off the roof, tried to follow me after school to ruin the one thing that gets me through the school day or something. Maybe he was just wondering where the hell I bought the backbone that clearly didn't come with the product. He winces, turning to look at Hitoshi head-on. Sorry dude, didn't mean to unload on you like that. I'm just bitter. Rightfully bitter, but bitter all the same. Shinso and Midoriya nod in tandem. They are both rightfully bitter. He stretches and Hitoshi sees some bruises by his wrists. He doesn't. But why are people such a-holes? Why do they feel the need to hurt people? Midoriya, dude, that's actually terrible. Doesn't your school do anything about it? Nothing. Even the teachers sometimes used Deku as my name, and if they didn't they were either turning a blind eye to or encouraging others beating me up, quirks included. Midoriya says in a falsely bright tone. Shinso winces and hugs Midoriya gently, telegraphing all his movements. Midoriya, who is fairly obviously touch-starved, starts purring like a cat at the hug. Shinso decides that he's keeping the greenette. They didn't. Not until my mother, who is a lawyer and a beast in the courtroom, threatened legal action. And even then, the teachers only started doing the bare minimum to combat it. Midoriya stops, blinking a few times. Does your quirk have something to do with conversation? You said they were afraid to talk to you. Does your voice hurt people when your quirk is on? Enjich, probably not. Doesn't make sense. Charisma or changing their minds on something? No, then they would all like you if you so wanted and you wouldn't be upset about it. Open them to suggestion? Not inherently villainous. His eyes light up as he snaps with a massive grin. Mind control. Is it mind control? Nice. Shinso compliments the child in his arms quietly. Said hero in training brightens up immensely, and Shinso decides he needs to invest in some sunglasses. A pair whose lenses are shaped like cats appear on his nose, and Midoriya giggles adorably. The cryptids exchange pleased glances and cuddle further into each other, smiling happily at the sight of the two healing. Sighing, Hitoshi nods. There goes his chance at a person who isn't afraid of him. Brainwashing. With a response, I can give simple commands. So cool, Midoriya says, stars in his eyes. Shinso is silently shocked. The boy's grin somehow grows and stars shine in his eyes. That's so helpful. Crowd control, talking someone down from suicide, hostage situations. You'd be pretty set if you wanted to become a hero. Or disarming villains, or getting the leaders of operations too big for you to control to surrender, or Midoriya devolves into a muttering fest that is simply incredible, a blushing Shinso staring down at him as he analyzes the myriad of heroic ways to utilize his quirk. When he says, pranking endeavor, Shinso and Todoroki both laugh good-naturedly. Well, this isn't. Aren't you scared? I could, Are you? Scared, I mean? Shinso asks quietly. Midoriya stares up at him, shocked. But you're not going to, Midoriya interrupts. If you were going to do anything, you would have done it already. If you want me to leave, you can just say something. You don't have to, What he said. Midoriya responds quietly, if you were going to hurt me, you would have by now. And besides, we're both training to be heroes. If nothing else, you wouldn't put that in jeopardy by harming a fellow hero in training with your quirk. I trust you won't hurt me, Shinso. If for no other reason than that you and I have been through similar things. I didn't mean it like that. He doesn't finish his sentence, opting to change the subject and mumble, I do want to be a hero. See? You wouldn't jeopardize that here or there. Midoriya says innocently, smiling up at Shinso. Nodding sagely, Midoriya graciously accompanies him to the other topic. Same. Sent my paperwork to UA not too long ago. Now, Hitoshi would have said he did the same, maybe carry on the conversation a bit, but a man walks into the cafe with blades sticking out of his skin. Or, are those bones? He also has a gun, but the bone blade things are far more interesting to Hitoshi. This is a robbery. No one try anything funny. Problem child, don't you dare, Aizawa thinks, quirk activating in disapproval. This, of course, leads Midoriya to try something funny. He stands up, regarding the robber with disappointment. Katashi, you and I both know you failed the last English quiz. If you have time to be robbing a cafe, you have time to be asking someone for help on your tenses. Get out and stop wasting your life. Oh, it's one of his students. Never mind then. Aizawa thinks, eyes darkening and hair falling to rest around his shoulders. The man locks eyes with Midoriya before his widen in surprise, outcrops skin back into his skin. Yes, sir, he squeaks, shuffling quickly out the door. How does that always work? Shinso asks. Nizu smiles creepily, recognizing the behavior as similar to the students who had him as a teacher. Midoriya sits down, seeming satisfied. What the hell was that? Side job, Midoriya says, as if that explains everything. I could have given him some logarithms to deal with. He got off easy. Say, do you know sign? That sounds like something someone with a verbal quirk would know. Maybe I'm the one that needs to be scared of him. I do know sign actually. Shinso says. Will you teach me? Midoriya responds. Shinso nods. Just jiggle it a bit more, okay? Ito suggests. Lockpicking is a skill Izuku is apparently picking up. Heard you shut down Kata's little attempt yesterday? Why are you picking up lockpicking? Shinso asks Midoriya, who has migrated to be mostly draped over his lap. Why not? Midoriya responds. Hearing the click, Izuku pulls the lock open. My one rule is do not commit a crime in my presence. That is all I ask. I will stop a crime if I see it, especially from one of my students. Good rule, Kurogiri says. It's simply logical, Aizawa adds. Ito chuckles gently. No need to get defensive, kiddo. Just hold tight to those morals. Yes, ma'am. After the day with Stain, Bakugo has been not better. He's just changed his tactics a bit. Ignoring Izuku until he thinks the quirkless student isn't paying attention before glaring at him like he's trying to telekinetically set him ablaze. He's still AD when he has to interact with Izuku, but he seems to want to avoid that as much as possible. God, I wish that had happened in middle school, Midoriya groans. Finally, Izuku and Bakugo seem to have a common goal, minimal contact with the other. So it's better. Sounds better, Midoriya says. Ochako has never been one of Izuku's students, though it was close for a bit. He is glad for this fact, because the two walk to the train station to head to the UA entrance exam and he isn't sure if she'd be going to it if he had been the one to teach her. Excited, he asks. Terrified. Uraraka says. Try, terrified, Ochako laughs nervously. What if I can't do this? What if I fail? What if I don't make it in? I did, Uraraka says to her envoyed self. You probably will too. Izuku elbows her. You won't, and you will. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. You will get in, but there are always other schools if you don't, Kay? I wish someone had told me that. Uraraka laughs. I was a bundle of nerves the entire time. Squaring her shoulders, Ochako gives a determined nod. You're right, Izuku. I got this. I can do this. Laughing, Izuku pretends to swoon. I'm in the presence of an absolute queen, he mocks, earning him an elbow to the stomach. You beach. No, yeah, I deserve that. Midoriya nods. He did deserve that. Hey! Shinso comes up beside Izuku, joining the pair on their walk. Izuku and Shinso started hanging out more after their first meeting. The former may or may not have pried sign lessons from the latter, but who's to say? You two ready? I probably didn't take too much convincing, says Shinso, who is signing all the dialogue on Void to the greenette in his lap. Both nod, though Izuku gives a confident grin. I have a grappling hook, he tells excitedly. And no classes today, so I get to go home and sleep after this. He was banned from teaching for the entire week by both his mother and Akiko. It's as if they don't want him burning out or something like that. To be fair, this is the most rested he's felt in a while. Maybe he's overworking himself the tiniest bit. How about you? You think? Shinso asks, Midoriya laughing quietly in response. Shinso shrugs. Couldn't sleep last night. I'm mostly running on caffeine at the moment. I'm mostly running on caffeine at all moments. So, no different than any other day? Izuku jokes. Other you knows me well. Shinso laughs. F off. Shinso grumbles with a glare, burying his face in a long drink of his coffee, which Izuku snatches and sips with a playful glint in his eye. You have more than enough energy. Like really? How do you have that much energy all the time? I'll never tell. Izuku pouts, exaggeratedly crossing his arms after Shinso steals his drink back. Ochako, he whines. Shinso's being mean. Ochako giggles. You deserve it. It's not nice to steal people's things. Uraraka nods along with what other her is saying. Exam. Shinso reminds, walking on ahead. Don't remind me, Izuku groans. The written exam was actually pretty easy, if not slightly unfair. Some of the stuff on there was stuff that Izuku had to teach himself. So it was high school material that someone who wasn't learning advanced things wouldn't know. Luckily, though, Izuku has been studying advanced material. Gotta know what you're teaching, Midoriya shrugs. That just leaves the practical. And Izuku is a little nervous. He has a grappling hook and a few other bits and bobs, but he might have a bit of trouble if they're fighting robots. Robots are evil, Midoriya says. Those with non-combative quirks in the audience nod. The entrance exam robots were awful. Izuku isn't quite sure how long he was zoned out, but he comes back to someone asking Present Mike about the robots. He's only mentioned 3, but there seems to be 4 silhouettes. Surely the hero was about to get to that. Mumbling. That is a distraction to all of us. Midoriya buries his face in his hands in remembered embarrassment. Tensei Ida starts laughing at his brother. Just apologize and get this out of the way. I'm sorry, but would you interrupting Present Mike not be considered more of a distraction? Izuku says against his better judgment, standing from his chair. Is that the Twilight Kid? I'm almost positive he was about to get to the 4th robot. Speaking of robots, is this form of testing not unfair for those with less destructive quirks? There are many heroes whose quirks would be highly unsuited for this type of exam, but still do incredibly well in the field of heroics. Midnight, Sir Night Eye, even Nedzu. But I digress. I sincerely apologize for the disruption, sir, the boy calls over the crowd. Try and call me out like that. Little sheet. I know you read Twilight. Fight me. The room devolves into laughter. Other Midoriya is hilarious. The applicants were separated so no one from the same school would be together. As Izuku and Ochako didn't attend the same middle school, they got shoved into the same test, which is pretty cool. What's decidedly less cool is when Izuku tries to go wish Ochako luck, but he gets stopped by Twilight Boy. Are you attempting to distract her and disrupt her concentration? And now we have Ida Tenya, who has no chill, Tensei says in a fake announcer's voice. Ida Tenya rolls his eyes, used to his brother's antics. And the gold medal for jumping to conclusions goes to Ochako. Friend, Izuku says slowly, spelling it out for his fellow applicant as clearly as he can. Bro, who hurt you? Not everyone is trying to do something to screw someone else over. I just wanted to wish her luck. Are you blaming me for the book or something? I told you Twilight wasn't about what your brother said it was. I love that prank. Tensei yells. Tenya shakes his head with a deadpan expression. Evidently, he did not like that prank. Twilight Boy stalls with a shocked expression. You're the librarian. The apron said he worked there. Shinso says in tandem with other Midoriya. The apron said I worked there. At the front of the crowd, the gates begin to open. So Izuku starts running for them, pulling the grappling hook from his pocket and the crowbar from his back. Please, for the love of caffeine, let this work. He pulls the trigger on the grappling hook, retracting it and jumping when it hooks on the door and starts pulling him forward and flinging him into the city. Here's to hoping for the best. The best doesn't happen. Midoriya says. But you got into the hero course? Shinso replies. By breaking all my limbs to save Uraraka-chan from a 0-pointer with a quirk I didn't know I had until right then and getting 0 villain points. Midoriya deadpants. Shinso winces, then nods in agreement. Before Mike even calls, go, a green head is zipping through the barely open gates. Shoyuta stands up in his seat, jabbing a finger at the screen. He hisses. Pious. The first time I see the problem child in a school setting. Aizawa deadpants. Eraser, you okay? Midnight asks cautiously, leaning away from him. Am I ever? Sitting down with a huff, Shoyuta glares at the boy on screen. That's the one that's been resolving conflict with education. He spits, fingers drumming against his knee. His shoulders hunch as he leans in closer, keeping this Midoriya kid in his line of sight. I'm gonna have him in my class. He doesn't care what he has to do. He will figure out what the hell this child has been doing with his life. Why he can do what he does. What are you? N/nim pronouns please. SS. Mental notes are edited throughout the writing pocket. It's actually not terribly hard to get by with just a grappling hook and a crowbar. He's barely had to use the crowbar at all. The robots seem relatively stupid and highly prone to friendly fire. Izuku leads them around, making them aim at him and instead hit another bot as he zips out of the way with his grappling hook, which is the best goddamn invention, and Izuku is sorry he ever shitulked it. It is a great invention. Vigilante Midoriyas across the multiverse agree. He sits pretty at about 20 points currently, which isn't a lot, but he also assumes there's some other method of scoring at play here. More than just a few hero students Izuku has seen in the recent sports festivals have had less physical quirks. Like that Togata guy. Permeation is not good for breaking robots. Besides, it isn't logical to choose future heroes based solely on who can break sheet best. Aizawa gives Nizu a pointed look. Nizu sighs. They've been having this argument practically since Aizawa started teaching at UA. A robot 2-pointer, by the looks of it, bears down on another examinee as she focuses on the 3-pointer down the street. Watch your 6. Izuku shouts, swinging onto the offending bot's back as the girl crushes her target with a giant hand. He digs the crowbar into its neck and pries its head off before swinging off. Please be careful, he calls back to the girl, slamming his feet into the head of a 1-point robot as it tries to shoot. Hey, it's Twilight Boy. I'm just going to be called Twilight Boy forever now. Ida sighs, resigned to his fate. Best leave him alone as to not get accused of trying to mess others up. Twilight runs off as Izuku pulls himself toward the next bot. Speed quirk. Not bad. Mike releases the 0-pointer and Shoyuta follows the boy across the screens. He would love to watch him take down the behemoth of a bot with a pop quiz on Newton's third law. Everybody in the void agrees. That would be amusing. F dash, F dash, F dash, F dash, F dash. Big OL, bot headed straight for the Ochako. Izuku's mind shrieks, drowning itself out as he runs through scenario after scenario. Make a hiffingty hole, he screeches, shoving through the retreating students. She's not moving. Why isn't she moving? Debris. Debris on her leg. She can't move. He doesn't have a plan. Then F dash. Midoriya says 100% serious. He doesn't have a FING plan. Shinso gives Midoriya a skeptical look. In a last-ditch effort, because the death trap is getting too DM close, Izuku fires the grappling hook at its head and jumps when it hooks on, flying over the applicants in a panicked moment of adrenaline-fueled stupidity. So, basically how he goes through life with added fear. What? It does the job. Midoriya defends. Landing on what he thinks he can consider the robot's shoulder, Izuku does his best to pry open a metal panel, only getting it open a foot or so. That's enough to do something. Yeah, but is it safe? Just break it, Izuku. I don't care how, just break it. Izuku's mind grinds to a stop. And he does something he seems to be good at. He jumps into the bot, catching himself on a bundle of wires and not giving a flying F if he gets electrocuted. Shoving a boot against the wall, Izuku pulls back as hard as he can, ripping the wires from their place. This causes him to drop and catch the next bundle, where he repeats the process over and over and over until he's not the only thing falling. Probably not, but who cares? Izuku's mind goes completely silent, save for one sentence as both he and the robot he is in plummet. I am going to die. I do. And he's just resigned to this fate. Why? It's dark as he falls, though he can feel the air pulling at his clothes and hair, trying to keep him aloft. Little slices of light come through the slots in the panels, blinding him before plunging him back into darkness. Is there not anything to hear, or is the blood pounding in his ears and them popping from the rapid pressure change just blocking it out? After a while, which has probably only been a few seconds, Izuku closes his eyes, letting life happen to him. Because saving a friend isn't a terrible way to go. Idiot. Shinso says fondly, ruffling the mop of green hair in front of him. A moment later, Izuku yelps in surprise and pain, eyes flying open as something catches the back of his shirt. His shoulders cry out at the sudden lurch and his collar pulling against his throat. The collar isn't terribly tight, as his underarms are holding most of his weight, but it's still hard to breathe. He didn't die. Midoriya justifies. He struggles to loosen his sweatshirt zipper, skiing in air when he finally gets it down far enough. Not dead. Definitely not dead. Hell yes, he whoops in ecstasy, laughing deliriously. I effing lived. Not for lack of trying. Shinso replies. Though he is a bit stuck. Izuku. Ochako calls from outside. Are you okay? If anything, I messed up my shoulders on the landing, he reports. I am also very stuck and will require assistance getting down. How about you? Understatement. Aizawa deadpants. My leg got stuck, but I'm fine. Power loader is coming in for you. Oh thank if dash. Power loader sighs. It makes sense that he's the one going in, but that doesn't mean he has to like it. The hero cuts into the robot carcass, entering before looking up at Izuku, who hangs about 3 yards in the air. Hi, Izuku greets with a nonchalant smile and a wave. Don't mind me. Just hanging out. Various audience members facepalm. Power Loader shakes his head as he uses his mech suit to unstick Izuku as he mutters, "This is the one Eraser was interested in, or something of the sort. Do you know how reckless that was?" He finally reprimands as he lifts Izuku off his metal savior. Very. Midoriya exclaims happily. Yes, but I wasn't thinking about that at the time, Izuku explains meekly. My friend was going to get run over and I had no assurances that the bot was going to be stopped before it hit her. I got up there and didn't have a plan or the time to make one. So my plan became break sheet. I'd say I did pretty well in that department. You don't say, Shinso says again. Setting Izuku down, Power Loader tuts. You could have died. That happens a lot, Midoriya says. Izuku crosses his arms and is that painful? Definitely did something to his shoulders. But I didn't, he points out with a determined glare. Where might one find some medical attention? I am not a fan of the pain in my shoulders currently. Sighing, Power Loader points to the hole in the metal. Recovery Girl is outside. Recovery Girl sighs. Silly child. Thank you kindly. Izuku walks outside and promptly blinds himself in the sunlight. Oof, Kaminari says. Jairu waves the duct tape in his direction. Kaminari cuts himself off. That's him? A woman asks skeptically. Sadly, a man sighs in response. Izuku squints against the natural light before his eyes readjust. A short woman stands next to a relatively disheveled man. Izuku raises an eyebrow and a hand, careful not to move his shoulder. Hi. The woman walks up to him with a highly judgmental expression that Izuku really doesn't appreciate. I'm gonna fix you up, then you're going to talk to him, she explains, leaving no room for discussion as she kisses his shoulder. Something in the back of his mind says that this is Recovery Girl, but he's the slightest bit too tired to care currently. Motioning for Izuku to follow, the man turns and stalks away silently. Izuku glances to Ochako with wide eyes. I want lilies at my funeral. Aizawa, as the man introduced himself, sits Izuku down in what Izuku supposes is a teacher's lounge, standing across the room. How are you connected to the Muzutafu gangs? He asks bluntly. Hemlock flowers start to grow up the stage. Plants gives us a look. S responds quietly. What? I like flower symbolism. What does hemlock mean? It means, you will be the death of me. Okay, that fits. Is this all he wanted to know about? Why did he look so scary about it? I've been tutoring them for 2 years, sir. I took a job offer for tutoring one person, then more started asking for tutoring, and now I tutor most everyone that can't afford an education but still wants one. It kinda just happened. Midoriya nods. That fits with what he's seen so far. That glare could cut glass. You're telling me that you accidentally gained enough influence over violent gang members that you can threaten them with an essay and they just stop fighting. Aizawa crosses his arms, leaning back against the wall, looking entirely done with life. Yep. Midoriya chirps. Izuku nods. That just about sums it up, yeah. Shifting in his seat, Izuku looks at the hero, worry marking his features. Is this going to affect my chances at getting into UA? I haven't done anything illegal. I haven't borne witness to any crimes. His mind falls into a flurry of panic. Can they bar him because of this? But he has to. He tried giving up already. It didn't work well at all. It didn't. Tears rise in the boy's eyes as his thoughts spiral. He's not going to make it in. He was so close just to have his dream ripped from him again. What if they bar Izuku from UA in general, not just the hero course? What if he can't even enroll in general studies, despite his grades? What if UA sends this to other schools and they bar him too? What if he can't go to high school? He can't even get a teaching license without graduating high school. What is he supposed to? Midoriya, breathe. Good idea. Midoriya mutters. Breathing. That's a thing that's generally considered important. Izuku holds his breath for a moment, slowly letting it in and out as he tries to regain his composure. He starts tapping in Morse against the couch beside his thigh. Nothing important. Just gibberish. Sorry, Izuku apologizes quietly, wiping at his eyes with his free hand. The man comes over, kneeling in front of Izuku with an expression bordering on concerned. Kid, I can understand how scary it must be being pulled aside like this. And the only thing determining whether or not you get in is how well you did in the 2 parts of the exam. Don't freak out over that, okay? Oh, thank God. Midoriya mumbles. The child hums, trying to let the words soothe his out-of-control mind. It's not working very well. Sorry. Aizawa sighs, blinking slowly. You have absolutely nothing to apologize for. He stops again, face scrunching in thought, leading Izuku to understand everyone's frustration when he won't just spit it out. I have to ask about Stain. Aizawa scrunches his eyes closed and nods slowly. He looks like he regrets his life. The time I gave a history lesson to a serial killer. I had had a very bad day. I was very tired, both physically and emotionally. I heard the hero scream and went looking for the source because I am clearly perfect for the role of the second person to die in a horror movie. I got there, saw him standing over her, and couldn't give enough of a sheet to walk away. I find education is much more effective than hatred or fighting, so I educated him. I showed him the evils of the past and proved that all he was doing was just repeating mistakes. As far as I can tell, it worked. He offers a tired smile. I haven't seen any more news reports of him killing. Only maiming. So that actually worked? Someone yells. The poor man looks like he's about ready to keel over and die. Like he's prepared for it. You are going to be the death of me. Aizawa's black sleeping bag gets a pattern of hemlock flowers. Sorry. Stepping out UA's front gate to be whacked upside the head was not on Izuku's to-do list today. You effing dumbass. Shinso reprimands. What the hell is wrong with you? Shinso looks down at the greenette sprawled across his lap, and wonders the same thing. A tired glance is tossed Ochako's way. You told him? Izuku asks. She told him. 13 says. I told him. Shinso glares at him, trying to melt him with the intensity of his stare alone. I am on this thing. It is the only thing keeping me hella and a half feet off the ground. Let's break it and see what happens. I'm sorry, did you sell your brain to try and make sure you got in? That's what souls are for. The classes laugh. Shinso doesn't. His face is dead serious. That is what souls are for, he says. Izuku rolls his eyes, setting off for the train station. In my defense, that was the best plan I could come up with under that kind of pressure. And in that plan I didn't break nearly as many bones. They wouldn't have let her die. I didn't know that, and my mind wasn't going to F with that when trying to keep her from pulling a dead. This makes Ochako chuckle. I'm so glad you find this entertaining. At least I didn't lecture any serial killers this time, Izuku grumbles. Aizawa sighs, deeply and wholeheartedly. The purple boy yelps in alarm. You did effing what? Izuku rolls his eyes. Dude, it's fine. I lived, the hero lived, Stain stopped killing people. It's perfectly okay. It's not, but whatever. Shinso says tiredly. Shinsu's head drops, chin hitting his chest as he contemplates every decision that led him to come into contact with this reckless maniac with absolutely no self-preservation skills. Izuku knows what he is. He's got that much self-awareness. Stain. Kenji Stain, Shinso mutters as they walk. It went better than when I met him in Hosu. Midoriya defends, before realizing what he just said. I wasn't supposed to say that. That's what endes are for. Sing songs. That one wasn't entirely my fault. Izuku protests, elbowing Shinso with a disapproving stare. Shinso PPS an eyebrow. Midoriya wilts. Ochako giggles, shaking her head as she strolls on ahead. You ran through alleys searching for Stain, found him about to murder a hero and said to yourself, yes. Now is the time to educate this man on past discrimination. Perfect. How is that anything but your fault? Spoiler alert, it isn't. Shinso snarks. You goddamn traitor. I had to deal with Bakugo. I was tired. I was clearly not in the correct mindset to be doing anything rational. See? Midoriya demands. Apparently, it took Shinso multiple months to come to the conclusion Aizawa reached in just minutes. You are going to be what kills me. Shinsu's couch cushion gets to be covered in hemlock blossoms, too. Izuku shrugs, thinking through tomorrow's schedule. Diamond, individual lessons with both Dabi and Saki. That's going to be a bother. More likely that I'll be what kills me, but whatever jostles your waffle, my guy. True. Midoriya yells. That's not something to be proud of, Midoriya, Shinso replies. Lower your expectations. Reckless moron. It's shura. Reckless moron is Midoriya Izuku. Declares. Makes sense. Shinso replies. Reckless moron. Fuckers, he has arrived. What has arrived? Ashido asks. Reckless moron. Bros my GS, I need a reaction, you fucknuts. Wingless burb. Fella, what's here you gots to explain. Wingless burb is Sora. Plant says. Suitless space woman, letter? Mine's here too. And suitless space woman is Uraraka. They continue without missing a beat. Sleepless cat addict, same. Sleepless cat addict is Shinso. S cuts in dramatically. Reckless moron. Sora the UA letter, my test results at sheer. This is an accurate representation of my excitement upon receiving the UA letter. Midoriya says. Wingless burb. Open it UF. Wingless burb. Did you get in? Oh, they're watching the hologram. Why did they send a hologram? Gyro agonizes. Wingless burb. Did any of you get in? Wingless burb. What's with the radio silence? Wingless burb. Where's the Jeopardy theme when you need it? Present Mike starts humming the Jeopardy theme. Aizawa decides he needs caffeine. A thermos containing 10 espressos lands in his lap. It has a hemlock pattern too. Wingless burb. Wait. Aizawa starts wondering about the hemlock blossoms. Wingless burb. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v ictomovegeli. Kaminari inputs the link into his phone and starts playing it loudly. Gyro snatches the phone and turns the music off. Wingless burb. Okay, I'm set now, take as long as you need. Wingless burb. God, the hologram. Azui agrees with Gyro. Wingless burb. Never mind, I lied, someone pay attention to me. Wingless burb. Kaminari has, by now, started screaming with the letters. Gyro GGS him with sparkly galaxy duct tape. Wingless burb. This is discrimination. How? 3 teachers demand. Their students laugh, and Aizawa sighs. Wingless burb. I does not take this long to read AF letter. It does if it's a hologram. Yayarosa sighs. Wingless burb. Izuku? Ochako? Shinsu? Wingless burb. I must adjust to my life of solitude. No, Shinsu is type faster. Sleepless cat addict. Jesus Christ, did Midoriya let you have caffeine again? Sora. Demands attention and the test results. Shinso. Jesus Christ, did Midoriya let you have caffeine again? Sora jokes. Sleepless cat addict. I'm in Gen Ed. That's what happened in this universe. 2. Shinso comments. Sleepless cat addict. I was like 4 points short of hero course. Same, Shinso says. Sleepless cat addict. Looks like I'm gonna have to kick someone's butt in the SF and take their spot or something. Kick my netas. All the class 1A girls yell in unison. Wingless burb. M up homeboy. Sleepless cat addict. What about you too? Suitless space woman. Ending this I did it HELP. That is an accurate representation of my excitement upon finding out that I got in, Uraraka says. Sleepless cat addict. Could I get that in Japanese please? Yet I wasn't very coherent in my excitement. Suitless space woman. I made it into the hero course. Go you! Uraraka cheers her envoyed self on, excited. Wingless burb. Heck, I am so proud of you. Wingless burb, my F queen. Go, other Uraraka, someone shouts. Suitless space woman. I'm so happy help. Sleepless cat addict. Nice work dude. Sleepless cat addict, and Midoriya? Silence reigns supreme. Not even the crickets chirp. Sleepless cat addict, Midoriya? Suitless space woman, Izuku? Wingless burb, bitch-ass motherfucker? Izuku's phone, however, lays seizing and forgotten on his bed while its owner sits on the floor, an envelope clutched to his chest as he sobs. In front of him lays 2 things, a metal projector disc and a small slip of paper. I was so excited, Midoriya says. My mom was too. It was incredible. Midoriya Izuku. Class placement, 1 at 27 villain points, 38 for keeping the robots from hurting people, and 60 from saving Ochako from the 0-point robot. Of course, the proctors took off half that last one because of how dangerously he went about it, but that still leaves him with 95 points. Izuku, a quirkless kid who was called weak and worthless his entire life, came first in the UA entrance exam. Midoriya grins. He'd been very proud of himself when the results came in. Just getting into UA had been incredible. It gives him a sense of petty amusement. Almost everyone he has met outside his job, which is more volunteer work than job at this point, had told him he couldn't do something. He was quirkless, so he was weak. Since he was quirkless and weak, he couldn't do anything. Not anymore, so take that, fuckers. Shinso, who is still sitting with Midoriya's head on his lap, and Midoriya start to cheer quietly. Discrimination's no fun, basically ever. Before he and Ochako even open the door to Class 1, he can hear it and feel it in his bones. The latter opens the door and Izuku gets slapped in the face with 2 waves of self-righteousness fighting against each other. Twilight Boy and Bakugo argue over the fact that Bakugo has his foot on the desk and Izuku can't help but groan. Seriously, Bakugo? You can't even try to make a good first impression? He crosses the room, tapping Twilight Boy's shoulder lightly to get him out of the way before crossing his arms at Bakugo. Hi, buddy. Were you expecting to see me again? He asks in a fake sweet tone with a smirk. Shinso and Tensei laugh. Shinso, because Bakugo was to him before the sports festival, and Tensei, because watching people poke fun at the younger siblings and poking fun at the siblings themselves is part of the job description of an older sibling. Bakugo snarls, his foot swinging off the top of the desk as he pushes to his feet. Deku, he bites out. How the hell are you here? He passed the test, dumbass. Shinso deadpans after regaining his composure. Well, Izuku laughs. I did well in the entrance exams. According to my projection, I did the best. Shinso grins. Despite being put at a disadvantage, other Midoriya still beat out Bakugo by quite a lot. Feeling a presence beside him, Izuku glances to his left to see a fuming Ochako. "This is Bakugo?" she asks, barely covering her displeasure. "Shoot him into the sun, Uraraka." Kaminari cheers, before glancing at a very done Jiru and quickly closing his mouth. The blonde turns his attention to the girl for a moment, narrowing his eyes before raising a brow. "Yeah. And what's it to you, round cheek, what the F dash?" Ochako slaps him across the face and sends him up toward the ceiling. "Put me down, you psycho beach." "Bakugo, we should not call our classmates names." Ida begins to lecture, missing how Bakugo shrinks in on himself at other Uraraka's harsh treatment. The cryptids would like to inform you that he is beginning to mentally question whether or not he deserves that kind of harsh treatment. "Please, Ochako, why?" Izuku sighs, exasperated. "Apologize to Izuku first." Ochako demands, setting her jaw and crossing her arms with a scowl. This Midoriya sighs as well. Uraraka reaches to send Bakugo up to the ceiling, liking the idea and remembering the swan dive thing, but the ceilings here are strange. There aren't really ceilings or walls or floors, just void-shaped like walls, vaulted ceilings or floors, and he doesn't know what would happen if Bakugo hit it. Setting a hand on his friend's shoulder, Izuku shakes his head. "Ochako, please put him down. The less conflict we get into, the better." When she looks ready to protest, Izuku fixes her with a glare that assigns her a research paper if she says a word. This Uraraka sits down too, from where she was reaching to send Bakugo up to the void ceiling. She doesn't want a research paper either. She rolls her eyes before touching her fingertips together. "Release," she mutters, smirking when Bakugo falls straight down, his chest slamming into his desk with a grunt. "Oof, that looked like it hurt." Kirishima exclaims, nudging Bakugo towards Uraraka. The girl takes the chance to accidentally tag Bakugo with her quirk. Bakugo floats up and up and up and hits the ceiling. Then he starts to go through the ceiling, and his head appears under the floor. Then, just as his feet pass through the ceiling, he pops out of the floor, and the CYCL starts again. S mutters something to Plants that sounds like, "I told you the looping void would be a good idea," and Plants elbows Nim. "This is going to be a long year." "That it is, problem child," Aizawa groans. Asai turns Izuku's attention to the door where a familiar face lays in a caterpillar suit. "Midoriya. I heard yelling and a thud and I come in to see you standing over your classmate's body. Why am I not surprised?" "Because he is the ultimate problem child," Aizawa says. Midoriya sighs, accepting the title. Izuku shrugs. "In my defense, I'm not going to like this explanation. I can already tell." Aizawa peels himself from what Izuku now realizes is a sleeping bag, folding it up and crossing his arms with a tired stare. "No, you are not," Aizawa sighs unhappily. "I did not touch him and he was being in but to Twilight Boy." Blinking as his mind processes what his mouth just said, Izuku turns to Twilight Boy. "What's your name?" "I'm never escaping that." "Tensei, look what you did," Ida says. Twilight Boy stares at his feet, seemingly embarrassed. "Ida Tenya." Of course he's embarrassed. His name is now Twilight Boy. Putting out a hand, Izuku smiles. "Midoriya Izuku. Nice to formally meet you." Aizawa crosses to the front of the room, glaring at Izuku the entire time. Is that what Izuku looks like when he's trying to teach? Well, that's strange to see. "To your seats," he orders in a tone that no one takes lightly, everyone not in a seat finding theirs. He glances around, seeming to think about how to word something before settling on, "Get your gym uniforms on and meet me outside." The class stands up, filing out of the room. "Not you, Midoriya. Nedzu wanted to speak with you. F-. He's gonna die. It's not fun to get called to speak with Nizu." "No offense, sir, you're just a bit terrifying," Tensei says. The boy enters Nedzu's office, visibly shaken and nervous. "Good morning, sir," he greets cheerily, the smile on his face a poor attempt to hide his nerves. "You wanted to see me?" Nizu silently agrees. The kid looks terrified. Nedzu nods, his face unreadable. "I did. Please, sit. He does. Midoriya, do you have any idea why I've called you here? Izuku shakes his head. It's a lie, but he also doesn't trust his voice not to shake. It's his first day and this is FNG Nedzu. It has been brought to my attention that, for the past 2 years, you have been teaching those at the bottom of the social ladder. Those are society kicks to the ground and laughs at as they try to fight their way back to the top just to squish them back down at the first opportunity. Why? Because someone has to. Everybody deserves a second chance. Midoriya says quietly. Swallowing, Izuku squeaks out his explanation. Well sir, I just took the ad. And I went to teach one girl and more people asked and it kind of just grew. A lot. He wrings his hands in his lap, refusing eye contact. That is what it looks like happened, Todoroki observes calmly. These are dangerous people, Midoriya, yet you interact with them on a regular basis, even instilling DSPLN in them. The principal pauses for a moment and Izuku is forced to look up, his curiosity getting the better of him. Where is this going? Does he want information on the gangs? Does he want Izuku to disassemble them? To stop teaching? He doesn't want to stop. It has also come to my attention that I have hired an absolute fuckwit. Please help him. He has no idea what he's doing. It's All Might. He's talking about All Might, Karo. Good lord, sensei, how bad at teaching are you? Tsuyu says. Izuku chokes on air, coughing as he tries to comprehend the animal's words. What? He had a teaching for dummies book, Aizawa says flatly. Smiling a smile that says Nedzu is screaming inside, the principal explains, All Might is a new teacher here, but he's also a new teacher in general. You'll receive a fair rate to act as a silent co-teacher for UA's Foundations of Heroics course. This oversight is entirely our fault, and I would appreciate it if you were to show these students the same professionalism you would your regular clientele. I.am many things but good at teaching is not one of them, Yagi admits. Blinking, Izuku runs through that offer? Whatever it was, he runs through it in his head 3 times before speaking. What you're telling me is that you hired a man with no teaching experience to teach, likely to serve some other end which I likely won't learn about for a while if at all, and you want a 15-year-old who has been teaching gang members and probable criminals for 2 years to help said man teach heroics. Sound about right? It makes sense to me, the principal chirps. Who better to teach teenagers than a gang teacher? The principal nods. Glad we understand each other. Do we have a deal? And this is why people are afraid of him. Aizawa says. He tips his head side to side a few times before smiling. Alright, sounds like a plan. Yagi! Nedzu calls into the open air. He said yes. I apologize in advance, young Midoriya, Yagi says. The hero in question enters the room as Izuku turns around, his eyes widening in surprise. It's you! Yagi is now scrunching his eyes shut and apologizing constantly under his breath. I think we broke the number 1 hero, people. Izuku nods slowly, pursing his lips. Yep. Never really thought of you as the teaching type before I got the projection. Nobody else did either, Tashinori, Mirai says pointedly. All Might shrinks down to his true form with a look of blatant confusion. Midoriya Izuku? He asks, trying to check his facts before he puts his foot in his mouth. Izuku nods again. You're the one that scored highest in the entrance exam? But you're... Aizawa starts planning the murder of the number 1 hero. He really hates quirkist people. If you say, quirkless, I will scream. Quirklessness should not make you expect any less from someone, Izuku reprimands, a cold glint in his eye. A teacher should be able to form opinions based on the person rather than the stereotype. A person should, too, but a teacher's is more likely to bring direct harm to the person getting judged. A strong quirk does not make a good hero, just as a weak quirk doesn't make someone useless. You of all people should know that. Whoops, slipped into teacher mode for a second. Who watches the watchers? S mumbles to Plants, who laughs and replies. Who teaches the teachers? Nedzu clears his throat. Midoriya, I hired you to teach the students, not the teachers. Oops. Yagi doesn't have any classes till tomorrow. You two can sort this out however you will. Getting up, Izuku looks All Might in the sunken eyes. I will stay late today and we can go over your lesson plans. Work for you? Yes, the skeleton of a man agrees. Thank you, young Midoriya. The boy waves it off. Can I go back to class? He asks the principal despite already moving toward the door. He really doesn't wait for an answer. Pardon my language, sir, but are you kidding me? Izuku slams the plan down on the table between them a little harder than he meant to. We have known each other for a single day. We have never had to work together like this, even with people we know and get along with well. There is no guarantee that any of these partnerships and matchups will not end up in injury. The boy clutches at his hair in frustration, breathing deeply to keep from losing his sheet. You are putting teenagers in a building, stepping back to a point where you cannot intervene if things go south, and telling them to use their quirks to accomplish a goal. That's the first exercise you did? Did you even give them a safety briefing first? What the F dash? Aizawa yells, glancing at his students. Did he give you a safety briefing first? The students shake their heads mutely. Someone hold me back, I'm about to murder the number one hero. Nemuri gasses him with her quirk, and he collapses. All Might blinks rapidly, glancing between the boy and the lesson plan between them. Is this bad? He asks tentatively. Yes. It is. All the teachers in the room say in unison. This is how students get maimed. Recovery Girl adds. Is this bad? Really? No. Not bad at all. Definitely not bad in the least. There's just the tiny fact that these completely untrained children will be fighting against each other, may not recognize the limits they should, and might even use the exercise as a way to settle grudges. In my experience, people have made physics into an all-out brawl. This has the potential to be so much worse. Izuku deadpants, channeling all the sarcasm in his body. Did you think this through at all? And you needed to do a goddamned safety briefing, Tashinori. Recovery Girl scolds, whacking Yagi with her stick as she does so. This poor hero. This poor hero. He was so not cut out for teaching. I thought I did. All Might mutters, shifting uncomfortably. What would you have me do instead? Give a safety briefing. All the pro heroes in the audience yell in unison, along with Kurogyri, Dabi, and the cryptids. It's salvageable. It can be fixed. I will establish connections. Figure out who knows who and gets along well or poorly with who. Izuku pulls out his notebook, flipping to a clean page and writing out a class list. It wasn't a bad idea on its own. I'll give you that much. It's just the timing and the randomization that throws it off, he amends quickly. And the lack of a safety briefing, I know. Tashinori sighs. Ashido and Kirishima went to the same middle school and seemed to get along well. Kirishima has already started getting along with Kaminari. Izuku knows Ida, but not well. Yaoyorozu knows Ida because of their families, though Todoroki doesn't. Endeavor apparently didn't see the need to establish those kinds of connections for his heir. Todoroki doesn't talk to anyone. And then there's Izuku, who gets along well with Ochako, meaning both of them dislike Bakugo. They're probably not the only ones. Most of the girls already dislike Mineta, but Izuku has yet to see him try anything. Izuku will keep his eye on him. While we're on the subject of Mineta, can I get 3 cheers for Kurogyri and the cryptids for launching him into the sun? Uraraka asks. The girls and Midnight all cheer. So, I would recommend keeping Bakugo away from both me and Uraraka, Ochako and Mineta from any of the girls. Put Todoroki with someone who won't let him do all the work. He presses his lips together. Encourage new connections. Kirishima and Kaminari should go together, while Ashido and Kirishima should be kept separate, as should Ochako and I. Because Mineta is a pervert, Bakugo hates Midoriya, and Uraraka hates Bakugo. Also, you don't want people who already work well together to ride off of that forever. Yaoyorozu realizes. All Might hums in approval. That makes a lot of sense. It does. Yagi says. Izuku closes his notebook, a hard glare sent All Might's way. I am serious, All Might. Bakugo cannot be in a fight with me or Ochako. Someone will get seriously hurt. He shoves the book into his backpack, standing and slinging it over his shoulder. I think that should be enough information for you to get some safe, educational mashups. At least, I hope so. I'm beginning to understand why Bakugo shouldn't have been paired with young Midoriya. Yagi says quietly. Izuku drops his bag by the door and flops face down on the couch. He turns his head so he isn't suffocating himself in the cushions before whining. Mom, I accidentally got another job. He groans. I think I'm now a teacher at U. How do you accidentally get a job as a teacher at UA? Shinso questions. Like that, apparently, Midoriya responds. A pan clatters to the floor as Mom rushes into the room. You, what? Her tone pleads for an explanation, which makes Izuku sit up. Turning to his mother, Izuku goes through a variety of expressions before landing on a resigned confusion. So, they know about my work in Sora's part of town. They have decided that I am good at what I do. They also hired All Might, who has no idea what he's doing. Netsu asked me to co-teach the heroics class with All Might. I am just as confused as you are. I bet. Netsu just went, you're doing this thing. It might be semi-illegal. But oh, and I've hired a dumbass, and I need you to teach him how to teach, Shinso murmurs to Midoriya. That sounds rather disorienting to me. Silence fills the house for a moment before Mom speaks again. Are they at least going to pay you? Probably. I don't see why I wouldn't. Netsu giggles. A smile finds itself on Izuku's face. Yep. Apparently it'll be a fair rate. Since this is UA, I might not be surprised if my paycheck starts to rival yours. Proud? Very, Mom replies, joining Izuku on the couch. I'll always be proud of you, sweetheart. You've done so much for yourself and I couldn't ask for more except for you to learn your own limits. She pulls Izuku into a hug, squeezing him like she thinks he might disappear if she lets go. Please, Izuku. Take care of yourself. Seriously. Please take care of yourself, child. Recovery Girl shouts. Returning the hug and burying his face into his mother's shoulder, Izuku nods. I will, he mumbles. He will try, at least. Izuku is going to have to file a complaint on behalf of most of the girls' hero costumes. Especially Ochako's, Yaoyorozu's, and Hagikyure's. They're not good, Izuku says. Hatsum-chan, you want a job? Fix those costumes. Hatsum giggles excitedly, as Power Loader sighs defeatedly. What ends up happening is Izuku gets paired with the Ice Queen against Kaminari and Kirishima. He's flattered that All Might has apparently decided Izuku has the strength of will not to let Todoroki walk all over him. And he doesn't hate Todoroki, Percy. He just seems stubborn. If he's half as stubborn as someone like Dabi, this exercise will be interesting. Plants and us giggle, one of them mumbling, as they laugh. Okay, everybody, we are going to take a short break. Mingle, have fun, respect pronouns, and if any fighting breaks out I have ways to deal with that. Or talk to Aizawa, since he's less likely to break people's bones, S says, smiling semi-threateningly. The cryptids both stand up, walking on air to the couch and picking up a student each. S throws a shocked Shinso over near shoulder and walks as though any was walking on stairs, despite carrying someone twice near height and there being no stairs, anywhere, and Plants sweeps Midoriya into a bridal carry before walking on air down to the ground. Plants and S set the two boys down, before wandering off to talk to some of the others. Kaminari walks up to them with a swagger in his step. Plants already has a good idea of what is coming and prepares themselves for the inevitable, while S, deep in conversation with Jiraiya beside them, is oblivious. Kaminari. Plants greets easily. What's up? Is there an issue? Oh. S says, finally noticing Kaminari beside Nim. Is something wrong? The blonde puts a smirk on his face that promises trouble. Only that I don't have either of your phone numbers. I don't have a phone, the writer replies without thinking. Next to S, Jiraiya shakes her head in exasperation. It truly is a miracle he's survived this long. Behind Kaminari, though, Siro comes stumbling up with wide eyes, grabbing his friend's shoulder and spinning him to face him. Dude, you can't do that, he hisses. Can't do what? Kaminari asks, confused. Hit on them. Bro, they're obviously together. Siro whisper shouts, not wanting to attract more attention from the curious cryptids behind. Kaminari. They're together? Kaminari yells, startling everybody as those in the vicinity of the four turn to look. The cryptids share a glance, before getting similar small smiles on their faces that promise trouble. "We're together?" they both yell in unison. Plants then turns to S and starts to shout. "Why didn't you tell me?" they yelp. "Well, I didn't know either." S replies just as surprised. "When did this happen?" "No, seriously, when did this happen?" S and Plants both turn to a terrified Kaminari and shocked Zero. Plants grabs the boy by his lapels, picking him up and walking him to a wall. Tape boy answers. "You mean you're not dating?" Zero wheezes, terrified. "Please, we met like a day before you all got here. Seriously, kid." S leans up against the wall, near head level with Zero's despite being far shorter than both Zero and Plants. "And his arrow." Plants adds, Zero still pushed up against the wall as though they forgot they were doing so. Kaminari starts to back away slowly, hiding behind Jairu as Plants finally puts Zero down, where he crumples into a heap on the floor. They stare at him for a moment, a pitiful puddle of hero student, and nod to themselves. Might have gone a little far. Yeah, I think I went a little far. S laughs, already ambling over to stand by Plants. "You don't say?" We should also probably apologize to, Todoroki and Midoriya at some point, because the quirkless thing was probably supposed to be a secret and the Endeavor problem will come out eventually. After helping Zero back to his feet with an easy does it, Tape Boy, Plants skirts the edge of the room to do just that, grabbing Midoriya and Todoroki and pulling them to the edge of the room. "Midoriya, apologies about outing you as quirkless. My bad." "And Todoroki?" S chimes in, "We're also apologizing in advance. You tell Mito the whole thing about Endeavor in this universe too, so that's gonna get out." The two students nod, sharing a look. "How much of it?" Todoroki asks. "How much of my home life gets revealed?" Plants grimaces, weighing this in their head. "A good chunk of it. I think it's everything you told this Midoriya in your timeline. The good news is you then get to hear a bunch of ways the other Midoriya could Don't ruin the surprise." Plants interrupts hurriedly. "Let them see it in real time." "Good point. Just know you'll love it." S grabs Plants' arm and tugs them off to talk to Aizawa and Recovery Girl, leaving two shocked students in their wake. Midoriya, still standing there, caught Plants say something about the Izuku and drags Todoroki over just in time to hear S respond. N says, Izuku 1.0 was actually the base for a lot of alternate universes. Yeah, Izuku Prime has started a bunch. Got over, roughly 35 of them at least. Plants shrugs. Problem Izuku causes that much? Aizawa asks, his uninterested, monotonic voice betrayed by the glimmer of interest in his eyes. Yeah, last I checked, Izuku prototype was included in 500 and 600 universes. S responds, sinking near hands deep into the pockets of near hoodie as Eni spoke. I'm honestly not surprised. The Izuku with all the broken bones definitely seems influential enough to be the cause of a bunch of alternate realities. Recovery Girl snorts. Most of my universes center around Ichizuku, Plants says while looking at something nobody can see, as though reading a list of some sort that floated in the middle of the group. That one failed test. Izuku does a lot of things that could cause alternate universes. S runs a hand through near hair, before turning and nudging Plants out of their reverie. Oh, hey, Izukuno. Plants chirps, before swearing quietly as Midoriya passes out on Todoroki. Oops, S says, grabbing Izuku gently and carrying him up to the couch he was on previously. Let's just pretend that didn't happen, Eni continues, to basically silent nods all around. Plants wraps an arm around S's neck, and Eni responds with an arm settled around their waist. They continue to wander around, before noticing a rather loud commotion. S glances up at the taller cryptid, who nodded in response to the silent question posed by the inquisitive look, before Eni walks over to the source of the fighting with Plants following closely behind. Did you, or did you not, bully Deku and suicide bait him until UA? Wait, did you continue bullying him at UA too? Uraraka yells at Bakugo, backed by Ida and Tsu. It's not like it matters, Bakugo grumbles, slouching back into his beanbag. Of course I've matters, the other girl screams, voice breaking as she starts to sob angry tears. Why? It's not like he did anything. Did anything to fight back? Or did anything suicidal? Ida cuts in, his calmly measured voice cutting across the space that was silent except for the raging voices of the fighting pair and making the other boy flinch back almost imperceptibly. Bakugo remains silent, his stance screaming aggressiveness but his lack of an explosive-powered response saying plenty in its absence. You did, didn't you? You told him. T told him to jump off of a roof. Uraraka starts to scream, before collapsing into Tsu's waiting arms as tears bubble out of her, as though she were mourning a loss that wasn't yet and might never be, but that still could have been. Tsu guides the other girl onto the shoulder of her uniform, before glancing up so her eyes met Bakugo's. I will not pretend to know all of your history with Midoriya, or what is best for you, Karo. I simply hope that you will think upon why we might be upset, Karo, and perhaps attempt to realize what you have done wrong. Tsu sweeps Uraraka into her arms and jumps towards the beanbags they had been seated on. Ida does not say anything to Bakugo, although the way he meets the other's eyes says that he wants to, before spinning sharply and following the others to their seats. S and Plants exchange nervous glances, before Plants splits off to give the three who had been confronting the explosive boy blankets and tissues, and S walks over to Bakugo. Come sit. S pats the void beside them in an obvious invitation for the other to sit, and he walks over to collapse on the floor beside Nim. You here to lecture me too? He grumbles, curling into himself slightly. Nah, I don't think so. It really depends on whether or not you have any remorse and understanding of what you did wrong. S sighs, running a hand through near messy hair. I get it, you know. You were a stupid kid, you did stupid shit, and nobody ever told you you were wrong. I guess what I really want to know is, do you regret it? If you could go back in time and tell Bitsy you that he's a shithead and not to say it, would you? Yes. I would do anything to be able to take it back. Bakugo replied vehemently. But now, I'm not the one you need to tell that to. He is, and he gestured at the couch Midoriya was passed out on, and this time, don't do any of that dums. I don't understand feelings so I'ma fight you, sheet that you tried after the provisional license exam. Apologize, say you regret it, and if he says he needs space, just back off. That works. Bakugo questions warily. Sometimes, yeah. It's always a good first step, but sometimes apologies aren't enough, and if he doesn't feel safe around you or doesn't want you to stay around him, you gotta respect that. You'll do fine though, just, maybe wait until the next break to apologize? His friends are ready to raise hell if you so much as breathe wrong right now, so wait until they've gotten some time to chill out a bit. S elbowed him gently, before hauling himself up and walking to the front of the room. Plants, upon seeing this, wandered up to lean on the stage beside Nim. Okay, everybody. Break time's over, please make your way back to your seats for further viewing. S clapped near hands together, and as everybody migrated back to their places, S and Plants began to float on thin air up to their couch, where they exchanged mysterious glances as the void theater began to get dark and Izuku woke up, everybody staring at the screen as they waited for the show to resume. As the heroes in this exercise, Izuku and Todoroki wait outside the selected building for a 5-minute planning PRD. Of course, this planning PRD goes absolutely swimmingly. Really? It doesn't sound like it would do very well, Yagi the sweet, oblivious idiot asks to a vaguely stunned audience. Does he not understand sarcasm? Shinso whispers to Jairu, who shrugs. I will freeze the building and capture our opponents. You will stay out of my way. See? Swimmingly. Oh, so it was sarcastic, Yagi says. Yup, Aizawa sighs. Heh, Izuku huffs, laughing disbelief. Are you serious? No, that is not what's happening here. Izuku crosses his arms, knives in his sleeves knocking together lightly. It's what happened during the battle trial. Todoroki shrugs. His teammate accompanies the cold glare he gives Izuku with a raised eyebrow. Do you have a problem? He asks, clearly annoyed or bothered or something. No, obviously not, Shinso snarks. No longer giving a single sheet about consequences, Izuku steps forward, angling his head up as his eye twitches in frustration. No, I clearly don't have a problem. I definitely chose to get all up in your sheet and tell you that we weren't doing what you said we were because I have absolutely no qualms about this plan whatsoever. Olivia Newton-John encourages Izuku to get physical in the back of the boy's mind. He grabs Todoroki by the front of his costume, pulling him down closer to eye level. So Midoriya does know some about intimidation? How interesting. Aizawa crosses intimidation off of his mental list to teach Midoriya, but reminds himself to test it and make sure it's not something he learned while teaching. I have worked my butt off to get to this very point. I have done everything I could and I have built this for myself. I'm not about to let some pompous prick with a kick-ass quirk take all my effort and throw it right back in my face. If I was, I would have let a certain someone F me up constantly and not even applied for UA. You do not get to do all the work, you meatless tater tot. Letting go of his partner, Izuku steps back, turning to check the building map. I feel threatened. Should I feel threatened by being called a meatless tater tot? Todoroki turned to Shinso, who made a delightful confused expression. Maybe. Izuku glares over his shoulder, silencing Todoroki immediately. I will be going into that building. Either you can come over here and help me make a plan, or you can stand there like an a-hole and decide whether you will do something useful or tank both our grades by freezing the entire building with me inside. Choose now. Holy shit. Other Midoriya is bad but, Shiro gasped quietly. Right? I love him, Ashido replied. Todoroki shuffles slightly, apparently not used to people who won't take his sheet. I'll help, he mutters, coming to stand beside Izuku. Good thing, I think he wouldn't have hesitated to knock you out otherwise. Jiraiya chuckled and elbowed Todoroki as Ashido spoke. Izuku smirks. Good choice. Kaminari has a long-ranged quirk. I'd like to take him out first. If we make a big fuss, he might find us and take us both out before we can do anything. Anything to add? I hope so. I think that those two could be terrifying if they put their minds to it. Uraraka grinned at Todoroki from across the room. What if we? I can't wait to see what they do. Hatsum enthused. All might calls go and Izuku leads Todoroki into the building. I'd avoid using your fire. It could cause property damage, which is something we probably should avoid. The pair rounds a corner. There are rooms with multiple entrances throughout the entire building, but logic would probably tell their opponents to hide their weapon in one with few entrances. Less area to guard. That does make sense. I wish I'd thought of that. Ida commented. The discomfort radiates off Todoroki in waves. There's no need to worry about that. I won't use my left side in combat. That feels vaguely like tragic backstory. Izuku almost wants to ask, then decides that his partner would have explained further if he wanted Izuku to know and opts to leave it alone. He can only pry into one person's past at a time and Dabi is still being stubborn as all hell about that. Plants and S giggle quietly, getting some joke that nobody else can with the current information except May Dabi, who grins. Midoriya guesses that maybe it has to do with the mysterious Tuya from Dabi's backstory. Logically, Kirishima should be with the bomb and Kaminari should be out looking for Izuku and Todoroki. If Kaminari used his quirk near the warhead, he might set it off or hurt it in some way, possibly disabling it himself if it were real. There's also the chance of him overloading his brain with his electricity, effectively short-circuiting himself and rendering him useless to stop either of them from capturing the warhead. Logic probably wouldn't apply here, though. I don't think anybody else thinks that far ahead. 13 reasons. I'll take the east stairs, you get the west? Todoroki curtly suggests, already splitting off and taking the stairs. That's a good plan. Midoriya compliments. This just makes Izuku mute his comms microphone and start quietly grumbling angrily to himself. Oh, I'm Todoroki Shudo. I'm Endeavor's kid and I'm used to getting sheet handed to me all the time. I'm clearly right because I'm always right and I don't need to, I don't know, confer with my teammate because everything I do is always in everyone's best interest, obviously. And I also have a huge, hello, Kirishima. A huge what? Kaminari questions. Does it matter? Shiro replies in kind. The redhead in question steps around the corner. You good, bro? He asks, raising an eyebrow. He's probably fine, just exasperated. Ojiro shrugs. He shakes his head, lazily walking forward with a shrug and turning his mic on again. Need that on for cooperation points. Bro, I accidentally scheduled like 3 extra lessons in a row after school today. I'm gonna be dead when I come in tomorrow. The boy lets his hands drop into his pockets for a moment, cataloging his belongings. How do you accidentally schedule that many lessons? Hagakure asks. Much easier than you'd expect, honestly. S shrugs. As he does this, Kirishima brings up a tentative guard. Extra lessons? Don't you think that's going a bit overboard? Yue's gonna run you ragged, dude. I'm sure the teachers here wouldn't be peeved if you asked for extra help if you need it. Not that kind of extra lesson. Ashido laughs as she nudges Kirishima good-naturedly. Oh, you think no? Izuku pulls his staff from his back, given to him because a crowbar is apparently not seen as a proper weapon, while his other hand moves to rest against the grappling hook at his waist. Yeah, no. He rips the grappling hook from his side, firing it past Kirishima and letting it yank him forward, swinging his staff to connect with his opponent's torso. Other Yu has some impressive moves. Jaira grins as she compliments her classmate's alternate version. Thanks, I guess? Midoriya responds timidly. The faux villain falls, quickly getting back up and grinning. Nice shot, dude, he cheers, slamming his knuckles together. Let's go. Lunging forward, Kirishima throws a haphazard punch with a hardened fist toward Izuku's face. All he can do is smack the arm with his own, leaving it to tear his jacket and scrape both his forearm and cheek. Support needs to look into better material. Hey! Hatsum exclaims, we do the best we can on the budget we've got. I don't doubt it, Hatsum. Midoriya rushes out nervously. You never want to offend the people who make your weapons and defensive gear. Ignoring the pain, the greenette smacks his staff into the other teen's knee, guessing he activated his quirk by the metallic clang. This is followed by a right hook that does little more than cut up Izuku's knuckles. Looks like he just has to do things that Kirishima can't see coming. Can't see it, can't use his quirk to protect against it. Your quirk reminds me of Crimson Riot, Izuku idly comments, holding back the slight wince at the twinge of pain that comes from moving his cheek. Costume does a little too. You a fan? He's my favorite. Kirishima enthuses, glad to see his inspiration recognized by someone, whether they're from this universe or not. Kirishima lobs another fist at Izuku, which is barely blocked by the latter's staff. The taller boy grabs the metal bar, attempting to twist it from Izuku's hand. Jumping and kicking off Kirishima's chest, the quirkless teen wrenches the weapon from his enemy's hand and flipping back, skidding as he lands. His springboard stumbles a few steps before righting himself. This is a pretty cool fight. Aoyama comments, sparkling brighter with every word. Izuku dives right back in, doing his best to test the extent of Kirishima's quirk by attacking as many places as he can simultaneously. He makes a big show of winding up with his staff, aiming for Kirishima's head. Meanwhile, he kicks at the other boy's knee and pulls an elbow out of the swing and toward his throat. All 3 strikes land, the one to the knee being the only one to do damage. The left arm of his jacket torn enough for it to be more of a hindrance than anything. Izuku pulls the knife from its now visible sheath and cuts off the sleeve. He stares Kirishima down with a violent gaze, almost oblivious to the blood running down his arm. He has a knife. This is a red alert. The teacher has a knife. Ashido yells, causing Siro and Kaminari to start up the yell of red alert. Red alert. Eventually Jairu gets exasperated enough to wave the duct tape at them all to make them shut up and watch. The knife twirls in Izuku's hand as he contemplates his next attack. He can't go for the eyes, sadly, because this is a training exercise and maiming your classmates is generally frowned upon. So the only reason he's not about to stab Kiri in the eyes was because he didn't want to get in trouble? Hagakure says soberly. Apparently, Jairu replies, equally serious. That doesn't mean I can't pretend to go for the eyes, he decides, going for the eyes. His targets widen in surprise as the blade approaches. At the last second, though, Izuku swings the blade down, hearing it grind against the hardened surface of Kirishima's cheek as it slashes. Kirishima grabs Izuku by his shirt and hair, throwing him as best he can into the wall, looking awfully baffled. I would be confused too, Siro admits. On a whim, Izuku tries to turn the baffled expression into one of pure bewilderment. Okay, here's how I see this, begins the Greenette. We are two unarmed men in a battle of wits. I'm too mentally dense to know when to back down and you're too physically dense for me to do jack shit. We are at an impasse. Therefore, I propose a friendly game of rock, paper, scissors to settle the score. Winner gets to capture the loser. What did you say? Did he just suggest settling the battle trial with rock, paper, scissors? Toshinori asks, dumbfounded. A solid tactic. Netsu exclaims, laughing maniacally. Poor Kirishima looks like his brain just shut off mid-fight. And I know, he replies, sounding more confused than anything, as if asking Izuku if this was the right answer. Other me is so, what is going on here? I love it. Kirishima laughs. He then looks at Bakugo, slightly confused, when he doesn't seize upon the opportunity to insult him. Bold of him to assume Izuku knows anything. I love him. I love him so much. Shinso does not break his deadpan, so nobody really knows whether or not he is joking. HM. Well, it was worth a try, right? Grappling hook to the rescue once again, Izuku shoots past Kirishima, launching himself into the redhead's chest. Maybe his opponent just has issues with balance or Izuku's good at hitting just the right spot, but the boy falls to the ground once again, momentarily pinned by the smaller of the two. Out of curiosity, do you happen to know what you rank on the Mohs scale with your quirk activated? Izuku asks it with such a genuine interest in his eye that Kirishima stops fighting back for a moment. Now he's thrown him off his rhythm. What is he doing? Kayama asks, the only response being the cryptid's laughter and Netsu's maniacal giggling. Oh, this will be fun, the principal giggles, a cup of tea appearing in front of him. He's liked by the cryptids, after all. Honestly, if he can't do anything physically to beat Kirishima, he might as well stall him long enough for Todoroki to get the young Todoroki has secured the warhead. The heroes are victorious. He was creating a diversion. Nice going, little listener. Yamada says happily. Diversions always work until you're having your butt beat in the middle of a raid in Tokyo. Aizawa grumbles suddenly. Where did that come from? Kayama questions, yet receives no answer. A wonderful tactic. Nizu's maniacal laughter sounds all over the void, quickly joined by the cryptids laughing quietly at the terrified faces of everybody else. You know, for a second there, Katsuki actually thought Deku was going to fight for once in his life. Physical fighting, not shitty mind games and faking his own suicide. Then he went back to his cheap tricks, if Shitty Hair's face was anything to go by. Katsuki might almost feel disappointed in the nerd. But, of course, saying that would imply that Katsuki actually gives half a shit and he wouldn't want anyone getting the wrong FANG idea. And we're back to Bakugo shitting all over other Midoriya. That's just great. Ashido mutters mutinously, her anger at other Bakugo shining through as this Bakugo shrinks into himself ashamedly. Stupid FING Deku. He's actually pretty smart, though. Hatsum shrugs before going back to fiddling with her boots. When Izuku returns to class after a swarm of students asking what the F just happened and a quick healing a la recovery girl, All Might has just started the next match. He wordlessly hands Izuku an earpiece with a look that says that they'll talk later. Asikas to be him. Izuku has classes. The hero will just have to either talk quickly or wait. I get the feeling other me is about to do something idiotic and offensive. I apologize in advance. Yagi squeezes his eyes together and rubs at his temples. Todoroki keeps side-eyeing him and, despite Izuku's best efforts, he can't make himself ignore him. Wonder what his problem is. He pins his gaze to the screen, listening to Bakugo and Jiru squabble. Other me is probably confused by you. Other Midoriya is very confusing. Todoroki shrugs as he attempts to explain the thought process of the envoyed him. Why does he get an earpiece? Ashido asks, sounding almost whiny. That's not fair. Nothing is fair. Fair is an illusion made to pacify the masses. Aizawa slurs, sounding rather out of it. When was the last time you slept, Sho? Yamada questioned quietly. Days. Days and days. Somewhere before Bakugo's kidnapping, and then we were kidnapped here and I haven't slept more than an hour in the past week. The teacher mumbles, only half intelligible. Nem? Gas him. Yamada makes eye contact with Kiyama as he speaks, and the pro-hero shrugs and does so. Aizawa passes out immediately. Bakugo lets loose a line of expletives that would make his mother cringe. And she's the one that taught him to swear. Nedzu has me working on quirk analysis, Izuku explains in a tired voice, as if this is the 78th time he's had to retell the tale. It's easier for me to analyze when I know the intention behind this move or that attack. He's using the mention of Nizu to get out of telling the class he's teaching him. That's ingenious. Ishiyama says happily. Someone behind him gasps. Nedzu? Hagakure questions. Why? Izuku doesn't offer a response beyond his non-committal shrug. Because nobody wants Class 1A to know that their peer is co-teaching the class. Aizawa slurs, half asleep, it would just cause unnecessary chaos. On screen, Jiraiya thwops Bakugo upside the head with one of her jacks. You're at a 10 and I'm going to need you to bring it down to at least a 7, if not a 5, she drawls. He opens his mouth, likely to cuss her out, but she smacks him again. You keep running your mouth like that and they'll find us just because you were too loud. If you shut your face, I can try and find them with my quirk. Izuku smirks. She's smart and she won't take Bakugo's sheet. This was a good partner choice on All Might's part. That probably is a good partner choice. All Might is elbowed by Sir Night-Eye in a manner that just screamed, take notes. Though scowling, Bakugo stops talking as Jiraiya jabs her jack into the wall. Stupid eating beach thinks she can boss me Bakugo grumbles before getting hit a third time. I like Jiraiya. She seems like she wouldn't let Kaken hurt me. Midoriya confides in the cryptids sitting next to him. Coos quietly and pulls him into a hug. Shut, Jiraiya orders coolly, glaring. You're making this harder than it has to be and if we lose, it'll be your fault. Quiet laughter resounds throughout the writing pocket as people enjoy Jiraiya giving other Bakugo what for. Izuku can't help his snicker. For once, Izuku isn't the only one telling Bakugo off. Maybe Izuku should start spending time around Jiraiya after this is over. After the fight, their classmates focus on Midoriya rather than Shudo. On the one hand, he's grateful to not have to deal with attention, but what, exactly, did his partner do to warrant this response? He almost wants to ask. This longing builds throughout the rest of the rounds till he can barely fight it anymore. Just before sheer curiosity overtakes him, Kirishima pulls Shudo's quarry aside. You really can't blame Shudo if he follows, can you? I'd be pretty curious too, if my partner handled a fight in a way that I don't understand and nobody has told me how he did it. On the other hand, that doesn't necessarily warrant stalking, Sato reasons. He waits just around a corner from the pair. Kirishima seemed befuddled as the 2-3 broke off from the pack. That just makes Shudo want to know what happened even more. Midoriya? Opens the red-haired boy tentatively. Of course I'm confused. He basically finished the fight by questioning me on my quirk. Kirishima exclaims suddenly. This is a thing that happened, but nobody told other Todoroki, Ashido responds. What's up? The other teen replies smoothly. Shudo can picture the nonchalance with which he rocks back on his heels, hands shoved haphazardly in his pockets. That is exactly what he would do. How much do you want to bet other Midoriya knows he's there? Uraraka asks Ida. I'm not going to take that bet, both because it is unethical of a UA student to gamble and I would lose, Ida responds primly. Kirishima pauses, likely combing over his words one last time. What was that? In our fight? When you just what? Just talked at you until other Todoroki got the bomb, or when he offered the rock-paper-scissors thing? Jiraiya elbows Siro when he comments, probably seeing it as unnecessary because she knows that it is both. Midoriya laughs, a light-hearted noise even Shudo can appreciate. Dude, I have, no filter. Sometimes it works in my favor. It's good for confusing the ever-living shit out of whoever I'm talking to. Sometimes it doesn't work in my favor at all. Your quirk's really cool, by the way. You could do a lot with that. And I'm sorry for hitting you a bunch. It was kinda my way of trying to work around your quirk. By the rock-paper-scissors offer, you can see that didn't go incredibly. I'll get it at some point, though. Shudo hears footsteps and turns to walk away, heading back to change. Come on, dude. We're gonna be late for our next class if we don't go now. So he did have a concrete strategy despite not explaining it, Jairu observes. You sure about that, Karo? He could just be explaining it as though it was planned despite completely improvising during the trial, Azui counters. Oh, you're right. It could go either way, Jairu acquiesces. Young Midoriya, I apologize in advance for my other self. I get the feeling he's going to do something stupid and vaguely discriminatory, Yagi says as he watches the scene play out. And I neither of you deserve that. When Midoriya and Kirishima catch up to Shudo, the bicolored teen watches the shortest of the three's smile fall. He doesn't look upset or angry or contemptuous. His smile just falls. All Shudo can do is glare at his receding back. He's not sure how to feel about the greenette, but it currently isn't anything good. He knew the whole time. And now he's confusing the watcher too. That's incredible. Ashido yells happily as she watches the cold look on other Midoriya's face. Todoroki was listening in on Izuku's conversation. As if Izuku didn't already dislike his cocky, arrogant butt. He'll prove he isn't someone to be overlooked and underestimated soon enough. Well then, apparently other Midoriya has many things to prove. How interesting. Nizu enthuses over a cup of tea as he watches the chaos unfold. From what I can tell, Kuda has some confidence issues and Todoroki flat out refuses to use his fire, which could prove problematic for his future. Izuku mutters, more to himself than to the deflated hero across from him. It could be cool to get Ochako and Shiro to work together and create a super move. Maybe using Kirishima as a projectile? And this is where other me does something stupid. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. Yagi starts to mumble, apprehensive of what the other version of him is going to do. It's okay, All Might. I won't blame you. Midoriya responds. His pencil scritching in his notebook isn't quite loud enough to hide the sound of All Might shifting uncomfortably. Young Midoriya, he opens. Would you please? Ignored. Kaminari giggles quietly and continues to speak despite Jairu side-eyeing him. Other Midoriya has some guts to just block out All Might like that. Kate, yeah, he does and we love him for it, Jairu says. Izuku keeps talking, barely aware that the man said a thing. Satu and Kaminari could both learn a thing about restraint with their quirks. Maybe Vlad King would be able to help them with that. He'd probably be happy to, especially since they have more serious drawbacks, like his own. Cementos comments. Young Midoriya. He's just gonna keep ignoring All Might like that, isn't he? Shiro asks rhetorically. Shuji, Hagakure, and Jairu could all do well in stealth fields. He's right about that one. Yamada chuckles. Midoriya Izuku. The hero's voice is stern and might have been considered a shout had his voice been any louder than it was. It makes Izuku jump, finally looking up from his notes. Put the book down, please. He'll ignore him until he can't anymore. I love this kid. Kiyama laughs. Shutting the book, Izuku tilts his head. Sorry, did you need something? His notebook, number 17I, rests on the couch beside him, though his fingers itch to get everything he learned today onto the pages. He's already up to 17? It makes sense, he'd have more quirks to analyze with his job. Midoriya shrugs, curious of what quirks were put in notebooks 13 through 17. The man fixes him with a piercing blue stare, seeming to try and draw all the boy's secrets from his body with his eyes. Today, during the exercise? What in the world was that? He runs a hand through his hair, eyes swimming in a sea of confusion. What was what? What was his wonderful strategy? Or what was his plan? Or why didn't he brute force it like you do? Nizu inquires, salty about something or other. I'm sorry for whatever he's about to do, Midoriya. Nizu, Yagi, by now, has figured out exactly where this is going and is terrified of being on their bad sides. What was what? Izuku's eyes widen in pure curiosity. Do you mean my questions? I'm pretty sure he does mean the questions, unfortunately, since this is going to end badly for everyone involved. Ishiyama sighs. All Might purses his lips a moment. Among other things. Young Midoriya, It was clear to me that your mind was elsewhere. I'm so sorry. At this point, someone finally elbows Yagi and shushes him. He's made it clear that he is sorry for the actions of the other him and can stop apologizing now. His mind was totally on the fight. He just isn't a brute force fighter, but he's super manly either way. Kirishima cheers. What? It wasn't though? My mind was on the fight. See? He was totally giving it his all, and that's super manly. Kirishima continues, enthusiastic about the entire plot. He's going to have fun with the USJ bit. You weren't fighting seriously. That kind of carelessness can and will get you killed. The safety of yourself and those around you should always be top priority as a hero, not how hard the opponent's quirk makes his skin. But that was his tactic. Nizu cackles maniacally, and a wonderful one it was too. Izuku's a little upset now. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not exactly sure what fight you were watching, but here's what I experienced. I tried attacking. I did. I tried real hard and got all bumped and scraped up for my efforts. A little more than upset, maybe. His tone is defensive, annoyed, and standoffish as he points to the scar on his cheek. As for his defensiveness, Izuku generally prefers not being questioned at every turn. Call him crazy, but he likes to think people trust him to have some idea of what he's doing. Yeah, everyone likes people to have some modicum of trust in their methods, so it makes sense that this other Midoriya would be no different. Uraraka smiles excitedly as she speaks. And it also is understandable that he would lash out, although I would hope that he has some modicum of respect for his seniors, Ida adds in. Clearly that didn't work. So I posited a peaceful resolution. A game of chance, which Kirishima then declined. In my hopes that Todoroki would find the target before time ran out, I decided my main goal was to stall. Keep Kirishima off Todoroki's back so he could get us the win. He stands, pacing in front of his own couch. At that point, Kirishima was so thrown off that any strange question might just give me the edge I needed to incapacitate him. I asked a strange question, since my words were clearly able to do what I could not. Now tell me, in what way was my attention not on my fight? He's not going to be able to find a way. That's a wonderful way of explaining his method and makes it seem like he was planning it all along. Other Midoriya is very smart. Azui turns to Jairu as she continues, and you may be right about him planning it, he merely planned it in the moment. Yeah, so sort of a cross between improvisation and planning. No plan survives first contact with the enemy, after all. Jairu leans into the froggy girl as she speaks. When All Might doesn't reply, Izuku continues, heated now. And who are you to talk of carelessness? Of not looking out for your own safety? I have never once seen you back down from a fight. Not when you were bleeding or ill or on the verge of passing out from exhaustion. I have heard stories of you going all over Japan in a single day, taking out every big bad and stopping any and every crime you came across along the way. We have all heard those stories, and he's right, that is not how one looks out for themselves, Tokoyami says in a contemplative manner. I tried to convince him to stop, and this idiot cut ties with me when I told him to look after his own health. Sir Night-Eye leans forward and speaks to Tokoyami, which causes the bird-headed student to pee his head inquisitively. The teen's pacing stops as he jarks to stare at the hero in front of him, the fire in his eyes looking eerie behind the green of his iris. You have a goddamn hole in your chest, and you're going to lecture me about self-preservation? I don't think so. You have no right. No authority. That injury should have put you out of commission, but here you are, however many years later, still the number FNG1 hero. Izuku lets loose a wordless shout of frustration, nails digging into the flesh of his palms. That's what I said, the day after you woke up from the surgery. You're going to overwork yourself, Tashinori. I don't want you to die, Tashinori. Retire so you don't die, Tashinori. But no. I tell you to retire so you don't overwork yourself and you cut ties with me. Seriously, Tashinori? Sir Night-Eye shouts, ignoring the student in the front row who looks like they're having an aneurysm from the alternate version of his friend cussing out the number one hero. You don't have a leg to stand on, Tashinori. Sasaki's got you beat. Gran Torino chuckles. Izuku silences the blonde with a teacher-grade glare. What kind of example are you setting for your fans? He hisses, leaning in close. That it's okay to run yourself into the ground so long as you're protecting others? That you can break yourself beyond repair so long as you can save the day? That one should definitely disregard their own safety for the sake of those around them. He scoffs, a dry laugh peeling from his lips. Maybe before you try being a teacher, you should try learning a thing or two. Common sense, for instance. I tried to teach him common sense once. Then he went out to battle a century-old big bad and got a hole through his chest because he didn't bring any backup. It's probably something he can't learn. Sir Night-Eye agonizes, continuing to ignore the boy in the front row who is now being comforted by the brunette sitting beside him, trying not to laugh as her friend remains shocked by the duo cussing out All Might. Collecting his belongings, Izuku storms out, leaving All Might to contemplate his human existence. Maybe now you'll actually think about attempting to understand common sense. All Might's ex-sidekick huffs, crossing his arms over his chest and stomping off to go gossip with Gran Torino. Alone in the silence of the teacher's lounge, Toshinori can't help but wonder what kind of monster he just unleashed on the world. No one who knows him as All Might has ever talked to him that way since he became the symbol of peace, save Netsu, Recovery Girl, and Gran Torino. And certainly not after only knowing him personally rather than through the media for 2 days. Maybe someone should have. Gran Torino cackles. I know it never got through your thick skull when it was me telling you to slow down. God save whoever decides to cross that boy. God'll need help. Aizawa giggles, still mildly sleep-deprived, before passing right back out. Thank you, Namuri. Of course, after a long day of dealing with stubborn people, Izuku has to go and teach 2 of the most stubborn students he has. What happened? Dabi demands, a sharp, almost protective edge in his voice. He jabs at the fresh scar on Izuku's cheek. This wasn't here last time I saw you. Ah yes, when the protective instincts from being the older brother kick in. I wonder if I'm going to offer to cremate someone for the kid. Dabi asks dryly, obviously not planning on explaining where these instincts came from further. Izuku swats the hand away. Oh come on Dabi. Keep that up and I might actually think you care, he deadpants. He sets his bag on the table, pulling out his notebook and flipping to the page for the scarred man. Today feels like an English day. So he teaches his personal students based on how he feels? Is that really professional? Toga questions. Nah, I think he probably has a bunch of lesson plans and starts with the one he feels like teaching most. Kurojiri replies while polishing a wineglass absent-mindedly. He hates the scar now. At first, he was fine with it, but it apparently interests Dabi more than comma rules. Izuku doesn't like that in the least. Brat. What happened? I'm not asking again, he growls, leaning over the table to get in Izuku's face. So, he hates the scar because it's distracting one of his students? Kirishima asks, befuddled. Makes sense to me, Aizawa slurs tiredly, still mostly asleep. Tease how I fell, after. Sitting down, Izuku smirks up at his student. Good. Then we can move on. Well, that backfired. Ashido giggles, adding, that's probably not how he should have phrased that. Tense silence fills the room, the conflict between the two nearly palpable. I'll sick Sora on you, the raven-haired man threatens. Ooh, he really went there. Zero laughs, not understanding Sora or why that's so bad. He forgets that this is the girl who has made a full PowerPoint on how to kill that world's Bakugo slowly and painfully. Eye twitching, Izuku meets Dabi's glare with one twice as menacing. UBSTRD. Sheet went down in a training exercise. It's purely superficial and I was told it should fade away in due time. Not a big deal. So sit your nosy butt down and get ready to learn a thing or two. Next time you put your ugly mug in where it doesn't belong, I'll be expecting payment in the form of your backstory, he grumbles, smacking Dabi's arm with his notebook. I said sit. So, he's not going to press ever again. None of these guys have even a clue of what my tragic backstory is. Dabi shrugs minutely, ignoring Toga who is now begging to hear his backstory. Who hurt you? Sora grabs Izuku by the shirt, pulling him close. At this point, He honestly doesn't have the energy to fight back. Who effed up your face? And now Sora finds out. Ju thinks she's going to want to kill Kirishima too. Someone mumbles, too quiet to discern who. His head rolls back in a display of emotional exhaustion. I did, he mumbles. She's probably going to assume he's covering for Bakugo, right? Ashido looks to the cryptids for answers, but they just grin creepily at her instead of answering. The hand on his front wrenches Izuku back and forth. Stop trying to cover for people, his friend orders. I knew it. Ashido almost jumps up, but Jiraiya's hand on her wrist makes her sit back down and just pump a fist into the air instead. He lets his head come forward again until he's looking Sora in the eye. I couldn't block in time during training. It's nothing. He dares her to try again. She might take that? On the other hand, she's also slightly less likely to hunt down Kirishima now, Hagakure contemplates. Sora shoves him away lightly, grumbling incoherently to herself. Go. You have another lesson. Who with, I wonder? Maybe Shigaraki, since he said his two most stubborn students, and Shigaraki Tamura is nothing if not stubborn. Kurojiri wonders aloud. I don't think it was Sora, since that just seemed to be his running into her between lessons. Izuku puts up a mock salute, expression rather blank save for the tired, though playful glint in his eye. Yes, milady. What happened to your face? Tamura asks blandly. So it was Shigaraki. And everyone wants to know what happened to his face. I suppose he isn't going to tell him, though, Kurojiri says as he moves to grab the next wineglass to polish. Probably not, Yamada agrees. Izuku rolls his eyes. Nothing of importance. Moving on, do you have your assignment? Because when a supervillain asks you for information, the correct thing to do is to ask for his assignment, Dabi says drolly. The blue-haired wine-ass doesn't like this reply. I asked you a question. And he didn't answer. Also, can I just say how much being called a wine-ass suits him? Dabi chuckles as Shigaraki lunges for him, but Shigaraki is suspended midair because we have a no murder no maiming policy in this bubble. Fucker. And I gave you an answer. I said to drop it, so drop it. Next time you try, we can play a fun game of, does your quirk still work if you only have 4 fingers? Looks like geometry is on the menu today. I love that he can threaten someone's quirk, and by extension fingers, and be thinking about geometry. Toga laughs. Geometry makes me want to maim someone, Dabi adds. I'll kill you. No you won't, 3 others say in unison. Not looking up from his papers, Izuku shrugs. Sounds like a win/win for me. You don't learn anything and I finally get a break from bratty students who feel highly entitled to absolutely everything for no DM reason. Did you analyze the poems like I asked, or are you going to try and disregard my assignments like you do my protests? I love this kid so much. He seriously just said that to Shigaraki. Dabi laughs uproariously. Kurojiri laughs more quietly, but Shigaraki still hears it and sends a betrayed look his way. A paper slams on the table between the two. I did your stupid assignment, Tamura snarls. Good thing, because I think his patience is growing low. Kaminari sticks his tongue out chidishly at the supervillain, who, being a man-child, sticks his own tongue out right back. Taking the paper, Izuku scans it quickly, smiling on the inside. Good. You can actually follow the most simple instructions. I was getting worried there. The analysis isn't terrible in the least. It's up to Izuku's standards and shows that, despite his shitty personality, Tamura actually wants to learn. Let's talk about radiance. Ectoplasm, being a math teacher, shudders at the mention of radiance. This is perfectly valid, as radians are probably some form of torture somewhere in the multiverse. It hit Toshinori when he got home that he didn't get a chance to ask young Midoriya about the certain someone he'd mentioned before the exercise started. He almost doesn't want to ask now, worried about making his partial colleague unwilling to cooperate with him. This would be why the hero finds himself having tea with Nezu, trying to sort things out. So your response to being confused is now to have tea with Nezu? I suppose there are stupider things you have resorted to in the past, Night Eye says saltily. Yagi, you may not realize this, but in your pursuit of knowledge, you insulted his strategy. As a strategy-oriented creature myself, I can see why Midoriya got upset. Nezu stirs some sugar into his tea before taking a tentative taste. And, from what you've told me, he does raise some valid points. You do overwork yourself more often than you should, and that injury should have put you out of commission a long time ago. You can't fault him for taking offense to you not practicing what you preach and insulting his thought process rather than trying to understand it. You would do well to listen to him, Yagi. He has some solid points, and maybe next time you won't offend a strategy-oriented fighter who can probably take you down. Gran Torino elbows the younger hero as he speaks, missing how the cryptids exchange glances that promise trouble for All Might. The hero winces, hand tightening around his tea. And how should I go about fixing this? Toshinori knows he's more combat-oriented than anything. Sure, he's personable but mostly in a marketable way. At this point, he's mostly just scared of accidentally making things worse. Which you could do. Easily. Without even realizing it. And then die because you offended the wrong person. Night Eye jumps in so that he and Gran Torino are basically tag-teaming their friend. Nezu tuts, his teacup clinking against its saucer. That's up to you to figure out. You'll have plenty of opportunities as he's still on the payroll and attending this school. You'll find a way, Yagi. You always do. Does he? Because I have some stories from when he accidentally offended someone and never realized it. Night Eye and Gran Torino turn to each other to begin swapping stories, much to the chagrin of Yagi. The intruder alarm goes off, making Toshinori jump. His thoughts leap to the students. He goes to get up, to protect the children, but Nezu raises a paw. It's just the press. Everyone's fine. You would be more useful at the East Building. What's at the East Building? What is at the East Building? Yagi asks his boss, who does not deign to answer. Was Izuku hoping for a nice, easy day? Yes, of course. Was he expecting one? Not in the least. He never has one of those. He's starting to think they're a myth. This kid's funny. He's also right, and I'm not sure which I like more. One of the teacher's comments, to which Nezu responds. You are the one who decided to teach superpowered teenagers in a campus made to turn them into heroes. This would be why he is just disappointed rather than surprised when he dangles from the ceiling by a grappling hook he isn't supposed to have on him at the moment, yelling at half the cafeteria that it's just the press who broke in and that they're not in any specific danger while Ida yells at the other half. Honestly? Why are people so apathetic toward their fellow humans? Do the reporters not care about the school of children? The students' day that they're disrupting? The fact that those kids are probably scared? So, he isn't supposed to have the grappling hook, nobody is in any actual danger, the press are all idiots, and nobody has any basic human decency? Did I get everything? Dabi questions, looking around at his fellow villains who all nod in agreement. Is all that really worth it for a good story? No, it is not, and nobody likes T-Demon Press. Aizawa slurs, now slightly more awake but still mostly asleep. It was quite the experience when Nezu popped out of the wall at Izuku while he was washing his hands after using the bathroom. The principal then told Izuku he had to come to a staff meeting after school today because he is somehow a part of the UA staff. He also neglected to tell the boy where it was. Which leads to this enchanting situation. So, he was washing his hands and the principal jumped out of the vents telling him to go to a staff meeting? And nobody told him where it is? Poor kid, Kiyama says to the teachers around her. It does sound like something Nezu would do though. The rest of the class files from the room when the school day ends, but Izuku hangs back, feeling awkward as all hell. Aizawa should know, right? Aizawa is part of the staff. He should know. Midoriya, you do realize you can leave now, right? The teacher looks up from his desk, locking eyes with the teen and increasing Izuku's anxiety tenfold. Should his staff? He probably would be willing to help the kid, if he doesn't cry first. Yamada grins at his half-asleep coworker before refocusing on the screen. Where's the staff meeting? Izuku asks quickly, voice almost but not quite cracking. Oof, poor other Midoriya. He's probably scared witless of Nezu. I guess he really is one of the staff. Yamada jokes, even though it falls slightly flat due to the faintly terrified looks in the other teachers' faces. That gets Aizawa's attention, making the man narrow his eyes. Why do you need to know? Nizu scared him in a bathroom. That doesn't make anything sound any better. And here comes the anxiety. Nedzu told me to come and I should be going and I just need to know, so please sir, where is the staff meeting? His words blend together as he fidgets frantically, pulling at the hem of his blazer. Yup, it's Nizufir. He's definitely one of us, Kiyama says, but she is definitely not joking. Whether it's the anxiety in his voice and posture or the knowledge of the fact that Nedzu would and has done wilder things than hire a child, Aizawa seems convinced. He sighs, rubbing his brow before getting up. Follow me. It's probably a combination of the two, knowing both Shoyuda and Nizu, Yamada comments with a sigh. What none of them know, Plants tells us, is that it isn't a fear of Nizu. Poor kid just has trouble asking for help. Yup, that's one of the things that's a constant through most of the universes. S agrees. He has no fear, not even of death, until he has to ask for help. As soon as he enters the conference room, Izuku pulls out his notebook and sits in the empty seat between Midnight and Vlad King. Eraser, why is your kid in here? The blood hero asks, jerking a thumb toward Izuku. Nedzu isn't here yet, and he'll have to go straight to a lesson today. He was banking on the hour or so between school and class to get his lesson plan done, but now he doesn't have it. So now he's writing lesson plans in one of Nizu's staff meetings. The kid's got guts, Ishiyama says to a round of agreement. Is he someone's kid? So, for math, he should probably do a refresher on the law of sines. I love how everybody is theorizing about him and he's just, yup, so-and-so needs a refresher. Course on sines in math, Kiyama laughs. Mike laughs, loudly at that, making Izuku jump and mess up his word. All Might, you have a secret kid you've been hiding? The hero jokes. What if Izuku had a pop quiz on the Cold War too? Ooh, a pop quiz. That's cold. Ectoplasm smiles at Midoriya so the kid knows he's joking as he speaks. Midnight taps Izuku lightly on the back of the hand. Shouldn't you be getting home? She asks, her rather SXL persona apparently having been taken off as soon as school hours ended. Izuku personally believes she shouldn't be using that persona to interact with literal children, but what does he, a literal child, know? Yeah, well, some things are expected of a girl once you use it as your hero persona for years, the woman in question replies. Akira was having trouble with cell anatomy. Izuku should set up a private session with him. And Rin can't for the life of her remember anything about nuclear chemistry. Why are you here? He wonders if Amaru would help her out. He just ignores a room full of pro-heroes in favor of lesson plans. I love this kid, Dabi grins widely as he speaks. That's a thought. Maybe he could get Setsuna to come to one of his classes to help him with anatomy. Is he ignoring us? Shut up and let him do his work. This kid is great. Yamada says, not at all fazed that his other self is being ignored by the same kid he's complimenting. Midori, please stop trying to talk to me. I have to make lesson plans and I wasn't made aware of this meeting so I don't have nearly as much time as I thought I did to plan today's lessons. I just nay, he cuts himself off, silently staring down at his notebook. Izuku then looks up, meeting Ectoplasm's eyes as he loathes the very existence of radiance. I know your pain. The other me must have been so confused by that, Ectoplasm says, but then again, everybody else probably was too. Before Izuku can look back down at his notebook, Nedzu makes his grand entrance. I see we're all here. That means we can begin, he decides. Who do you think is going to ask about him? Kiyama. Probably not All Might, so maybe Cementos. And Aizawa. Mike nods to Izuku. Is the little listener meant to be here? You were wrong, Eraser. Kiyama says, that's new. I'm on the payroll. I have the teaching experience All Might lacks, so I'm pretty much teaching him how to be a teacher, Izuku mutters, flipping to a new page to take notes. Izuku's never really been to an actual meeting before. He will take every note. All the notes. Maybe we should invite him to meetings just so we can steal his notes afterwards, a teacher thinks. We won't be saying which one, but we would like your guesses. A glance down the table reveals a bashful All Might. Embarrassed that a 15-year-old can do something the number one hero can't? That's just hilarious to Izuku. I will admit, he has been an incredible help to me. How honest. It makes Izuku feel all warm and fuzzy inside. That is either an illness or the deep, abiding need to tease a pro-hero, Aizawa says. And this is why all of our coworkers are convinced that you can't feel happiness. Yamada responds. Aizawa inspects Izuku again, despite being the one that brought him here and knowing about his teaching in the slums. Nedzu, are you sure he should be here? The hero inquires. Nobody really knows how to handle other you at a staff meeting, eh? Kiyama laughs. I'd honestly be more freaked out if they did know how to handle other me at a staff meeting, since that would imply he'd done that to some other poor kid, Midoriya replies. He is a teacher here, just as much as you are, reasons Nedzu, taking a seat. That he is. Gran Torino chortles, loving the entire situation. Izuku sighs, scanning the room. Can we please get started? He pleads. I have to go teach in, like, an hour. I don't want to be late. I can understand a 15-year-old being on the staff seeming weird, but I just want to get this over with. His homeroom teacher's expression turns to annoyance. I'm sorry I confuse you, Izuku snaps at last. Izuku doesn't often take an attitude with figures of authority. He's a teensy bit stressed. Being questioned isn't helping much. Well, this is a fun situation. Nizu's chaotic aura envelopes his decisions and disaster strikes once again. Tokoyami muses, much to the discomfort of Kiyama and Yamada, who are the only ones who can hear him. What the hell? Kiyama mutters, side-eyeing the student. Of course, this rude tone earns him a glare from Aizawa. And Izuku is just at the point in his exasperation that he glares right back. Teacher-grade glare, generally reserved for students who are being disruptive and making Izuku contemplate murder. Aizawa legitimately flinches, which is something Izuku never thought he'd witness. Holy sheet, present Mike whispers from the other side of midnight, the quietest Izuku has ever heard him. What is this kid? So other Midoriya's teacher glare is stronger than Aizawa's? I'm not sure whether I'm more impressed or more terrified, Yamada confides to Kiyama, who agrees quietly. The idea of two Aizawas running around, especially if one's glare is stronger than the other's, Kiyama trails off, and they both pretend not to hear Nizu's insane cackling at the mere idea of such a thing. The child leans out around midnight, fixing the voice hero with the same glare, plus a twitching eye. Running on an hour of sleep. This kid is running on an hour of sleep and will have to go from here to deal with my students who, if this day continues to be sheet, will drive me up a wall. He turns to Nedzu, expression pleading. Please start the meeting. So other Midoriya is stressed, sleep-deprived, and has a powerful teacher glare? I have a sinking suspicion that this is going to end badly. Cementos, one of the only semi-sane teachers at UA, says to one of the other semi-sane UA teachers. Yup, and $10 says one of those too. Ectoplasm indicated Kiyama and Yamada with a small movement of his head. I are going to say something to PSS one or both of them off. Because I know my colleagues, and those two just can't leave well enough alone. That's a sucker's bet and you know it, Cementos sighs. Midnight dearest, why are you the way that you are? Diamond Eraser. I didn't know you had a kid. Her playful expression turns to fear as both glares turn to target her. She had to know that was a not smart move. See? Sucker's bet. Everybody knows that if you set down a bear and a stick, and even a sign that says, do not poke the bear, one of those two will either poke it, or dare the other to poke it. Luckily, she's saved by the Nedzu. First order of business, the break-in today. On the one hand, Izuku was able to finish his plans on the train. On the other, nothing pisses Izuku off more than people not listening to him. That can probably be attributed to years of being ignored, but we're not here to unpack Izuku's tragic backstory. We're here to hear about Izuku's lesson the day of the break-in, and the staff meeting that mainly served to put him on edge. Reporters weren't the only ones to get past the gate, or so it was explained to Izuku, but, again, let's not get off topic. Let me set the scene. Students of various ages, all sitting in the old desks of the aged, dilapidated, run-down school. Most are good children, regardless of their actual age. Most being the operative word. Every classroom has some bad apples, Aizawa sighs, now mostly awake and much less sleep deprived. Like your entire class last year? Yamada giggles. We all know exactly why there's no class 2A this year. Shoyuta. In the back corner of the room sits a group of about 5 students, all murmuring something Izuku can't quite hear and generally ignoring his lesson. That just won't do. The greenette hears whispers of attack and something about a monster. He doesn't really care about the content of the conversation, just that there is one. Oh no. Sue stares, wide-eyed at the screen, as Koda, Shoji, and Yaoyorozu pick up on her train of thought. You don't think, Shoji starts. I hope not, but it sure looks that way, Yaoyorozu responds as Koda gets increasingly anxious. With a passive-aggressive smile, Izuku closes the textbook on the desk in front of him and picks it up. He then holds it off the side of the desk, above the floor. When it drops, it lands with a loud thud that echoes through the room, pulling the inattentive students' focus from their words. Hey, get the F out. Izuku invites with the same jovial tone you'd invite an old friend into your house. Like, hey, it's been a while, but worse. That is a bad tone of voice. Yamada murmurs into the near-silent void. Kayama, uncharacteristically speechless, nods beside him. A few words of dissent rise up around the room until Izuku pushes another book off the desk like an a-hole cat. The room falls silent again and he tilts his head, smile still on his face, though slightly strained. I am here of my own accord. You are here of your own accord. If you're planning on wasting my time, just leave. It's your choice whether or not you learn. No one is making you attend this class. He throws a hand toward the door. Either shut up and pay attention, or leave. I'm an attention whore. All eyes on me, you little sheets. Have I said recently that I love his teaching style? Because I love his teaching style. Kayama, fed up with the tense silence, finally cuts the tension with her remark. Mostly, except for the 4 students who read the subtext, people laugh a little, but there is still an undercurrent of tension as more and more students, plus Aizawa, read the subtext from the void. The offending students, much to Izuku's pleasure, face forward, looking slightly guilty. When no one gets up, Izuku crosses his arms. Are we all ready to get back to the lesson? A few people nod, so Izuku does just that. They should know he's needy by now. That was just rude. Izuku isn't going to lie. He thought this field trip could be fun, despite the fact that he doesn't have his full hero costume since his jacket got a little ruined during the battle training. Going to the USJ, meeting 13, practicing some rescue exercises. All good things. Lots of fun. Oh, so that's what's happening. Okay, 1A, who's ready to have their traumas brought up again? Kaminari fake giggles, obviously remembering the USJ attack along with everyone else that was there. Well, everyone with trauma from ITI. 1A and Aizawa gets hot chocolate and blankets. Until the class enters the USJ and Aizawa tells 13 about how All Might isn't coming because the dumbass overexpended himself with 3 fights this morning, that is. All that it takes to take Izuku from excited to confused to said is the opening of a familiar portal in the central plaza. From said pit of black wanders out a ton of people, all armed with weapons and quirks. Some Izuku recognizes. Those being ones Izuku is ready to throttle. I get the feeling that their USJ attack went a whole lot better than ours, Jiru says, leaning back in her chair. Probably, Kaminari chuckles a little, because his students fear his wrath. 13, get them out of here. Aizawa orders, pushing to the front of the steps. I'll hold them. And here is when things either go very, very wrong, or very, very right. I think it probably depends on your perspective, Dabi drawls. He doesn't get to finish his sentence before Izuku is standing beside him, yelling. Are you kidding me? He shouts, eyes dancing around the plaza. You 3 all have at least 2 overdue essays. He points to a group toward the front. I know you 6 have some sine/cosine/tangent problems that I doubt you've started. Is this really the best way to spend your time? So, none of other us have USJ trauma, because of some overdue essays in math? Nah, none of the other us have trauma because other Midoriya has one rule and they broke it. A few murmurs of F- and I didn't know he was going to be here, and a weak little, "Hi, Izuku, sir," rise out of the sea of intruders, not that the greenette cares. So none of my lackeys are able to do their job because of one student? Shigaraki rages. At this point, I believe it is pertinent to remind you that other you is one of other Midoriya's students as well, Shigaraki Tamura. Kurojairi sets down the wineglass he was polishing with a barely audible thunk, and that this could easily have been our reality, if Midoriya had, what was it they said? If Midoriya had noticed a flyer in his second year of middle school. S calls down. Yes, that. Aizawa tries to shove him back, but Izuku ducks his arm, walking down the steps. He also ducks the hero's capture scaff, if that counts for anything. His students step back, pulling the not his students out of the way and forming a path. As he walks, he names each person's crimes and assignments. This must be bizarre to his classmates, but Izuku also doesn't care all that much. Soon he stands in front of Tamura and Kurojairi, arms crossed. My one rule, is to not commit any illegal action in my presence. So you take that rule and spit on it by attacking my class. He whirls around to the rest of the attackers. All of you want the lessons to stop. 'Cause I can just stop. I don't need your demon money. Izuku turns back to Tamura, taking the hand off his face and pulling him in by the shirt till the two are nearly nose to nose. Especially not yours, he hisses. That is vaguely terrifying, and I wasn't even at the USJ. Dabi says, stunned, as Toga nods in agreement beside him. As someone who was at the USJ, I can tell you that that is much scarier than what actually happened. Kurojairi leans over the bar to speak, and you aren't even the other self of the target of all that wrath. I think Shigaraki Tamura may be mildly traumatized. The mentioned villain seems to be so scared he can't even talk, which is rather interesting. Even the air stills as Izuku surveys those around him. 1A stands frozen and bewildered. The teachers look the same. The villains look rather scared, whether because they're his students and don't want him to stop teaching or pile on a ton of extra assignments, or because the other villains are freaking out and they don't know what's going on. Which is valid, to be honest. Imagine being one of the villains who isn't his student and watching that. Dabi chuckles a little. You'd be so confused. UA students, get out. Izuku commands. Kurojairi, take these a-holes out of here if you want Tamura to keep receiving lessons. A moment passes where no one moves. Am I talking to myself? And have fun explaining to everyone else why the next week of lessons has been cancelled. He claps his hands a few times, shooing at literally everyone and being entirely done with everything. You know, a normal Tuesday. What part of this is normal? Uraraka demanded. Villain attack. Ida. The League. Todoroki. Terror. Midoriya. Yeah, those all are fairly normal by now. You dash, Tamura growls. Don't do that. Shigaraki agonizes. No, you have a research project I assigned last month that you still haven't shown me. Izuku smacks him across the face with the face hand. He doesn't know when or where he got it in his head that yelling at criminals was 1, a good and smart thing, or 2, something that might actually work, but apparently luck is on Izuku's side today. With a sigh, Kurojairi starts grabbing henchmen and sending them elsewhere. As the plaza empties, Izuku locks the man with a cold glare. You're both on thin ice, he warns, voice as frigid as the metaphorical ice the villains skate on. He hands Tamura back his hand, praying that it's just a prop from a Halloween store, but knowing in the back of his mind that it isn't. In this case, he and I both know that things will end badly if I don't warp everybody out. Kurojairi leans back and appears to be preparing a cocktail, for unknown reasons. And can we all just admire for a moment that appealing picture? Todoroki asks. S obligingly loops back the void a few seconds so everybody can see a glorious freeze frame of Shigaraki getting slapped with his own face hand. Thank you. Ah yes, the reason for most of our villain-related trauma. Getting smacked across the face with his own costume and threatened by a research project. This is cathartic. When, at last, Kurojairi, his man-child, and their pet monster disappear, Izuku sits on the edge of the fountain with a scowl. One rule. He has one rule. What? They shouldn't have broken his one rule, Dabi laughs. But they did, so they're screwed. Midoriya plops down on the fountain as the last of the villains disappear into black, fuming. Shoyuta, on the other hand, stands at the top of the stairs, goggles on, capture weapon at the ready despite not being able to catch his student with it, prepared for a fight that isn't going to happen. It's one thing to see a child diffuse a gang war with an essay. It's another story to hear about that same boy stopping a serial killer with a history lesson. It's a completely different book from a different genre in a different library to see that child dive headfirst into a sea of people ready to fight, maim, and kill, armed with nothing but a mental checklist of due and overdue assignments, to see villains part like the Red Sea as he walks, to watch him get in the face of the head villain with no fear in his posture, to hear him order the villains to retreat, and to watch him slap the head villain and tell his ride to get everyone out or else. Yeah, I'm with other Shoyuta here. Did that really just happen? Did I just see that? Yamada says, turning to Nemuri, who makes an equally confused expression. That was whack. Tensei PPS his head at the screen. Any of you guys ever seen anything like that? There is a synchronous head shaking of the other heroes in the room. Needless to say, Shoyuta feels like he just watched a cat sing in perfect Russian and a frog translated into Japanese for him. That is a good metaphor for how I'm feeling right now. Ectoplasm sighs, rubbing at his forehead. Exhaustedly. When he breaks from his stupor, Shoyuta descends the stairs, coming to stand in front of Midoriya, arms crossed. What was that? The man asks sternly. Good question. Kaminari yells, managing to have somehow evaded Jairu reliably enough to feel comfortable screaming. This may be a mistake. The boy meets Shuta's eyes, his own alight with some mixture of emotions. An attempt at a bloodless resolution. My students respond well to my threats, and that generally confuses the others into doing what I want them to do. I'm the only one who will teach Tamura, the hand guy, so Kurojairi kind of has to do what I say if he wants me to keep teaching. He stretches, seeming to calm down slightly. I didn't even have to threaten my safety this time, remarks the child with all the emotion one would use if they didn't care much about sports but their team won when they weren't expecting it. Oh, that makes sense, minus the threatening his own safety bit, which just worries me. Is that a thing we need to be worried about for the future? Aizawa asks, dragging himself over to the bar Kurojairi is manning, where the mentioned bartender slides him the cocktail he'd been preparing. Knowing what we know about your Midoriya's tendencies and that whole bone-breaking thing? Yeah. The mist man leans on the counter, making a quietly flashy, yet very communicative movement with one hand. So, that implies you've had to do that before, Shoyuta points out critically, to which Midoriya just casually nods. What made you think the best option was for you, a child, to jump headfirst into a group of villains who seemed pretty ready to at least maim? He's a reckless kid. He's reckless everywhere. Aizawa sighs, slumping onto the bar. Well, not quite everywhere. There are a few universes where he's actually fairly sensible, but those ones generally involve large quantities of trauma first. S leans forwards, communicating effectively with the exhausted man who is currently seriously contemplating alcoholism. Midoriya shrugs and Shoyuta wants to strangle him. My experience tells me they're more likely to hurt each other than me. An education is worth a lot. The way this child thinks. So reckless. Reckless, yes, this appears to be a recurring facet of his personality, Night Eye sighs. Congratulations, Toshinori, you picked a successor who is exactly like you. You can't bank on that, the professional teacher argues. Except when he can, apparently. Mike throws an arm over Aizawa's shoulder. When did he get over there? And laughs, ignoring the exhausted, done look that crosses his face. Clearly I can, the mostly recreational teacher quips back, pensively looking into the distance. I do wish they'd follow the rules though. Like, I know they're not exactly the best, most moral people, but still. They deserve an education. If I'm giving it to them, the least they can do is not be criminals in front of me, right? He turns back to Shoyuta with an unreadable expression, though the hero thinks he sees some hope in there. If I can teach them, maybe I can change their ways and set them on the right path. Is that so wrong? So, this is how the world works in that universe. Better than here, I gotta say, Toga comments, leaning back in an elegantly sprawled position over her beanbag. Can't say you're wrong, Shinso adds. Sighing, Shoyuta sits beside the boy and gives him a tired stare. No. Not in the least. What is wrong is throwing yourself into a dangerous situation on the grounds that maybe you could talk the villains out of attacking. What would have happened if they didn't listen? I get the sinking feeling, just because of the USJ in our universe, that I'm not going to like the answer. Aizawa is beginning to seriously think about large quantities of strong liquor. I suppose, when your class is attacked on the weekly, that is a reasonable thing to be contemplating. The conflicted expression on Midoriya's face makes Shoyuta think he's won. Then the Greenette opens his mouth. Well, Tamura could have disintegrated me, Kai could have set me on fire, Akito could have electrocuted me, at least 7 of them could have impaled me with various sharps, including but not limited to glass, wood, needles, and their own bone. I could have been thrown, had my neck snapped, had the strength of Earth's gravity on me increased to the point that I was crushed under my own weight, been drowned I what? Midoriya now notices Shuta's worried and confused expression, it seems. How is he listing that without abject terror? Kayama agonizes, continuing, that's horrifying. Why isn't he affected? This kid described the Sludge villain attack as both Greg tried to wear me as a prom dress and Gregging Bakugo. I get the feeling he's been desensitized to a whole lot. Yamada, now with Kayama by the bar, responds. How is this child so flippant about his own life? How can he sit there and rattle off a list of ways he could have been killed had things not gone according to plan, like he's giving a menu for tomorrow's brunch? Midoriya, don't you care about your own safety? Shoyuta asks after a moment. How did you make it this far if you care so little? I don't think he does care about that anymore. Kayama is uncharacteristically somber as she speaks. He's been horribly abused by his peers his entire life, if what we saw of his middle school years says anything. He's probably become apathetic to his own life and health as a subconscious defense mechanism. Overwhelming spite, resentment, and determination, the boy explains, leading Shoyuta to realize he said that last bit aloud. Aizawa, I'm quirkless. You know this, as do I. Quirkless folk aren't treated especially great in this world. People don't care about us. They don't even see us as human till they're digging a human-sized hole in the ground for the 20-something-year-old who was killed in a hate crime, or the 6-year-old who couldn't survive the bully's strong quirk, or the 14-year-old who jumped off the school roof because the one person who may have actually been his friend once told him he was worthless and that he should kill himself, hoping for a better quirk on the next go-around on the carousel of life. Those are all incredibly specific, especially the last one. Do you think he knew others who had that happen to them? Because the last one sounds like the whole swan dive thing, but the others? Did those really happen? How does he know? Was he there for any of them? Cementos quietly asks Ectoplasm. I don't know, but they all sound unfortunately plausible, is the somber response. You all must have thought it when you got my application. What's a quirkless kid supposed to do? How can a quirkless kid make it in a hero school? How can a quirkless kid expect to make it past the practical? Tell me, how many of you followed me on the screen, watching my every move because it was so intriguing that a quirkless kid thought he stood a chance? Because you wanted to see how the quirkless kid would try and get through this. Midoriya stands up, shoving his hands into the pockets of his jacket and starting to walk away. How many of you were genuinely surprised when I took down the 0-pointer on my own? He pauses, glancing over his shoulder a moment, meeting Shuta's eyes with sad ones of his own. How many were surprised when I took first, and how many times did you rewatch the footage to make sure I didn't cheat? At this, he starts walking again, rejoining his classmates and fielding a bunch of questions. He dances around the answers of like a pro. Shoyuta feels sick. How much of that actually happened while he and the others were judging the exam? How much of that speech was speculation and how much was honest experience? How can Shoyuta fix this, not just for Midoriya, but for any quirkless kid? I hate to think it, but if he had applied as a quirkless student, would that have happened? Would we have done that, chasing him? There is a knot of teachers speaking by the bar, questioning their failures and society quietly. There are some universes in which he isn't allowed to apply to the hero course at all, Plants supplies in an almost dismal tone. For the most part, he's able to work around it, prove himself in the sports festival or something, maybe turn to vigilantism, but there's still that initial, you're quirkless and UA as a school isn't willing to be liable when you're weak, quirkless but gets killed. Quite possibly worse are the universes where he proves himself, scores in the top 20 in the practical, but gets a note that says something along the lines of, yeah, you scored great, your written scores were great, but due to your circumstances you can't be in the hero course. We'd love to have you in Genid though. And it breaks that little important bit that keeps him happy and hopeful. There are far too many universes like that. Some end in, like Plants said, vigilantism or getting in through the sports festival, but for some, there are many Midoriya Izukus who have bad lives and die alone far too young because of his quirklessness. It's a harsh truth, but a truth nonetheless. S slumps over on Plants. Plants nods for a second. That's not even touching on the villain universes, forced or otherwise, they add, mostly to themselves. I'd hate for them to see the letter universe. Oh, God, the villain universes, S murmurs. The letter universe is one of the worst ones, since, well, let's just say that the torment doesn't end even after he gets out. The teachers, and the other people who heard the cryptids who are now completely curled into each other from the talk. You might understand why Ciro got confused. We are both very touchy people are seated in shock, staring at the two solemn beings as they sit looking at lists nobody else can see. Kirishima is the first to approach Izuku after his talk with Aizawa. Dude, what the hell was that? He questions, eyes wide with alarm as he grabs Izuku by the shoulders. The students are probably all so confused, Kiyama says, trying to lighten the tension from the barrage of depressing information the cryptids had released, but the amount of sympathetic hurt and uncomfort in her voice doesn't help much. Successful? Izuku tries, quirking up the corner of his lip in an awkward half-smile. It was that, but other Aizawa is probably terrified, both for you and of you kid. Yamada attempts, trying to lighten the room that seems to have gotten darker as well. Neither Midnight or Present Mike are having much luck. Ochako sidles up beside the pair, jabbing playfully at Izuku's side. Sora's gonna kill you, she sing-songs. She probably is, Dabi, the resident Sora predictor, says, adding, that was a dumb move if you don't want a lecture. Chuckling, Izuku shakes his head with a more genuine smile. No, she won't. Odds were in my favor. 9 out of 10 chance that everyone would listen and if off and life would be good, the boy assures, patting his friend on the back. And yet there is still that one time where you get horribly murdered, and we listed off all of the ways that could occur, Uraraka says. The redhead's jaw drops. That's still a 1 in 10 chance that they murdered you. Like it was manly as hell, but still. That's the problem. He probably won't die, but probably isn't definitely. Raising an eyebrow, Izuku crosses his arms. And then they get murdered or tortured because someone willing to teach in the slums is not something that you come across very often. I'm a hot commodity that many are protective of, he explains. Their own gangs would probably turn against them if they even sat by and watched as someone attacked me. Education is worth a whole lot in the slums. You could quite possibly form an army if you had information and were good at distributing it, Dabi observes. Above him, S chokes on fair coffee and plants pats Faye on Faye's back, giggling at the same thing that made us choke. You're not wrong, Ochako corroborates with a fond smile. Aru would probably take out half of them on his own. Get yourself a father figure who is willing to murder large swathes of villains for harming you. Shinso laughs awkwardly, joining Dabi in accidentally lightening the mood and the void along with it. Apparently I accidentally made a mildly empathetic void space. Kirishima looks ready to blow a gasket, maybe throttle Izuku, maybe drop to the ground in the fetal position. These are all valid responses to that situation. Unfortunately, Deku what the... And here comes Bakugo. Ciro sighs. This is going to end badly, I can already tell. Izuku rounds on Bakugo, who stalks up behind him, snarling and growling. See? Regular old Tuesday. I'm not in the mood for your sheet today. Shut your face or I won't tell Ochako to put you down next time. This is seeming more and more like a regular Tuesday. Uraraka sighs, Except Deku is sassier and villains are more controllable. Everyone loads back up on the bus and heads back to the school, deciding the safety of the USJ has been compromised. Uraraka is the only one that actually talks to Midoriya, the two of them being the only ones who talk at all aside from the spread whispers here and there. For the most part, the ride back is occupied by the class staring at Midoriya and trying to figure out what the F he is because he clearly isn't human, Shudo very not excluded. He's more like one of those two. Shinso indicates the cryptids with a movement of his head than a human. He glances back at Todoroki as he speaks. Yeah, you're right about that. That Midoriya is most certainly not human, that's for sure, the heterochromatic boy agrees. Nothing about Midoriya makes sense for Shudo. He's one of the first people to see Shudo and not jump to Endeavor, rather forcing him to prove himself worthy of respect and consideration. He didn't for a second let Shudo boss him around. He asked nonsense questions while locked in battle. Nedzu picked him out for something that he apparently can't go into depth about. He decided that the best way to defuse the attack was to yell at the villains about schoolwork. And it worked. He doesn't make sense to anybody, unfortunately. He's too chaotic for other me to properly predict, and nobody has a clue what he's going to do next. He can surprise anybody and nobody truly understands him. Nizu explains with a maniacal giggle, "This will be fun." Literally every expectation Shudo may have had about anyone in UA has been shattered by one tiny, reckless, green child. What's he going to pull out of his butt next? He's quirkless? Oh, God. Toga stares, wide-eyed, at the screen before collapsing into laughter. You're right, this is great, Dabi replies to the cackling of the vampiric girl next to him. Ridiculous. Or not so ridiculous, Todoroki sighs. After a round of extensive questioning by the Mizudafu police, which is essentially just Izuku repeating what he has already said about 34 3/4 times, Izuku heads straight to Sora. Or he tries to, at least. At the end of the road, he is met by a good chunk of his students who attacked the USJ. Congratulations on making it into the hero course. They cheer, fear hiding in their frilly words. They're terrified. That's awesome. Dabi laughs, recognizing some of the villains waiting for Midoriya. Izuku glares at them all, silently threatening them with murder and math. Out of my sight, he commands, voice dark. I'll see you all next week, when lessons begin again. That is, unless someone decides they want me to extend the education ban. This gets them scurrying away like spooked crabs, allowing Izuku to continue in peace. They're terrified of him. That Midoriya could single-handedly control the Mustafu underground. That would be a terrifying villain, Aizawa observes lacklusterly. The teachers around him, plus Night Eye, shudder in unison at the thought. Those who know the full truth about One for All and All for One, however, already know that to be their own reality, just with a worse, less moral person in other Midoriya's position. That is until Dabi decides to be a nosy little sheet. He's very good at it. Brat, he greets. You are good at being a nosy little sheet. Shigaraki says in a sarcastically happy tone. And I'm proud of it. Dabi sends a wicked half-grin at the man, backfiring the insult. Dipshit, Izuku replies, not sparing him a glance until the scarred man places a hand on his shoulder. What? Did other Midoriya just insult Dabi and not die? I get the feeling he's adopted other Midoriya as his younger sibling. Heard you had a bit of fun at school today. Izuku opens his mouth to tell him off. You were on the news. The dumbass kid that stopped an attack by doing pretty much nothing. The press got footage but couldn't get audio. Wanna tell me what you did? Hate the press. Aizawa monotones. That's show for you guys. Mike grins wryly. FING leeches. Story-hungry leeches that don't give a shit about others. I reminded everyone there of my one rule, Izuku snipes. Feel free to blame them for the lack of lessons this week. He forcibly removes Dabi's hand from his shoulder, deliberately dropping it in disgust. If you're going to be in but, do it elsewhere, Freddy. Hey, show, someone who hates the press as much as you do. Kayama giggles, before being subjected to a teacher-grade glare. Fuck her, Dabi grumbles. I was just trying to make sure you were okay. The last part is so quiet Izuku almost doesn't hear it. Almost. Look what you've done. Toga's never going to let this go. Dabi complains. He turns around with a sarcastic smile. Would you look at that? The Tin Man found his heart. I'm fine. Just generally said. Planning to your local damsel in distress, to her Prince Sora, or do you just want to hit off? I love everything about this interaction. Toga's face is in an unusual deadpan, before she breaks out into laughter at Dabi's I'm in face. Dabi shrugs before shoving his hands in his pockets. Ain't got anything better to do, he admits, walking down the street. Come along, your highness. Snickering, Izuku hooks his arm through Dabi's elbow, pointedly ignoring the funny look the dark-haired man gives. The pair walk off further into the slums, either ignoring the other or poking fun at him. At least it helps Izuku to relax. While aware of the events of the USJ attack, Nezu doesn't expect 13 and Eraserhead to come seek him out. Nezu, could we have a moment of your time? Asks the gender-ambiguous hero. When he nods, the pair fully enter his office, shutting the door behind them. I wonder what they want? Ectoplasm wonders. Probably something to do with the USJ, since that's the only big thing that happened recently. Maybe they're worried about Midoriya's mental health. Cementos suggests. Aizawa begins first. The USJ brought up some concerns to the two of us, mainly regarding Midoriya. Definitely about his mental health. Ectoplasm concurs. 13 butts in, cutting off their coworker. He ordered the villains to leave. And the villains listened. I'm not sure how much we can trust him. He's clearly working with them, they explain. That's not what I expected, Cementos says, mildly shocked. I'm aware. He teaches in the poorer parts of town, and those that can't get an education for whatever reason have taken to his classes. I was aware of his connection before hiring him, the principal counters. I should hope you were aware. 13 huffs, crossing their arms over their chest. The dark-haired hero purses his lips. He had a connection with the villains leading the attack. He teaches Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogiri counters to the unaffected screen. What if he's a spy or something? Didn't Mike point out the possibility of a traitor? 13 argues. There's a traitor in the school? Class 1A yells in unison, starting to panic. Aizawa activates his quirk, pointing at the screen, and everybody quiets down and refocuses on the void. It seems to be Aizawa's turn to stand up for the green-haired child. If I know anything about Midoriya, he isn't the type. He goes out of his way to avoid bloodshed. I doubt he would intentionally do anything that would put his classmates in danger. Yeah, neither Midoriya seems the type to enjoy bloodshed and violence. I don't think any Midoriya does. Mike shrugs, missing the loaded glances the cryptids send to each other as they think about all of the villain Midoriyas, the serial killer Midoriyas, the Midoriyas who torture people for fun. Some Midoriyas love bloodshed, unfortunately. Nezu smiles, glad he isn't the only one seeing reality. Indeed. Now, I'm glad you two saw it pertinent to bring this to my attention, but I do have to ask that, unless evidence against Midoriya comes up, we stay away from attempting to condemn our students. His paw taps against his desk. Besides, if he is a mole, we're still getting information about the villains whether he means to reveal it or not. There are many ways to take care of traitors. Midoriya will grow to regret picking the villain side if that's the side he's chosen. He's picked a neutral side, I think. He follows the laws, and would like it if others followed the laws, but recognizes that he has no control over other human beings. Nezu takes a long sip of his tea after speaking. The next day, when homeroom starts, Shoyuta begins to explain the sports festival and its importance. It is the biggest event of the year, after all. He only gets halfway through his spiel, though, when a phone rings. His phone? Mike asks excitedly. I turn my phone off when I enter UA. It's not mine, Aizawa responds. Midoriya pales, wincing once when it starts and again when he sees Shuta's glare. Sorry. I must have knocked the volume button. Alternative no, I won't, he corrects as he looks at the screen. Yeah, I have to take this. I'm really sorry for the interruption. Who is it that he has to take it during homeroom? Ashido wonders. Shigaraki maybe? Kaminari adds. He gets up, probably to go take the call outside. Put it on speaker, Shoyuta orders, halting Midoriya just before the door. The boy gives him a skeptical look and Shoyuta just waves for him to get on with it. I can't wait to see this. S leans over to Plants as Faye talks quietly, to which the other nods in response. Yes, sir, he says, obeying. Then speaking in what Shoyuta believes is Italian. Yes, you read that right. Italian. The person on the other end of the line, a man, judging by his voice, also speaks in Italian, though his is much more fluid than Midoriya's. Since when do you speak Italian? Tsu asks. I don't. Midoriya responds, it must be a thing he picked up while teaching. Soon, Midoriya begins to smile, even laughing a bit before saying something else, still in Italian. I'm sorry, but I can't talk right now. I'm in class, he says at last, reverting back to Japanese. This is a true fact, you are in class, and as such should not be on your phone. Ida begins to lecture. I'm not sure he had a choice, Jiraiya mutters to herself. The man says a few more things in Italian, which Midoriya replies to with Italian. Shoyuta thinks he hears his family name in there. Suddenly, the man switches to heavily accented Japanese. You take care of this boy, Aizawa Shoyuta, he commands. You take very good care of him. Other me was just threatened by someone Midoriya knows in class. Aizawa mutters to himself, shocked. I know. It's awesome. Mike laughs before getting gagged by Aizawa's scarf. Don't threaten my teachers. Midoriya scolds. I'm hanging up now. Goodbye and tell your son I'm proud of him. He then ends the call, mutes his phone, and slides it into his backpack. I am sorry about that, sir. If I didn't answer, he would have traced the call and that didn't go especially well last time. What happened last time? Uraraka questions, mystified. I'm not entirely sure either of us wants to know. Todoroki leans over. No, we totally do, Ashido enthuses. Plants smiles a little. Let's just say that with the sudden appearance of the Italian mob on her doorstep, one Midoriya Inko proved she had a strong circulatory system by not going into cardiac arrest on the spot. That may or may not be the truth of what happened. They'll never reveal. Shoyuta blinks a few times. What was that? He asks at last. S mumbles something, happy with the reactions to the scene. Plants elbows Faye, not wanting them to hear it from anyone other than Midoriya. The green-haired boy looks away slightly. Are you sure you want to know? Shoyuta doesn't move, just glares. A higher-up in the Italian mafia. I helped his son with biology for a bit and said son just got into medical school. He wanted to thank me for my help. That's sweet. Toga says, to nods of agreement from Ashido, Tsu, Hagakure, and Koda. Why do you have contacts in the Italian mafia? S suppresses giggles as Aizawa says the same words in unison with his envoyed self. Why don't you? They have really good food. The room goes wild, even the most stoic of people letting out at least a small chuckle at the line. Shuda's stare turns judgmental in a split second. Really? He deadpants. And the Italian? This is what I really want to know, Midoriya says, leaning forwards in his seat. Payment for my services. I also think I accidentally ordered dinner with how many noodle names I substituted in there. Midoriya sits back down like nothing happened, leaving Shoyuta to both reconcile this in his mind and finish his explanation. DMN problem child. Izuku has many regrets in life. While postponing classes for a week is not one of them, deciding to plan lessons as far into the future as possible with his week of freedom most definitely is. He hasn't slept in 2 days and he is suffering. But he's also stubborn, and he already has 3 weeks planned out. He isn't stopping until his body makes him. Holy shit. The quiet mumble comes from the knot of people that is the Baku squad, but nobody can really tell which one. Midoriya passed out 2.5 minutes into the staff meeting a few days after the USJ. Shoyuta knows this because the kid walked in looking like he was going to faint at any moment and the adult was afraid he'd do it standing. It's obvious the child hasn't been sleeping. As he sat next to Shoyuta and subsequently fell asleep on his shoulder, it became Shuda's duty to take care of him, which is why he has been stuffed in Shuda's sleeping bag and placed in the corner. Can I have a picture of that? I guess. Why? S responds, leaning back and tilting fair head at an inhuman angle to meet his eyes upside down. I need to tease Shoyuta with it, he says, only mildly discomfited by the angle fair neck is bent at. It's in your camera roll, Faye replies, tilting back into plants to look at the screen and ignoring the quiet, yes, from the pro hero. Nedzu regards the sleeping student for a moment before turning his attention to his laptop. That's a shame. I somewhat wanted him to witness this. No matter. A few key taps later, a familiar sight shows up on the projection screen at the end of the table. I know there have been protests against having a child on the staff. I understand those protests. But I would also like you all to see how Midoriya works. How much control he can have over a given situation. And in this case the given situation is a villain attack. That's fun. Kiyama says. A recording. It was recorded. And, unlike that clip the media got, this has audio. So everyone can hear his student telling armed and dangerous villains, possibly murderers, to go F themselves. And they're almost impressed. And when Midoriya slaps Shigaraki with his face hand, it seems no one was quite expecting that from the child asleep in the corner. Wait till they find out about the Italian mob. How do the teachers at that UA handle it? Runs through the minds of every pro hero in attendance. Midnight glances back at Midoriya a few times, trying to reconcile the normally polite boy she has in her classes with the one on screen, telling the man who wanted to attack his class that he's missing an assignment and he won't stand for it. Mike just stares at the screen, incredulous. As you have all probably heard by now, Midoriya Izuku single-handedly stopped what could have been a massacre without any violence, save that slap. Nedzu recaps when the clip ends. I would hope no one will question his position in this school. Yeah. Mike sighs, still vaguely confused by the USJ and worried about what the cryptids had said about the various versions of quirkless Midoriya. At that point the only thing you can really do is fear. Fear what? Kiyama asks. Just general fear, the other replies. He's 16, Glad tries to reason when he finally drags his eyes away from the still image of Midoriya waving off those who probably would have happily murdered everyone in the building had their teacher not been there. They tried pretty DMN hard. Todoroki mutters, the rest of the traumatized people from the USJ attack agreeing. Shoyuta rolls his eyes, tossing a glance toward the one person he has met with bigger eye bags than him. 15 actually. He's also smart and knows how to defuse a situation. This isn't the first time he's done something like this, and I doubt it'll be the last. He shakes his head, knowing the child currently stealing his sleeping bag will likely be the death of his dark hair and beardage of his gray streaks. I have it on good authority that he's probably the reason why Stain hasn't killed in a few months. He is a force to be reckoned with, and honestly, for your sake, I hope he isn't awake right now. For everyone's sake, I hope he wasn't awake right then, Cementos mutters. Recovery Girl nods in empathetic agreement. Midoriya rolls over, facing out into the room. He grumbles a bit and Vlad actually looks a little scared. It's understandable. The kid made Shoyuta flinch with a single glare. This paper was due 3 weeks ago, you blown bulb, the child suddenly cries out. Vlad, being closest, actually jumps so badly he falls out of his chair. Shoyuta can't help but be proud of his student. The room explodes with laughter, finally clearing the last of the heavy atmosphere from the cryptid's addition to the end of the USJ scene. The void brightens the rest of the way back up, which still isn't all that bright. But oh well, and Nisa gets a tablet with a selection of 15 of the best universes that deal with quirkless people and discrimination against the quirkless. You know what really butters Izuku's biscuits? Having the good mood brought on by one of his students moving forward in life crushed like a pesky little fly under the wheels of an 18-wheeler when a ton of other students just aprit in the doorway of Class 1A. Can I help you? He asks tentatively, scanning the apparent audience. Oh, this thing. Why do they behave like they do? Ashido agonizes. To be reasonable to everybody involved, the 1A students, who all need so much therapy, this whole let's blame the victims for unwanted attention being moved upon them after then their teachers almost died horribly was an entire clusterfuck. That shouldn't have happened, And can we please all agree that blaming the 1A students for being horribly traumatized shouldn't have been a thing? Ever? Please? Why are they here? Mineta asks, shaking in his boots. He still rubs Izuku the wrong way. He's seen how the kid looks at the girls. Who? Mineta bashing. The girls of 1A cheer in an eerie unison. Aizawa takes notice of this, and marks down the Mineta thing on his rapidly growing mental list of things to deal with. Scoping out the competition, Tiny Bakugo growls, standing in the doorway. Makes sense that this shitty bunch of cannon fodder wants to check us out before the sports festival. We are the class that survived a villain attack after all. Not that it'll mean jackage. Ah yes, how we got the entire FING year turned against us in under 5 minutes. That great. Jiru says, the last word coming out sort of strangled. Shinso, one of the mentioned students, took notice of that and began to rethink, just a little, his anti-heroics core stance. Maybe not everyone is a Bakugo or a Monoma. Izuku rolls his eyes. We survived because I beached the villains out. No need to act all high and mighty unless you want to fill in the missing words. High up on the stairs and away from danger, and a mighty big pain in my butt. He steps up beside the blonde and catches a flash of purple in the crowd. Shinso, he asks incredulously. Why are you? Have I said lately how much I love other Midoriya? Because even if I have, I feel the need for reiteration, Tokoyami murmurs before adding, such wonderful chaos. The boy in question shrugs. Was curious, me mumbles. Is the rest of your class as bad as him? Shinso points to Bakugo to emphasize his point. I should hope not. Ida, Uraraka, and Jiru say, only a few moments apart from each other. Bakugo certainly leaves an impression on everybody who spends any time in his presence. It's Izuku's turn to shrug before a head pops up over the crowd. Tetsutetsu from 1B, it seems. I came over to check you guys out, but all I'm seeing are 2 arrogant a-holes, he calls. He really shouldn't have said that, I can already tell. That isn't the right thing to say to him. Azui shakes her head grimly as Hagakure speaks, obviously agreeing. Yeah, if what we've seen of other Midoriya is anything to go by, Karo, he's not going to take that well, Azui agrees. Eyes wide with innocent honesty, Izuku stares into Tetsutetsu's soul. I'm not being arrogant, he protests. I walked down the stairs, yelled at many a villain, slapped the head villain, and told them to get the F out. And they did. The greenette smiles when Shinso mutters something about not being surprised, though almost everyone else in the hall looks unconvinced. Do you want me to go grab one of the villains that was there? Do you need someone to corroborate my story? Ask the teachers or my classmates. Or the villains. I can and will go hunt 1 or 2 down. I have at least 3 on speed dial. Oh my god, their faces. Ida Tensei, not Tenya laughs as the collective jaws of the gathered students on Void drop. I honestly don't care what flack he gets for that. That's my new favorite scene. Kayama agrees, laughter beginning to spill over her lips as she talks. The moment of silence fills the hall at Izuku's last declaration before he exhales, shaking his head. I'll see you in the cafeteria, Shinso, he sighs, turning and heading for the classroom window. Is he? Oh my god, please let him do what I think he's going to do. If he is, I will do something wonderful. This please. Kiyama says, eyes bright as she leans forwards towards the screen void. Aizawa, probably too used to his friend's antics to be properly worried, simply PPS his head, cat-like, as he attempts to figure out what's got her so excited. Izuku? Ochako asks as he pushes the window open. Aizawa's eyes widen in glee as he realizes what direction Kiyama's thoughts have gone. The boy doesn't acknowledge anything as he pulls his grappling hook from his bag and hooks it on the windowsill. He waves to the crowd still at the door with a small smirk before he steps out the window, lowering himself with what has come to be his favorite tool. That is such a badass exit. Aoyama's voice breaks the stunned silence, right before something else breaks it. Yes. That is what I needed to see. Kiyama's voice drops to a thrilled whisper as the void and occupants, but the void also seems to focus on the elated pro turns to stare at her. My life is now complete. What is he? Ashido hisses, staring at the open window. Insane. Ida Tenya. God, I have to figure out a better naming system for the Idas. Self-sacrificial. Bizawa. Badass. Dabi of all people. Incredible. A cryptid. Azui, to many nods of agreement. Ochako smiles, shrugging. Honestly, I'm not really sure myself. I know he's smart and kind and happy to help, but I also know he's been through some stuff. I know he's become desensitized to a lot of situations that he probably shouldn't be desensitized to this young, and I know he'll leave out big details in a story because they just seem normal to him. She chuckles fondly. I heard a rumor he stopped Stain from killing a hero and got out without Stain touching him once. Not technically a false rumor, since you know. Jerry. The Void, referring merely to the occupants this time, choke on their laughter. Nobody's really gotten over the comedy of Midoriya in the other world nicknaming his assailants/opponents/kidnappers random common English names, by which I mean everybody still kinda wants to laugh about it. Crossing her arms, Ashido nods sagely. I see now. He's not human. Got it. At this point? Yeah, you're probably right. He's probably some secret deity of badass teachers. Nobody wants to admit it, but everybody kinda thinks Jairu's right. The next 2 weeks include Izuku and Ochako practicing fighting several types of opponents, Quirkless and Akiko almost having to physically restrain Izuku from teaching too many classes and overworking himself. Sora makes it fun, Aru makes it difficult, and Dabi makes it Dabi-ish. The fact that he's helping at all is a miracle in Izuku's eyes. Though he does worry for his eyebrows, what with how narrowly he's been dodging the man's attacks. Does anybody else love that there is no adjective to properly describe Dabi's influence on a situation? Hatsum asks, peeking up through a curtain of only slightly on fire, Hatsum dreadlocks to comment. Instead of a response which would have been a resounding yes, by the way, she gets blasted in the face with a fire extinguisher. Thank you, Yayorozu, for providing it, and Power Loader, for utilizing it. Ducking the latest blast of blue fire, Izuku pops up beside Dabi's arm, pressing a knife against his throat and one against his elbow, threatening to cut the tendon. A bright smile spreads across his face before he twists, kicking the back of Dabi's knee and moving as the black-haired student drops to the ground. Was that good? He asks, turning to Akiko. So, other Midoriya is not only freaking incredible, but incredibly deadly to boot. Does anybody else just love him more for that? Toga comments, weirdly sane. It just makes me want to be him. Oh, there's the crazy. His mentor smiles, but not really at him. Izuku feels something touch his ankle and stomps on it as hard as he can. Dabi cries out in pain and Izuku thinks he might have heard a crack. But it's not over till it's over, Akiko praises. He isn't wrong, per se, but that kind of advice would get Izuku killed if he was any more reckless. Did other Midobro just break H's ha-nd? Kirishima implores, desperately hoping for any answer other than quite possibly. S responds, oh well sheet. Ashido gives her friend a hard look before asking, how the F, did you just speak in blank characters? I've got no clue, it happens when I'm freaked out. And I'm very freaked out. Sora disrupts Izuku's thoughts by flying between him and Akiko, skidding across the floor before lunging back into her fight with Ochako with an excited grin. Not surprising, though Izuku might be interested in watching a quirked fight between the two. That could be super cool. If we knew Sora in this world, I'd totally be up for it. Uraraka gushes, enthusiastic at the idea of a new sparring partner. Speaking of quirked versus quirkless fighting, I thought we said quirkless. Izuku admonishes, glaring at the man on the ground. I cheat. Dabi's reply is blank and deadpan, obviously attempting to say both an explanation for the fireballs and be as utterly unhelpful as possible. Dabi scowls up at him. Because I clearly love to follow instructions, he deadpants, rolling to his back and sitting up, all with a judgmental gaze locked on Izuku. What FING prick? Dabi is a FING prick. I'm beginning to understand my modicum of respect for that Midoriya, Shigaraki says with an odd smile on his face. Why is he smiling? Nobody knows. Izuku groans, helping Dabi to his feet. Not like I'll get the luxury of quirkless fighting during the sports festival, he admits. Nah, but knowing what happened here, he's probably going to lose by convincing Todo to use his fire, Ishido reckons. That does seem to be a recurring happening, doesn't it? S muses. D does it? Ishido probes, slightly put off. In most of the Hero Aiza universes, he definitely does wind up fighting Todoroki and convincing him to use his fire, but it's almost always a coin toss as to whether or not he wins. Plants, the helpful cryptid who doesn't purposefully make trouble with every third sentence to come out of their mouth, notes. There you are. Dabi teases. It's all about perspective. Because that's not gonna go wrong fast, Shinso quips. This makes Izuku PP his head. Positive thinking? He asks with a raised brow, leading the dark-haired man to nod. With a smirk, Izuku pulls the man in, pressing the knife to his throat. Then how about you turn this knife into a FNG baguette? Then, Mr. Molotov. Do it all with the power of positive thinking. When Dabi's grin falls, Izuku's grows. That's what I thought. He drops the knife to his side with a laugh. Smartest. Oh my Nizu, that was incredible. Yamada gushes. Did you just say, oh my Nizu? Jaira challenges, side-eyeing her English teacher. Yes, he did. All of the UA staff swear to Nizu instead of God. It's a thing. Aizawa grouses, annoyed with life, his colleagues, or the universe. Pick one. To be completely honest, Izuku kind of, maybe, sort of, somewhat, has been zoned out this entire time. Like, one moment, he was changing into his gym uniform, as one does for the UA Sports Festival. At some point he started running through lesson plans and strategies in his head. Most liquids shrink when they solidify, and he should move erratically when facing someone with long-ranged attacks. That kind of thing. While he was doing that, he somehow ended up in the middle of a stadium with Ochako elbowing him. Go make a speech, Mr. First Place in the entrance exam, she urges, putting her hands out for his things. So Bakugo didn't get to make a speech in this universe? Azui inquires. No, because he didn't get first place in the entrance exam. Since other Midoriya did, he gets to do the speech, Plants explains. So the year isn't turned against us. That's a good thing. For some unknown reason, snorts a tiny huff of laughter. Oh shit. Well, this is going to go swimmingly, isn't it? No plan, no speech in mind, nothing. He could go the Bakugo route and be a massive prick to everyone. I'm gonna win cause I'm Bakugo Katsuki and I'm the best and you're all losers and a-holes and dumbass. But that is exactly what happened here. Uraraka laughs. Unfortunately, Ajuru grumbles. Bakugo should not have made his speech in such an undignified manner. It was not suited for a school environment. Ida lectures. That won't work. It'd be easier, but no. Maybe Dabi? I don't FNG care. This is stupid and I'm only here, 'cause I have to be. Just start the thing and get this bullshit over with. Dabi-ish. Of course it's going to be Dabi-ish. It's a FING imitation. That is honestly exactly how I would have said that speech. It's stupid and nobody is there for it, Dabi grins. Everybody would hate you, Shigaraki deadpants. In the end, as he stands up at the microphone and Midnight gives Izuku a thumbs up, he does what he does best. He starts lecturing. In this world of quirks, we're all always told that those are what matter. Our quirks are so important to our futures. If you have this quirk, you should have that job. If you have a water quirk, you should be a fireman. If you have a food-related quirk, you should try for the culinary field. If you have a quirk that isn't very suited for combat, you should by no means make any attempt to be a hero. To that, I have but one thing to say, if you'll all kindly excuse my language. He beams into the camera as it floats past. Izuku raises his right hand nice and high and flips off the entire audience. That. The Void's occupants lean forwards, hanging on his every word even as Ida starts mentally scolding him for his language. Nizu gets a transcript of the speech on his tablet, so he can read it and compare it to the universes we gave him on discrimination. So this Midoriya uses the athlete's promise to protest discrimination? Kiyama hypothesizes, good tactic. It is a rather intriguing choice, Aizawa trails off, leaning back against Kurogiri's bar as the teachers and one villain discuss. This society that tries to tell me what I can and can't do. This society that lets people treat others like shit just because they have a strong quirk. This society that looks at quirks more than it does people. You know why? His smile grows even wider as he raises his voice, done being silenced. Done being told to keep his head down. Done being the weak, quirkless kid that everyone but his students always saw him as. He's using some vulgar language, but he's utilizing it in a way that allows him to emphasize his point. An intriguing tactic. Nizu chortles. He's definitely going to shake society with this. It's an interesting way to show his values, especially if he declares himself quirkless, Aizawa speculates. My name is Midoriya Izuku and I am the quirkless guy that came first in the UA entrance exam. He declares to the world as his middle finger drops, swinging lifelessly by his side, all his energy flooding his voice. I am not what I am called. I am not weak. I am not useless. I am what I make myself into. I can be a FNG hero if I demon well wanna be. And so can anyone else. He didn't realize it while he was giving his speech, but he apparently started to tear up a bit somewhere in there. So he is using his quirklessness against them. An interesting way to use society's prejudices against them, Yamada analyzes. It's definitely going to shake society. It might even become a movement, especially since this is recorded. If a movement to end quirk discrimination happens, quotes from the speech and even Midoriya himself could become figureheads and words to use against society. Nizu crows. When he turns around to his fellow students, there is only silence. No one claps. No one boos. No one moves. No one breathes. So Izuku raises his fist in the air and shouts the school motto as loud as he can. Go beyond, he prompts. He shocked them. They don't know how to respond, let alone how he works or how he got in. He's confused them, as well as inspiring those who have suffered discrimination. Cementos ambles over to the bar, ectoplasm trailing along behind him. That is probably a correct analysis. Nizu indicates a pair of bar stools for the pair of teachers to sit on. After a moment's pause, a majority of the first years raise their fists as well. Plus ultra. They chorus in return. He confuses people. They don't know how to handle him, so they just kind of go with it, ectoplasm proposes, to nods of agreement. As Izuku rejoins the pack, a few students slap his back or cheer him on. It's weird to say the least. People who don't try and slap him down when they find out he's quirkless. It's nice. Interesting kid you've got there, Eraser. Present Mike quips over the speakers. He stopped the USJ attack too. Wonder what he'll do next. Other Mito shouldn't find people liking him after finding out that he's quirkless weird, Uraraka blurts. No, but discrimination is a thing that he's had to deal with. It's been the one constant in his life since he was 4, of course he expects it, Shinso verifies, speaking mainly from experience. Aizawa groans and Izuku has to suppress a smile, taking his belongings back from Ochako. Something that will take at least 5 years off my life, I can almost guarantee it. For some reason, Izuku begins to think he'll be the lone reason Aizawa ends up with half his hair turned gray by the end of the school year. You will, if this universe is any indication, Aizawa sighs, problem child. And me. Midoriya stutters. Who else? Oh. S exclaims, eyes widening. I almost forgot. You get to sit by Midori because in Dehor. They make a wide, swooping motion with one hand, almost hiding the typing motion with the other, and Todoroki appears beside Midoriya, shocked, and under a blanket. True to Izuku's style, he tunes the world out once again, basically skimming Midnight's words. Obstacle course, anything goes blah blah blah. He's not trying to be rude. He's being efficient. Speaking of efficient and anything goes, Izuku opts to take every second he can, throwing himself through the newly formed opening to the course with the grappling hook in his right hand before the start noise goes off, his crowbar trailing along behind him in his left. So other Midori is trying to get to the obstacle course first, Karo, so he moves first? Azui queries, good tactic. And he probably won't get caught in the gate crush either. Uraraka mentions. Anything goes. Why play fair when you can play smart? That's a pretty good rule of thumb, actually, Aizawa grunts. The hook flings him forward, making him tuck and roll when he lands and start running on his own. What might the first obstacle be? The gate. The Baku squad, minus the Baku, calls out. And Todoroki, Uraraka adds. Classmates. The first obstacle is his own classmates. Specifically, Todoroki Shuto. Reflexes gained through fighting Dabi, who refuses to fight without his quirk because he's a stuck-up toaster. As Shigaraki chokes on his own laughter as he hears Dabi called a stuck-up toaster, are the only things that keep Izuku from getting frozen to the ground. The crackle of ice behind him makes Izuku to jump, cursing the fact that he'll be landing on ice. Try not to break a leg, Todoroki jokes, so quietly that even Midoriya, who is snuggled on his lap, can barely hear him. Well, he lands. And slips. 'Cause that's what happens when you land on ice. After a bit of fighting with gravity and the distinct lack of traction, Izuku ends up back on his feet just as Todoroki skates by like a pro figure skater. Maybe he should try for that if Disney won't take him back. You know what? Hevis with Izuku, Izuku if with him. Other Midoriya is a riot. Kiyama laughs. Hey Nizu, am I allowed to call my students nicknames in class? I don't see why not. Todoroki is Elsa now, then. When Todoroki looks back in confusion after freezing what appear to be leftover entrance exam robots, he is greeted with Izuku winking and blowing him a kiss, grappling hook caught in the dual quirk user's shirt, connecting the two and forcing him to tug Izuku along. Thanks for the ride. Izuku laughs, flicking the SWs on the grappling hook to wind it in, pulling its owner along faster. The green net barely makes it past the robots before they crumble, a metal panel flying in past Izuku when Todoroki finally untangles the hook from his shirt. There goes his free ride. So other Midoriya gets past the robots by using Todoroki as a horse of sorts? Ashido asks. It would appear to be so, Shoji replies, and one does have to wonder if other Midoriya will win like ours did. Recklessly, Koda signs. Yes. On a whim, Izuku picks up the aforementioned metal robot panel. It's dangerous to go alone. He should take that. He'll name it Ryan. Strapping Ryan to his back, Izuku returns to the race, sitting pretty in SEC a third. Thanks, Bakugo. So the metal bit is named Ryan now. That's kinda sweet, but since the last few people he named were criminals who kidnapped or tried to kill him, will Ryan hurt him? Kaminari asks. Said blonde soars overhead with the help of his quirk, and Izuku momentarily debates shooting him with the grappling hook before ultimately deciding against that. Bakugo isn't worth disqualification. Other Midoriya wanted to shoot Bakugo with his grappling hook? Toga asks. It seems to be that way. Dabi shrugs. Huh. Taking a deep breath and staring at the chasm in front of him, which must be the second obstacle, Izuku tries something he might just grow to regret. Does he care though? Not at the moment. He shoots his grappling hook past the first platform, letting it catch on the edge and jumping, allowing the device to drag him over the gap. It takes a few jumps to get used to the added weight of Ryan on his back, but it's fine. It isn't terrible. It puts Izuku further back from his original lead, though. He can see about 15 people in front of him, not counting Bakugo and Todoroki, who have actually disappeared from sight. So long as he moves on to the next round, Izuku will be happy. How embarrassing would it be if he made that whole big speech and then got knocked out in the first round? Very. Absolutely mortifying, Midoriya supplies. Yeah, I suppose so, Todoroki replies. As he touches down on the other side of the second obstacle, he hears it. The explosions. Pink fog rises up from another clearing accompanied by a sign Izuku wishes he couldn't read. That's a minefield. Like seriously, a minefield? Class 1A as a collective agonizes. Yes, the minefield. Nizu giggles chaotically. Looks like Ryan's gonna come in handy. With his crowbar, Izuku unearths mine after mine, piling them up and... Let's say the little green gremlin tries his hand at whack-em. It's only after he's in the air that it occurs to Izuku that this may have been an idiotic idea and that he may very well have moved on even without turning himself into a surface-to-air missile. It's a little late for that revelation. You think? Uraraka giggles. I didn't realize how anxiety-inducing flying was until I was in the air. Midoriya defends. Just wait. It gets better. Izuku's going to land in the minefield. If he doesn't land correctly, he could get blown off the course. Well, if he swings a grappling hook? No, he's going faster than the grappling hook can launch. What if yes? Yes what, problem child? Yes, let's die today? Or break every bone in our body? Or give your homeroom teacher a heart attack? Said homeroom teacher sounds understandably stressed. Plants shakes their head. Poor guy. Every Midoriya seems to somehow give the poor man a brand new stress disorder in every universe. It's even trans-dimensional. One of these universes he's going to wind up going vigilante because of his problem child. S leans back, craning their head to be able to see the exhausted man. Oh, I know. I know that very, very well. For all he preaches about rationality, well, Plants doesn't need to continue. Both cryptids know quite well how quickly Aizawa Shoyuta is willing to throw common sense and reason to the wayside to keep these kids safe. Step 1 is hanging off the edge of Ryan. Step 2 is using his momentum to at least angle the sheet of metal down. As he lands, Izuku makes sure to tuck and roll, placing Ryan over the mine in the way and letting that explosion send him further ahead. Hey boys. Mighty fine day for a sports festival, wouldn't you say? Quips the greenette as he lands between the two frontrunners. Todoroki scowls and Bakugo looks ready to rip Izuku's throat out. Better not give them the chance. He first drags himself forward by his grappling hook using the fence at the end of the minefield, then takes it a step further in midair by hooking onto the end tunnel. Something that will give me a heart attack. Got it. Aizawa sighs, long and loud, as his colleagues start laughing. That kid. Yamada giggles as Aizawa signals Kurogiri for another drink. Then the rope snaps, sending Izuku barreling into the tunnel, barely able to get back to his feet. He must have twisted his ankle as he fell or something. It hurts to run and he's definitely going slower. Either way, he's going to take first. He's so close. So he does win the sports festival. Shoji concludes, tilting his head at the screen as the mouth he used to talk with reabsorbs into his arm. He's not close enough. Both Todoroki and Bakugo cross the finish line on either side of him. None of them actually know who came first. Or maybe not. Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. Honest to God quirkless. Shudo had thought it as a joke. An exaggeration. Some point to show how ridiculous all this was. But no. Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. It only hits him now, after the race. It hits him like a 4x4 to the face. Well, that's a metaphor. Aizawa sighs, rubbing at his temples to attempt to alleviate the headache. I'll give you some aspirin once you're sober. S laughs down at the exhausted pro-hero. What is Midoriya Izuku? Insane. I made him insane and everybody loves it, Plant says with a wide grin. So, as it turns out, no one else knows who came first either. It gets to the point that Midnight has to call for a game of rock-paper scissors to decide their positions. The fact that she's making them fight for first, second, and third makes Izuku think that the placements actually matter for the next round. And, knowing you, Izuku thinks it would SCK to come first. I'll take third, offers the boy, smiling politely. Well, he made the right choice. Coming in first SCD. Midoriya snuggles into a rather confused Todoroki, who gets to sit on the Aiza couch because the Endeavor debacle is coming up, and the Aiza couch is for Izu obviously and other people whose trauma happens in that scene. Hence the whispered, "What the F dash," from Todoroki. Though he gets a few bewildered looks, Izuku is awarded third. Todoroki takes first by the order of rock beats scissors. Bakugo gets second and angry, though that seems to be his natural state at this point. Second and angry. Can I get that on a t-shirt for my dad? Todoroki inquires with a sheet-eating grin on his face. Sure, but send us a photo of his face when he sees it. S laughs lightly. But I don't have your emails. Or maybe I do? How I when I what? Todoroki stares blankly at the business card that appeared out of nowhere into his hand, tiny glowing words that seem to flicker in and out of existence on a piece of solidified void, somehow managing to look both professional and insane. Midnight calls a break, promising to explain the next event, some sort of puzzle, afterward, and Izuku wanders off to try and fix his grappling hook. He's really said that the wire snapped. It looked like a good grappling hook too. Hey Mr. 10 mil. You want a grappling hook? You're getting a grappling hook? Hatsum calls, jogging over to the pile of suspiciously clean scrap metal and tools that oozed out of the void wall. I guess I'm getting a grappling hook then, Midoriya states, slightly stunned. In case you hadn't noticed by now, nothing can be easy for Izuku. Midoriya calls the constant thorn in his side, jogging to catch up. A word. The Todoroki from the void flinches, feeling slightly ashamed of himself despite not being the same Todoroki on the void screen. The greenette rolls his eyes, not slowing down in the least. Sure. Here it is, goodbye. His steps stay at their constant, steady pace, his attempts to get away from Todoroki starting to seem to be in vain. What do you want? Izuku asks, hanging a corner to get back to the class warm-up room. Talk fast and clear. I'll be multitasking while we talk. That's a mindset I can get behind. Hatsum laughs maniacally, swiftly removing any doubt that she was completely off her rocker in an instant. The person nearest to her, however, flinches away from the insane cackling. He shoves open the door and grabs his bag from the corner, tossing it up on the table and pulling out some spare wire and some tools. He should have changed the wire before the sports festival. Too late for that though. Says his unwelcome companion, cutting himself off, probably trying to figure out what he wants to say. Why did you take third? And how the hell are you quirkless? So tactful. I'm bad with people. So sue my dad, Todoroki says, causing the pro-heroes below him to give him a look of mild alarm, while the cryptids and Midoriya give snorts of laughter, mirrored by the scarred villain below them. Head tilted in concentration, Izuku sets upon replacing the broken wire with the spare. Midnight wanted there to be a clear first, second and third. Makes one wonder if our rankings will mean something moving forward. Knowing you, the higher you place, the harder life is gonna be for you. If I'm wrong, I still placed well enough to get a good benefit. If I'm right, well, at least I didn't take first. He starts to reassemble his grappling hook, taking great care to make sure it won't fall apart again. As for my quirklessness, I was unlucky, it seems. I drew a shitty hand. If you plan to razz me about it, don't bother. I've heard it all. There's nothing you can say that hasn't already been screamed in my face while I was getting beaten up or whispered to myself as I checked my wounds in front of the mirror. The void's occupants flinch, Uraraka breaking out into muted sobs as Todoroki curls protectively around the shaking greenette. And plants share a loaded glance, before the former pulls a blanket over the pair across from them and the latter writes tissue boxes into existence, before they each subside into each other and mentally agree that it's a good thing they were showing this world instead of the letterverse. Bakugo, meanwhile, shrinks into himself in regret, taking out a pad of paper and flipping to a new page, beginning to attempt to scribble an apology onto the page. A glance to his classmate reveals the most emotion Izuku has seen on Todoroki's face since he met him. It almost looks like pity. Izuku doesn't need his pity. He doesn't want any pity. He isn't something to be pitied. I wasn't. I'm sorry about other me, Midoriya. Other you doesn't deserve that. Todoroki murmurs into the other's hair as he curls even tighter around the touch-starved boy. Well, I wouldn't put it past you, Mr. Holier-than-thou. Mr. Bow at my feet, peasants. Mr. I don't need anyone or anything because half my quirk is strong enough to beat everyone here. I don't want your sympathy. I didn't announce my quirklessness for pity points. I did it to give people hope. Izuku glares at the taller teen, broadcasting his displeasure. He doesn't know why it makes him so mad, but it does. I did it for the people in the same place as I was a few years ago. Beaten down and unable to stand their ground, told they'll never amount to anything more than the dust on their shoes. Told to quit and give up. Yeah. Shinso cheers, rising up to his feet and throwing a fist into the air. Aizawa rises silently behind him, adding a fist to the air. He's quickly joined by Toga and Shigaraki, rising to their feet. They're joined in short order by Vlad King, Nizu, Hagakure, Ashido, Kirishima. The list goes on, Until everyone who's been beaten down because of who they are is on their feet, a silent army of people who understand each other's pain standing with their fists in the air. I never had anything handed to me. Not like Ida or Yaoyorozu with their familial connections, or Bakugo or even you with your quirks and the pedestal that comes with a strong one. I had to build myself up from less than nothing, but I did it. I proved it was possible. That's the hero I want to be. The boy slumps in his chair, staring at the tool in front of him. It isn't just the kind of hero he wants to be. It's the kind of hero he will be. The people on their feet coalesce before splitting back up and sitting down, attention focused on the void showcasing two boys from different worlds talking to each other. One a silent powerhouse and the other, a boy who has taught himself to be better and to inspire others. Don't act like you know me. Ice Queen Todoroki is back in action. Now he looks sad. Izuku prefers that to pity. Izukus in general don't like pity, do they? S mutters to plants rhetorically. Nope, not one. The other responds in an equally quiet tone, minus the original bark of laughter. You make it sound like I was. And I wasn't. You act like you're better than everyone else, whether you mean to or not. You act like you're too good to talk to any of us unless you have to. No shit, I don't know you. You don't socialize in the least. You won't let anyone in. He leaves the table, grappling hook and crowbar in hand. I don't have time for pricks like you acting like the world spins because you say it can. Get off your high horse before you fall. With that, Izuku heads back out to the stadium. Let Todoroki do with their conversation what he will. So other me looks at that and goes, yes. This one I will tell about Endeavor. Makes sense. Todoroki shrugs. Well, you looked at a kid who regularly broke his bones and has a self-sacrificial streak a mile wide and decided to tell him about Endeavor. S counters. Make groups of 3. Midnight orders when the break ends. Izuku's starting to wonder if he has trust issues, since his first thought is to not group up with anyone he might want to move on. Of course, he should pick people he can trust in the least in case that instinct is wrong. You have 1 minute. So they aren't doing the cavalry battle? Or is it just a different form of it with 3 people instead of 4? Urarka guesses. I thought we threw that one out after that one kid with a mind-reading quirk read the judges' minds to figure out what they wanted to hear. Midnight yells. We did. Nizu responds. Students scramble, 48 bodies rushing to get groups. Izuku ends up with Hagakure and Tsuyu. He thinks it's a good group. On the one hand, he won't be heartbroken if they don't move on, but they also have valuable skill sets that could help them all advance. Izuku doesn't pay much attention to the other groups beyond snickering when he sees that Todoroki and Bakugo were shoved in a group together. For their sakes, Izuku hopes his isn't a cooperative event. Neither are exactly keen on teamwork. Those two in a group together is a recipe for disaster, Aizawa deadpants. You don't say? Snipe demands incredulously. Aizawa then begins to explain the next event, both for the students and the audience. The next event will be logic-based. Sure, it isn't exactly flashy, like the other events, but a hero's entire career cannot be just glitz and glam. Izuku could probably name at least 5 heroes that would beg to differ. Aizawa snorts quietly. He could do the same, Endeavor only not at the top because he prefers the brutality to the fame. The groups our students are in now will not be teammates, but opponents. Only one can move on. Called it. The other competitors express their concern or disappointment or surprise in various ways, including but not limited to yelping, going wide-eyed, staring at their group in fear, staring at their group with hostility, and hanging their heads in despair. The placements in the first round will decide the difficulty of your logic puzzles. The better you placed, the harder your puzzle will be. A group that has 10th, 15th, and 38th will have easier problems than one with 1st, 2nd, and 3rd but harder questions than a group with 4th, 28th, and 43rd. All questions in a group will be of the same difficulty. Call that the idea that the better you placed, the more hellish life would be for you going on. I'm not sure if I like this idea more or less than the cavalry battle. Midoriya muses. That's not all, listeners. Present Mike chimes in. In the individual groups, whoever placed best gets to do 2 puzzles of the same difficulty. Did not call that. Did not call that in the least. Izuku should have gone with Bakugo or Todoroki. I wonder how the Endeavor talk goes in this universe? Todoroki murmurs into Midoriya's hair. Probably better than in ours, given that Izuku takes no sheet and would love to take Endeavor down a peg or three. I wonder if the League takes requests. Midoriya muses. Meanwhile, throws their head back in an ominous laugh and murmurs to plants. If only they knew, the void being says to the godling. Well, it hasn't reached that point in the timeline yet. You did kidnap Bakugo from his own kidnapping, so how are they supposed to know about what happens to Endeavor after the forced retirement? The other hisses. Around them, the students send them weird glances but decide not to ask. Midnight begins to walk around, holding out tablets to each of the students. Select your name, instructs the heroine as she reaches Izuku's group. When everyone is signed in, there'll be a countdown and your question, or questions all will show up on screen. Type your answer and your reasoning. The first one done moves on. She moves on to the next group, leaving Izuku and the girls to scroll through the list and find their names. Who wants to bet on someone, probably a blonde someone, having a fit of temper if they mess up? Ashido asks in an overtly hyper tone. That's a sucker's bet. Jiraiya protests. Evidence A and B, she continues as Kaminari and Siro take the pink girl up on her bet. Hey! The two boys protest as one. After signing in, Izuku looks up to his opponents with an apologetic half-smile. Sorry guys. I guess I accidentally made our questions harder. You get the short end of the stick in that deal, Mito. Todoroki strokes the brunette's hair as the other makes an odd purring sound and pushes his head into the calmer boy's warm hand. Tsuyu shrugs. Maybe it isn't great, but at least we don't have to do two questions. You drew the short straw here, Midoriya. See? Tsu agrees. Todoroki defends against an unspoken provocation. I didn't say anything against it. Midoriya protests. Hagakure, on the other hand, is completely oblivious to the conversation, jumping up and down excitedly. We're on the screen. Sure enough, Izuku glances up at the big screens to see black boxes slowly but surely turning into videos, each labeled with the name of a student. He raises his tablet, staring at his box on screen, deliberately turning the device and watching as the image behind his name changes with his movements. They're projecting their reactions. Interesting. Any bets on who passes? Aizawa asks the teachers around him, holding out a hand to take their bets. Izuku. Midnight yells. That's not a bet, Nem, that's a given. Any other bets? Shinso, 500 yen? My guess. Anyone want to take him up on that? Aizawa continues. Sure. Also, Kendo, 500 yen. Ken shrugs. Are the teachers supposed to be doing that? Uraraka hisses into Ida's ear. No, they aren't. And Tensei's encouraging them, the boy squawks. Well, we knew this was going to make him have some sort of breakdown. We just thought it would be Izuku cussing out a pro hero, or the Endeavor thing, that broke him, not the UA teacher's betting ring. When every box has come to life with a live feed, they get a 5-second countdown before questions appear on screen. Are all bets in? Aizawa asks, the bowl provided by Kurojiri full of money and the paper in front of him covered in writing. The assembled pros nod. A civilian intervenes in a hero fight. They save the hero's life, but it allows the villain to get away. Should the civilian be punished? Why or why not? Answer in 150 words or less. That's an intriguing question, but what would happen? Yayuzu muses. I'm adding ethical dilemmas to the class schedule, Aizawa sighs. Good call. Ken, you have to add those too. Nizu chirps. Izuku can't stop the laughter before it spills out, probably making for a great image on the big screen. His mind jumps back to the slime villain incident. Yeah, it's not exactly the same, but it's pretty DM and close. It's also interesting that at least this question seems to be a question of morals and ethics as well as logic. He starts typing his answer quickly. You can draw some interesting parallels. How incredibly intriguing. Nizu cackles. Nizu, you're scaring the villains. Aizawa deadpants, indicating the sweating villains a few meters away. That's a bad thing? Kaminari mutters to Zero, I mean they scare us so. The civilian should not be punished. If the civilian saved the hero's life, that means the hero would have died otherwise. And odds are, what with this hero-saturated society, there was at least one other hero around. Since the civilian had saved the hero, the other hero would have nothing to do besides pursue the villain. The villain's escape should be blamed on the hero rather than the civilian, if blame should be placed at all. A law should not be worth more than a life. And, if the civilian didn't use their quirk, there was no law broken. There was no vigilantism. There is nothing to punish them for. Azui says, I never realized that vigilantism was restricted to quirk use. It wasn't pre-quirk, S replies, but when the quirk-based laws were made, a whole bunch of things were overlooked when it came to the quirkless. It's why there are a bunch of universes where vigilante Izuku basically gets off scot-free. Do you know how annoying that is? Aizawa rants, there are so many vigilantes that simply couldn't become undergrounders because no hero schools would take the quirkless. Even if the quirkless person in question was already an incredible vigilante with a high success rate. He taps the done button, moving on to his next question. From the looks of things, Tsuyu and Hagakure are still working on their questions. Midoriya's using his experiences in teaching to answer the ethical questions. That's so cool. Hagakure enthuses. I wonder if that works for other forms of ethical dilemmas? Midoriya looks confident. Present my comments. He really does. It's kinda cool how different they are, Karo. Azui observes. And plenty of others much less so. Aizawa returns. Of course Izuku is confident. His question was easy. That was not easy, Mido bro, Kirishima says. Well, not for you, but it was easy for other Midoriya, Shoji counters. There is a hostage situation in a densely populated residential district. The villain has a quirk that you could easily fight and win against, but they're holding a civilian hostage, threatening to kill them if anyone attempts to intervene in any way. How do you proceed? Explain in 200 words or less. Oh, so you're pulling out that card. I am curious to see what he'll do though, Aizawa tells Nizu. Oh, me too. How would this work for our dear Altadoria? Nizu cackles. Back off and let the police/other heroes handle it. Engage the villain. Try to talk the villain down. Offer yourself in exchange for the hostage. Seriously, Nizu? What even are those options? Aizawa asks. The obvious ones. Nizu cries. The villains edge away from the crazy mammal. Multiple choice? Izuku scans the options a few more times, trying to use process of elimination to come to an answer. So this one is harder for him. How interesting, Yaoyorozu observes. Then again, even Aizawa-sensei doesn't like those options, Jiraiya points out. Yaoyorozu acquiesces the point. A isn't correct, as letting others handle it does nothing to solve the problem. The other heroes on scene could do something to exacerbate the situation, possibly ending in the hostage's death. Yeah, especially if it's a hero like Endeavor. Dabi growls. I wonder what my sperm donor did to him? Todoroki mutters in Midoriya's ear. Well, all we know about him is his quirk, cremation, that he has siblings, and a name I don't recognize from the cryptids. Midoriya replies absently. What name? Todoroki pries. Tuya. Todoroki fell off the couch. S made a flashy gesture, and he floated back up to the Izuku couch, where Midoriya was now definitely paying attention. Oh my god, Todoroki-gun, are you okay? Tuya's the name of my dead brother. What? Yeah. B, for Izuku personally, is a head-ass decision. Whatever the villain has ready to kill the hostage, Izuku would almost definitely be slower than it. He wouldn't be even halfway to the villain before the hostage's body hit the ground. So Dabi's your dead brother? Midoriya hisses. I don't know. Tuya's been dead for years. Below the arguing pair, a scarred man sits ramrod straight, wide eyes staring straight through the screen as he listens to a conversation between the two people, other than Endeavor and his female relatives. He most didn't want to find out his secret. C could also go horribly wrong. Bargaining would be setting the villain free, while trying to sympathize could anger the villain. And they'd kill the hostage. Ah yes, the incredible dilemma of what to do with a hostage scenario. That is the entire reason we need more brainwashing heroes. Izawa drags his palm down his face slowly. Gotta love quirkism. The assembled heroes nod, most of them with similar done-with-society looks on their faces. That just leaves D, which is stupid. You'd be incapacitating yourself, making yourself a liability, and forcing the other heroes to try and save you now instead. It doesn't end the situation, just replaces the person in danger. Which hero was it that did that for attention and immediately got stabbed? Midnight murmurs. Oh yeah, fire him. Dumbass actually thought it would boost his popularity, Izawa grouches. Didn't the villain immediately turn themselves in? My gads. Yup, I was the one on paperwork for that case. In interrogation, we found out that Fireworm burned his house down in a fight even Captain Celebrity could tell was unnecessarily flashy. His 10-year-old kid was put in a coma and he went after Fireworm to get him back for it. 30th weirdest case I've ever handled, Izawa says. 30th? Really? Undergrounders deal with a ton of weird shit. Sneaky. Very, very sneaky. None of the answers are right. Not in Izuku's eyes, at least. Well, he's right. All of those are dumbass ways to handle hostage situations only daylighters use. Izawa grumbles, to the soundtrack of a chorus of offended haze from his co-workers except fellow undergrounder Vlad King, who nods sagely. I choose choice E, none of the above. All have much more possibility for disaster than I would like to have in any situation. In all honesty, it depends on the villain. If it's a student of mine or someone related to one, I would remind them of my one rule: don't commit crimes in my presence. I would then threaten to stop teaching them and anyone they're associated with. Those I teach take my services very seriously. If it isn't one of my students, depending on what they're threatening their hostage with, I may very well just shoot them, only aiming to kill if there is no way to ensure the civilian's safety otherwise. Though I'd want to preserve all life, a civilian's life comes before that of a villain. Maybe I should take up tutoring. That is a far better solution than many we are forced to use. Izawa muses. You'd scare them. The slums know the looks of all us undergrounders by heart, Ken replies. The boy submits his final answer, watching the screens around the stadium while he waits for anything to happen next. He isn't the first one done. Shinso and Siro each have a border of green around their images. Izuku glances to his part of the screen, waiting for the green border to show up around it. His answers are probably being evaluated. Finally, his box goes green and Tsuyu and Hagikure's go red. Pay up, Vlad. Yamada gloats. The addressed pro sighs as Izawa fishes 1,000 yen out of the betting bowl and passes it to Yamada. I knew the Minizawa would pass. Seriously? Minizawa? Izawa says monotonously. Duh. He's like a purple you with less trauma. Yamada screams, his yell only muted by a timely glare. Tsuyu glances at him, surprised. You did both of yours already? Huh, I suppose he did do it fairly quickly, Uraraka realizes. Yeah, I was kind of surprised, Shinso cuts in. He nods with a smile. They were both pretty simple for me. I have relative experience with both situations. It just seems whoever was judging the answers thought my ideas were right, or maybe my reasoning was good or something. Midnight collects their tablets with an intrigued look that lingers on Izuku momentarily. Did she see his answers, or is she just surprised that the one with 2 questions finished first? What were your questions like? Izuku asks casually, trying to waste time until the others are done. He can't imagine this to be very entertaining. I wouldn't bet on it. And we still need the outcomes of the rest of the bets. Pay attention to the screen. Kiyama says. Nem, he can't hear you, Yamada says. Still. I need to know if my bet on Yao was right. What do you mean I got it wrong? Nevermind. It's entertaining. A look to the screen shows Bakugo's furious face glaring at his tablet. Izuku almost worries he blows it up. Bakugo Katsuki couldn't handle an ethical logic puzzle. So he blew up his tablet. Who bet on that? Bet on what show? Bakugo blowing up his tablet. Oh, that was me. Why on earth did you guys bet against Nedzu? A fit of insanity. That checks out. Anyway, Nedzu, you won 2,000 yen, a knife, and who the hell? Namuri, why on earth is your right stiletto in here? Seriously, Nem? Yup. Very entertaining. It was that. Aizawa laughs.